stands for super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another day of the Overwatch League here in the APAC region. I'm Ilios, kicking off the show alongside Avril. And oh, good golly gosh, do we have an absolute banger of a match. It's your and I's favorite, Avril. It's the Spaghetti Bowl. It's the Fusion going up against the Dynasty.
It's the best. It really is the best rivalry I think we have in the Eastern Division. At least it's my favorite one. We have a few different ones out here, but this one is something special. These two teams have just met so many times in the past. Their match record is so even. I believe it's like 5-4. I'll find out in direction of which team in just a moment as well. And the matches always deliver in one way or the other, Ilios, whether it's just an amazing spaghetti fest or whether both teams are performing highly. And I think in 2022, we got the MasterChef edition. I think both teams are looking good this year.
No, they absolutely are. They've been off to some pretty great starts. Dynasty, a little bit rough around the edges at times. You know, 5-map series there versus the Valiant, but they still have that 2-1 scoreline. Both teams are looking to get the third. Before we go ahead and take a look at the starting rosters, of course, we got a little hype video to get this ready to go, so let's go ahead and check it out. And there you have it. The stage is set. Carpe, gonna turn on the aircon, make sure that everything's nice and chill in the team house before he gets ready to sit down and try to find a third match victory. So far, the Fusion have been looking incredible, Avril. The rookies on this squad especially have really stepped up, and they are looking for a 3-0 start to the season.
Backed by champion of this team as well in terms of their longest standing member. You know, he's their veteran, he's their captain. It's Carpe, of course, what I'm talking about. He's searching, ironically, for his first championship this season, and maybe off the back of this team with amazing rookies, he can get there. Fusion can finally get there. They're looking great this season so far, 2-0, like you sort of mentioned, but this is probably their first, I would say, kind of real test after Shanghai in some ways. I think Shanghai came in very shaky that first day. I'm not going to take away that win from the Fusion, but now we're getting in sort of the weeds here. Seoul will come in and a lot harder than Shanghai recently, I would say. Seoul, they had a little bit of hiccups very early on. That 2-3, very narrow kind of victory versus LA Valiant does sting a little bit. But Seoul in their most recent game, I think, looked more than competitive, looked dominant. They destroyed the Chengdu Hunters, and now Seoul on their way to even tougher competition against the Fusion. It's Carpe versus Prophet, two of, I think, the most veteran players in all of the Overwatch League. The two first players to reach 10,000 eliminations in the entire Overwatch League.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about, greatest of all time, it's usually these two names that are very much being brought up. A lot of people will obviously, push for Carpe, especially even though he does not have that championship that Prophet has behind him, but they are fairly neck and neck as it comes down to those figures like you're talking about. These guys are just record setters. Absolutely incredible in the DPS lineups. And while, like I said, it was a little bit rocky of a start there for Prophet, we saw the return. We saw what he can do when he's playing at his peak in that series versus the Chengdu Hunters. Chengdu didn't get to play the game.
No.
He just completely blocked them out of it. We'll see if he can do that here versus some stiff competition with these rookies backing up Carpe.
Last meeting of these teams, 2021, was a 3-1 victory for the Philadelphia Fusion. That was the East play-ins. But the overall record is 5-4 in favor of Seoul. So 9 total meetings, 5-4 in favor of Seoul. Very close, like I said. This is why this rivalry to me is so special. 2 full Korean teams based in Korea as well. We're rolling out on Gardens. It's going to be Reaper Zarya on both ends.
Yep, just going to have those mirrored compositions things. Another person that we haven't really talked about, keep your eyes on, it's going to be Vindame. I was looking absolutely incredible for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. I believe he actually even picked up the player of the match at the end of that one as well. As for now, we just have the neutral skirmishing coming down, both the tanks being focused. Aim God, Anteed out, ends up falling. Prophet gets the kill, but gives his life for it. Carpe does manage to find a little bit of revenge. Zest just getting steadily ticked up here, as the point does get locked in for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. How long it takes, though, is Creative going to be sent off the side of the map. Fixa coming up with a nice little boom. Limits the Ana down into the koi pond. Now looking to stay alive as Prophet chases in, trying to get the elimination. Fixa being a bit elusive. Prophet gives up on the pursuit, but as Zest goes down, it seems like Seoul Dynasty should be able to hold this for a little while.
It's both the Anas and both the Reapers that, according for our first death so far, accounting for rather, with a low HP for, I believe it was Prophet at one point, was saved by their bubble. Visor comes up first with Fitz. Carpe narrowly behind by 1%. 30% so far for Seoul in terms of how their percentage point is going on Gardens. Ultimate's very much going the way of Seoul though, so Nano Visor, if they can get this one up very quickly, and God is just enough off that, depends how long we delay this one. The further we delay this one, the more Philadelphia can catch up on ults.
Yeah, they're dangerously close. There's the grab, though. Smurf going to pull the trigger first. Looks like he locks in the Reaper. Gets Fury as well. Sound barriers out from both sides. Now it's going to be the Nano Visors. One from both sides. Everybody working with basically equal footing here, but Carpe manages to find the first kill. Vendame's going to be taken down. Now Fury, as they look to extend the fight, does have that grab online. Fitz, okay, now going to be popping the attack visor. He's done it before. Throws it down now to try to dissuade them, try to hold this point in favor of the Seoul Dynasty, where they do continue to take up, but Smurf finally does end up falling. Prophet going low, gets the kill on the Zesto, manages to disconnect from the fight, pulls back a little bit, but then doesn't have the Wraith Walk to try to keep himself alive. Ends up going down. Fixa will find Creative. The flip is there for the side of the Fusion in control, as Vindame's just going to try to escape. Looks like with just a sliver of HP, he will be able to do so. Fury nearly clipping him with that right-click lob in. They will exit. 70% of the board here for the side of the Dynasty. Fusion now ticking up.
It's very low members on both sides. I believe it came down to a 3v2 at one point. All the ultimates got expended, not at the same time though. Fury kept his grab, Smurf used grab early. Smurf was actually the one that received the Nano, so that's how the Nano exchanges went. Prophet's probably looking for Death Blossom here. He's super close, but doesn't actually have it, so as soon as he goes in, he has to back out.
Just pulling away, everybody playing back over across the bridge here into the White Room for the most part, looking and for a moment where they can inch their way into the point here. Prophet now. There's going to be the Death Blossom thrown in, but the Bionade connects, and Carpe just beams him down. The headshots flying through, and Prophet gets evaporated. Not getting much value at all from that ultimate. Now out of the fight, but Fixa picked off earlier before, just now going to be respawning, trying to join in. Carpe, a sliver of HP remaining, but still manages to trade up, gets the kill on to Fitz, stays alive, and now can just hold the visor for the next fight as the Dynasty have to disengage.
Yeah, super big kills coming through there for Fusion. Not only that, but they have extra ultimates to spend as well, so Seoul can't push their luck. They have to reset here. They have to find a way to get past these double DPS ultimates plus the grab as well. And with this anti-nade, we have now Fusion overtaking the Seoul Dynasty in terms of percentage points. And pretty soon, this is going to be last fight territory as well. So Seoul, no time to waste.
No, not at all. Grab online, but the counter grab is available. Bionade already being used here by AimGod. There's the grab. No sound barrier available, but they grab them back. They pull them around the corner, so actually they can't get too much damage in. Now Zest goes forward. Death Blossom will kill all Profit, but Smurf picks up 2 as Mixa and Zest are both now out of the fight. Looking for a little bit more. They will be able to beam down Fury, and it seems like this flip is going to come in right as the Fusion hit 99%. The Dynasty now in control, just looking for some extra staggers, some extra ult charge, but they don't have too much to work with to try to hold this.
I mean, Fusion still have more ultimates coming online, right? The sound barrier is going to be critical in the next fight. Will be probably nanovised between Fitz and Creative, although Creative is still just a tiny bit off. It's, like you said, just really not that much to work with resource-wise as far as ultimates goes. Fusion have that in the bag, but can they get the right push in? Can they get the right initiation? Nanovisor for them should be the trigger.
They're just going to open with the sound barrier as they rush forward, trying to get in on top of these Dynasty members. That's going to be the attack visor. Now pops Carpe as well with a visor of his own. Looking to get some kills. Falls low, 13 HP, I believe, and Fitz finally does finish him off. Gets the kill there with the Helix Rockets. Picking up multiple. That is going to be the fight one. The flip coming back here for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. And given that everybody's dead, it is a team wipe. They will not be able to touch this point and extend it into OT. So Dynasty, right here, the last few moments, pull the rug out from beneath the Fusion and take the first round of Garden.
Yeah, but I would say that Fusion maybe entered that arena and kind of stepped on the rug, kind of cross-footed anyway, because they used the sound barrier to get positioning initially, Soul play patiently, they disengage, even they're willing to give up the point, because once they get past the sound barrier, it comes down to which team executes off their nano visor in a more valuable kind of way. Carpe and Zest with aim bars, nano visor, they go in first, and then the response comes through from Fitz, so Fitz ends up kind of out-dueling Carpe in that regard. The one big advantage is that Fixer had a sound barrier, so you could have probably have countered the nanovisor in some ways with the sound barrier, but yeah, they used that one to engage. I do wonder, maybe they could have saved that one. Could they have managed to get onto point without it? That's going to be a question that doesn't get answered, unfortunately, and, well, Philadelphia Fusion, they pay the price.
Well, very different looks now where we were mirrored before we come into this second round of Command Center now. Smurf moving over to the Reinhardt, Profit back over onto the Meg. Support's otherwise going to stay the same. We've got Genji Reaper as well here, backing up Fury Zarya on the side of the Fusion. Carpe already dead, though. Creative finding a nice pick, throws down that Bionade, gets the elimination. And Smurf looking for position, goes in with the charge, not going to be able to get a pin. Blocks the Bionade, now gets in on top of Fame God, where Vinham can go ahead and scoop the kill.
And we've seen this look out of Smurf before as well, right? Because first of all, he is a main tank player, but we kind of talked in previous Soul matches where he does play a bit of tank roulette. Here, I think the Rhine is more than just viable on this particular map for Control Center, but it has a pretty positive matchup into the Zarya as well. So that's going to be something that for the side of Fusion, they need to be a little bit concerned about. Zest coming through in the Genji should be pretty valuable, but up against both Mei and Rhine, it could be tricky.
See, like you said, we've seen him play it before, but typically it hasn't lasted too long. This is a significantly better start for them with the Reinhardt. In pole position to go ahead and maybe take this 2-0. Still plenty to be played out, though, as it's 30% coming online here for the side of the Dynasty, and Carpe is dead. Profit sniping him in the skull there with a right click, it would seem. Looking for a little bit more spots. Zest playing around that Mega Pack up on the high ground. Vinham tries to pursue to get the elimination, but Zest is actually going to cut him down. Now support out of the fight. Creative falling low. He's going to pop the nano in his dying breath, but Zest goes in, gets that kill. Sleep Dart connects on the Smurf. Not finding too much value here. Fusion now getting ready to try to flip this point. Zest tucking back into the corner, falls low, gets a little bit of healing up, and now the Dragon Blade is online. They have the nano to go with it as well if they decide to pull the trigger, but it seems like they might not need it in this fight. Another Sleep Dart finds Profit. Smurf taken down before then. Vinham out of the fight. The flip will come through for the Fusion, and this Dragon Blade crucially is held onto.
This is like 4 kills for Zest, including 2 onto Vindame here as well. I'm not too sure where Vindame was. Maybe, like you were saying, he probably could have just overcommitted. He probably did overcommit and got punished by Zest, who then cleans up Creative as well. He was low HP. The Sleep Dart from Aim God, incredible for land on Smurf. That was such a wasted fight for the Seoul Dynasty when they were otherwise so ahead. They got a free kill from Profit onto Carpe, and that 5v4 instantly disappeared.
Not in position to try to take the fight, so the Fusion to make the call, just give up the point. They flip it back over. That's 70% now online here for the side of the Dynasty. They're going to try to utilize these ultimates to take this back and start building up a bit of a lead here, but 4 ultimates on either side about to be online. Vinham maybe taking a nap. Zest gets on top of him again. That's going to be the nano out onto him, and he still doesn't pull the blade. He gets the kill on a Creative, and Zest is just absolutely wreaking havoc in the back lines. Smurf, though, still managing to find 2. Got the pin kill, now drops the hammer, cleans up the supports as well, and the Dynasty might just be able to flip this back. That being said, it is only the supports playing around the point, and Fusion have retaken control.
And because Vindame's been dead so often in this particular sub-map, he doesn't have the sound barrier yet, so can't really do good enough a job of protecting himself. Zest again opens up into the backline, double smoke kills, absolutely massive. Despite Fusion vacating the point, they come in really powerful there, and the superstar rookie Zest once again paying up.
Bit of a drive visor coming through. The grab will lock them in place. Just looking for any targets that he can get. Sound barrier now used from Vindaim, and now the blade will be pulled from Zest as the shielding expires. Gets in on top of Fitz, gets Vindaim. That's 2 for him. Yet again, just continues to absolutely devastate the ranks of the Seoul Dynasty. The fight is won. The Fusion maintain control. Now they're getting ready to surpass the Charge here on the point.
And Smurf's gone over towards Zarya, so, you know, we talked about the fact that he did give up on the Rhine the last time we saw this, and now he stayed on the Rhine for quite a long time. Most of the sub-map, he's gone over towards that Zarya, does help out Prophet on towards the Reaper, just that much better. Carpe with the big flank to take down Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was trying to get set up for, you know, a really big Death Blossom, but instead just goes right in there, finds the kill, now will TP forward, and there is the massive Blossom that he was looking for. 2 kills, the supports fall down, and now at 92%, the Fusion are looking to knock down the Dynasty here and tie it up 1-1 on Lijiang Tower. A final fight as Smurf is desperately going to be swapping over to the Doomfist. Someone's got to get the touch. Looks like Prophet, just at the last second, will manage to make it happen. They have a nano boost, and that is about it, and then they can't get back into the point in time. It will just tick up to 100% here, as the Fusion will extend this to one final round.
It's good gatekeeping there by Fixer as well to make sure the last 2 members coming on in. We're going to get boot back. We're not going to be able to touch in time. I really hazard to think what would happen if Seoul ended up touching anyway. It seemed like the fight was not going to go their way. Plenty more to play through from the Fusion side of things, but my goodness, outside of the fact that, you know, we'll start with that one very critical fight, you know, a couple fights in where Seoul had the 5v4. Vindaim, I think he probably overcommitted, didn't quite see his positioning, but punished by Zest nonetheless, who then converts onto creative. And he does that 2 fights in a row with Zest. Solo takes down both the supports of the Seoul Dynasty, and that just gives Fusion so much snowball on that particular map and bring us to a 1-1.
Yep, Zest kind of be pounding right now. We'll see if he can keep it up. Try to get this map win in for the Fusion. Dynasty are going to be able to pull the rug out yet again. Here on Tonight Market, but in the daytime. As the Helix rockets go flying, just going to be meeting Smurf's shield. So the initial chip damage not getting too much as far as the ult charge is concerned, but for now Carpe is outpacing Fitz. But will be fairly neck and neck. Point now going to be unlocked. The team start making their way around. Outside route here for the side of the Fusion. In off the flank. The Dynasty just get themselves up through main. Wraith Walk already used here from the side of Zest. As he just tries to poke and prod his way into the point, but the Dynasty will manage to get this cap. Now Creative goes down. Carpe finding the enemy. Ana gets that elimination, but Vindaim, his hands dirty, getting a little bit of revenge here. Zest was punching him so much, he goes forward, gets that kill, gets another one as he sends AimGod off the side of the map. That is the bloodthirsty Lucio play that we like to see. The bubbles come up here, Fury making sure that he does not get displaced, but will get a punch to the skull at the very end of it as Vindaim finds 3 in the extended fight.
And ultimately, when you look towards the Seoul Dynasty, they had slightly better positioning coming through from main instead of from coast side on the sides, right? So despite Carpe picking up the first frag, Seoul pulled the trigger nice and early, get the counter frag. Vindaim goes extra hard. Zest back on the Genji. He knows what his carry pick is. It is technically better in the composition to play the Reaper, but I think for Zest specifically, he's so good on the Genji that this is definitely the better pick for Fusion.
Not going to be used. Bubble goes out to him as he just pulls away, gets that Mega Pack. AimGod and Fury both going to be anti out, trying to survive. Have to pull back around the corner. Vindaim now dropping the beat as they take the fight over to the side of the Fusion, and they go charging forward with the Tac Visor. Looking for a target. Zest isolated off the side of the map. The boot comes in. Vindaim gets AimGod yet again. Zest will fall. Dynasty completely and utterly in control. 65% now accrued.
And this is a read coming through from Seoul where they're saying, okay, we know Vindaim has multiple final blows here. He should be ahead to fix it. If we sound barrier in a tempo way, Fusion cannot respond with their own sound barrier. We do that plus the visor, that's going to be enough for a fight. Now, Fusion have more ultimates. They can and should win this fight, but Seoul are playing for the long game. If Seoul can drag this one out to 99%, they should be able to overwhelm with ultimates on a future fight.
Just around the corner here is Smurf. Spots Fury, says, yeah, good enough target as any.
Sound barrier
the grab. Fitz will get the kill. Sound barrier comes in, and it's not early enough there. Fixa cannot try to keep them alive. Zest, though, doing his damnedest, manages to find one, but now Fixa is out of the fight. Prophet with the Death Blossom finds that elimination. Zest and Carpe are both gone, and they cannot even touch this point. It's one last poop off the side of the map there for AimGod. as the Dynasty will sweep the last round 100% to 0. Fusion barely able to play on the point at any given moment there. Dynasty just continue to step to them. They get the eliminations. They get the map win, kicking things off 1-0 in the series.
And really impressive as well, considering what happened there on Control Center. Didn't look very clean for Seoul. I noted, again, potentially over-pushing mistakes there. Unable to use the 5v4. You could maybe make the same argument here when Carpe managed to kill Creative, but Fusion still fell over in the 5v4 anyway. But Seoul played the tempo game of that night market so perfectly in terms of understanding where their exact leads were, understanding how to play their specific positional advantage. I mean, Vindane only gets to be able to do that on Lucio with those boop kills when you're coming through main up against a team that's hiding on coast. If you're flipping the positions, Fixer can't do that to Seoul, right? So Seoul, they had the advantage basically the entire way through on that final round. So really good to see the bounce back there. But a close game so far. 1-2 into the scoreline in terms of that first opening map. I think it's competitive.
No, absolutely is. I mean, so much back and forth throughout there. Just that last round, pretty much the only thing that looked a bit different. But there's still moments for the side of the Fusion. They're clearly alive. They're still very clearly focused in on the game. We'll see if they can tie it up 1-1 with Dorado on the horizon. That's going to be coming up in just a few minutes, folks. We'll be right back. And welcome back. I was almost muted there for a second, but I caught it, so it doesn't count, Avril. No mistakes here on my end, but some mistakes on the side of the Fusion's end. And they end up losing that first map. Dynasty taking it, looking quite strong, but both of these teams going to be batting heads this whole series throughout. Excited to see if this ends up getting tied up, though. We've got Dorado coming up next for Escort, and I think we also have some substitutions that'll be popping up at the bottom of your screen here in just a moment.
Yeah, we'll see what those are. I think for Escort, you do see very specific substitutions. It's a hit scan heavy map, but Philadelphia Fusion have a couple of extra plays that they can swing in and out. Very opening map, though. Again, I'll just echo my own thoughts from what we had previously. Very close affair. MN3 now coming in for Carpe. Some fans might think that's a little bit confusing, but MN3 is so damn good on the snipers. Fusion are very much trusting in the rookie player to handle the snipers for this particular map, and the Bellasri are coming in for, I think, the Winston for this particular map as well. But a big talking point of that last map was Zest being the hero on control center, pulling out the Genji, getting multiple frags. You can see that Fusion aren't maybe quite comfortable enough to play a full Soldier Reaper, or rather, instead of maybe saying comfortable, I could probably have said that they just much prefer having Zest on the Genji, and you can see why. The Zest Genji has so much more output than you would normally expect in a comp like that, which usually really requires a Reaper and the Zarya combo to work together to get the full value, but that just didn't really happen again on Night Market, where, the same hero plays didn't come out of Zest. Probably shouldn't be the type of team that needs hero plays anyway, but it saved them on Control Center, could not save them on Night Market.
No, it certainly could not, but we'll see here with this new lineup here after the swaps, if this is going to be good enough for the side of the Fusion to get that tie up here on Dorado. Bellasri, like you said, probably coming in for the Winston. Well, he is playing against one of the new age OGs, I guess I should say, in Smurf, who has proven to be one of the best, if not the best Winstons in the world. So if he's deciding to pilot that, definitely Bellasri has his work cut out for him to try to get the better of the side of the Seoul Dynasty.
Smurf being your only tank here has to be Mr. Flexible. Saw him on, I know a couple of them were just kind of desperation heroes, but like 3 different tanks on Control Center, including the Doom that he rolled up on towards the end to try and touch. But the Winston versus Winston battle is what we're expecting. Yeah, Fitz to go into a sniper here, so Fitz versus MN3. So in terms of rookie power for the Philadelphia Fusion, this is it in kind of full force. Now, your only veteran force on this kind of team lineup is AimGod. Fixer, Bellasri, Zest, and MN3, 4 rookies. It's kind of, in some ways, reminds me of the Shock normal lineups where you have Violet and 4 rookies. Right here, it's AimGod and the 4 rookies. Bellasri has had some pretty good performances so far. He normally comes out like a push kind of map. You could have probably played Fury here too if you want to stick to the Zarya, but it does seem like Fusion, as well as Smurf having to play the Winston here, both value the high ground, low ground without having to rely on the D.Va.
Gates getting ready to unlock. Fitz for now on the Widowmaker, likely to stick through with this for an extended period of time. We've seen plenty of Widow play here on this map. Zest on the Tracer. See if he can get in on top of people. Already a nice little dink sent out there onto Bellasri as he jumps up onto the high ground. Fitz now searching for another target. Spots the Winston again. Couple tags. Just try to get rid of that armor, which they now have managed to do. Bellasri falling low. Has to jump up onto the high ground here and receive some TLC from AimGod, who is more than happy to build up that nano boost a little bit faster.
MN3 also starting out on Ash here. Probably not as, no less grievances than what we see on King's Row. This is a much better map overall for Ash in terms of the control that you can have and the value of the Bob that brings for an escort. So, focusing on payload push so far, it's pretty decent. We're already underneath the archway. You have an opening pick from Smurf as well. 5v4 looking decent.
Yep, making their way into the market now as AimGod going to be taken down. Smurf falling a little bit low, leaps up into the air, manages to stabilize. The heals start coming through. Dynamite point blank, but doesn't really give a damn about that. Shield bash from Vindheim will finish off MN3, and that should be the cap coming through now for point A for the Dynasty. Only takes them about a minute or so to make this happen, so the time bank is going to be absolutely massive.
And technically only one fight as well, and most of that comes down to the fact that they were able to get such unimpeded payload push the entire way. You saw very little kind of, attempt by the Philadelphia Fusion to slow that payload down at all. They couldn't really force any fights. They were the ones first blooded, couldn't swing anything back from the 4v5 scenario. They will start with the high ground, but Fitz will instantly delete him in 3, so the high ground controls already start to lag.
Yeah, and he only just swapped over, and now Fitz about to have That infra sight he does. Prophet in the meantime got himself into the back lines. Gets his pulse bomb stick there onto aim. God finds the elimination. Zest trying to duke it out with him. Has to take the recall out, but does have a pulse of his own to try to open up a defense here on this cart. Big target, like somebody like Vinheim would be massive, but MN3, okay. Now getting in the groove of things, gets a nice headshot there on the Prophet.
Good read as well to sort of maybe know that Prophet was going to go for a flanking play or that somebody was, but the problem still is, look at the payload still pushing nearly under the archway again. I mean, they could be in final fight territory for B in just a few moments here. And interestingly enough as well, MN3 goes Widow here when actually the Ashe is probably better here than Ashe on A, but Widow just might be better on both and he feels better on that.
Trying to get that instant pop. Works on a Prophet. See if he can find much more success like that. MN3 falling low. Belisria was taking a nap for just a moment. Now the ante goes out onto him, so he's got to pop the primal. Smurf in the meantime, deep in enemy territory, going to be taking a nap, and he's going to be left on the ground dead as Fixa will just group up with the rest of the team and get that elimination through. Belisria trying to retake the high ground, falls a bit low. Gets a little zap in onto Fitz. Cheeky zap as the rest of the players are currently contained inside of the bank and may struggle to try to exit. So
that death is going to
actually, but
really cost Seoul now because they actually rally in. So they want to commit. This is going to be a lost fight with the rally.
Yeah, Vinheim trying to keep he and Smurf alive. So he can exit back over, rejoin in with the rest of the team as the respawns do come through. Zest in the meantime on the hunt. He's looking for Fitz. Looks like he does spot him. Really risky to swing that corner, and he's going to be grateful that that was not a headshot. Took him down to 17 HP. The recall now going to be forced. Cart currently sat just in front of point B, but the time is still very healthy for the side of the Dynasty.
You can just see the value that the Widowmakers are bringing here. That was definitely a fight that Seoul wanted to take. Vinheim popped the rally at the same time as MN3 getting the kill, and now probably the first one to open that. Smurf still has a primal, by the way, so they can definitely flex their ult advantage here if they can, at least in that tank department.
Gets that elimination there. The main tank broken down. Belisria going to try to join in. Nana boost out on his S. He gets the pulse bomb available now as you see the harassment coming through into the back line onto the Widowmaker, and Smurf will be able to juggle him around for the kill. Now leaps back in, looking for Aim God, who desperately needs some help. Shield Bash not going to connect. They can't push him away. And Smurf continues the limit test here inside of this last bit of the point here on Dorado. Falls low, waits out the ante, 47 health on him. Leaps back over the cart, drops the bubble, continues to go aggressive because he trusts in his supports, and they've got his back. Aim God just holding the cart for now as much as he possibly can, but Smurf will finally get those final two eliminations. The cart crests over point B, and now it's 3 minutes and 35 seconds remaining to try to finish the map.
That was some of the best critical health management that we've seen so far as well, because you have Smurf dancing in the bubble to perfection, support still keeping him up. He's tied up both the supports, by the way, of the Philadelphia Fusion, so both Fixa and God have nothing to do except to look at Smurf. They can't help the rest of their team, and Smurf is still alive the entire time. Fitz gets another opening frag, and that's just going to be more free push.
Got it. Out of the fight there. Fitz looking for another target, see if somebody's going to come leaping over the top of this barrier. MN3, I mean, they see each other. It gives a cheeky little wave. Not much to be done about it, though. Be quite aggressive if he wants to go up over the left side. Goes for a little pop shot, but only finds Belisria, who's now going to be leaping into the back.
Committing.
Looking to maybe get that Widowmaker or Creative. He's taking it out. Here comes the rush over from everybody. Pop that primal now to try to stay alive, and oh no, it is backfired. Creative instead. He thought he laid the trap, but he fell right into it as it got sprung. Ends up dying as Zest dives in, swapping over to the Genji, getting the elimination. Find a second as Vinheim will also fall. And Philly Fusion playing this out to perfection. It would seem great, collapsing in from the roster.
Well, they certainly were forced into that situation. You know, I think playing the best of the moment is something I would describe as potentially perfect, but they were forced into a poor moment because Belisria hard commits, Creative sleeps with the Bionet, forces the Primal Rage. I mean, Belisria can't afford to die there because, once again, payload positioning is so good for Seoul. They're not focusing objective here. Belisria is going for a backline, so it means that, okay, well, we can sack this fight. We are going to lose this fight because they are going to fight. We're not going to commit anything, but we are going to get maximum payload push now, and we have ult advantage for what could be the final fight. And that's the kind of macro that Seoul are going to get a huge amount of advantage with.
Dorado gets used, but Vinheim still going to be focus fired. Zest as well energized there. Cart, however, in the meantime, is progressing. They have to dive in. There's a jump forward. Cart now just a couple meters away from completion. Still a minute and a half in the clock. Prophet looking for a target. Would love to get Fixa out of the fight here if he possibly could, but Zest looks like maybe a deflect headshot there on the Fitz. Doubles down to get Smurf as well. Big numbers here from the rookie on the Genji. Continues to excel with this pick.
And we need to see Fusion get as many of these as possible to kind of build up their own ult bank again. Seoul have been ahead on ults for a wee while now on C, probably for the majority of C, I would actually say. With 1 minute left to go though, Seoul are kind of still looking for that one and done fight, but the longer this goes for and the less trays that Seoul are able to get, the more that Fusion actually even up on ultimates, and it starts to become unclear now, because if Seoul actually lose this fight, and I assume they will probably commit a lot of ultimates here, they might not cap if they commit and lose.
Certainly is possible. They're diving in, they're looking for aim god, there's the stick, there's the pick. Massive here for Prophet, now they look to get the Widowmaker, but Prophet under fire, has to run away. As Vixen tries to get on top of him. Fitz now going to be taken out of the fight, the bio is massive, and yeah, 3 HP, waits it out, dashes to the side, grabs the health pack. Smurf in the meantime, Primal going to expire. Needs to try to rejoin the fight, and he does, helping to Goomba stomp kill. They're on to Zest. And with the pickoffs coming through, it's all on Aim God. He just respawned. He can't touch the cart. They will manage to finish the map here with 26 seconds remaining. Yeah. So not nearly as bad as it was looking at the beginning, given that there was 3.5 minutes for this last attack. But, you know, the teams can really gum up the works there on that approach to C. It's well done there by the Fusion to buy as much time as they did.
And, you know, Seoul for having done the footwork and the groundwork to already have the payload in a one-and-done position, knowing that it was going to be last fight. Certainly it was going to be the most important fight, because, again, if they don't actually win that fight with the ultimates after committing, they just don't cap. It doesn't matter that there's another fight afterwards in the OT. They're not going to cap it afterwards, because there's just no way you get past the defender's spawn advantage. But Prophet opening up with the pulse bomb there. Creative landing the bio to Zest, basically shoving out the only major comeback tool that the Fusion were going to have in terms of Zeth popping off again, using the Dragon Blade, doing Zest things. But if he's not in the fight, if he's on 3 HP, he's as good as dead. He's looking for a health pack. He's not able to really help at all. In Seoul Dynasty, they'll find everybody else that they need. So looking over towards that sort of C push overall, you know, I think we're on the same page in terms of Fusion being able to shave that timer down by quite a significant amount. But Seoul, again, from a macro perspective, did such a great job of prioritizing payload and understanding, you know, which ultimates they could sacrifice to not use and kind of force ultimates out of Fusion instead.
5, 4, 3.
Well, no defensive Widowmaker here. Fitz just going to be going back over to the Soldier 76. And then 3 out the gate, though, of course, going to be piloting the sniper. See if he can find some early action, early picks to have just as successful of a push. But sends one off there into Vinay's shield, and looks like he may reposition, may swap. Still sitting inside of the spawn room. Looks like the Widowmaker will stick around at least for now.
Yeah, the offensive Widowmaker here should be a better matchup than a defensive version, so both teams have not opted for a defensive Widowmaker on A. You'll probably see that over towards B. Certainly A, Fitz is feeling more consistency on the Soldier, and definitely needs to look for a situation where he can Visor, use it, then swap it later on. Opening fire catches 2 though, and that'll slow Fusion down.
And on 2 there is M3 just trying to get Smurf out of the air like he's a clay pigeon.
Smurf low.
Managed to make it, but yeah, Smurf still limit testing his HP. How long can I stick around in these fights? Falls low, has to back off. Prophet taking a big tag as well. Holds the recall, just gives that healing over as Creative tries to surge and catch up to Aim God for this nano boost charge. Prophet, though, they get on top of Zest, punish the Genji. Opens up the back line a lot more here. Creative and Vindheim can now breathe a little bit easier. As Prophet, a little overzealous there on that wraparound. MN3 really sussed it out, managed to get that elimination. Huge opening now as we enter into the underpass.
They find out where MN3 is. Prophet's like, well, he's playing over towards left side, got that one under lock. Prophet will be back in due time, though. This is going to come down to an ultimate fight very soon. Both Aim God and Creative very close to the nanos. Creative props him for shutting down Zest again. I caught that Baronet that put Zest down in 1. And here's that first nano available. Aim God can just pull the trigger now, honestly. Just a dry one to Zest will even do.
Yep, nano's out. Zest going into the back. Gets the kills as the supports fall down. Smurf now going to be taking a nap. Doesn't have the primal to get in on top of him. They get those eliminations through. And with Fitz as the last one standing, he's got nowhere to go. So the point A cap will come in. It's going to be about 4.5 minutes now in the time bank here for the side of the Fusion. So already off to a nice start. Dragon Blade nearly available, and they have the Infrasight.
And this is where Seoul probably just want to get really aggressive, right? Because Fitz is already on that nano. He's not going to give up the Visor now. He would like to probably go Widowmaker, but this is where you have to nano Visor through, hope that you can overpower the Blade. And then, yeah, Fitz dies, he swaps over to Widow, all as well. At minimum, you're going to start forcing ultimates out of the Fusion. Both Blade and Primal can be used in response to the Nano Visor.
Smurf trying to stop Zest from getting access to that flank high ground. Can't really manage to do it. Has to join in with the rest of the squad as Bellisria just jumping up, saying hello for just a moment. Dive into the back line. Smurf dangerously low, pops the primal, the sleep goes out. Prophet though does manage to capitalize. It's a nice little double play there from the side of the Seoul Dynasty, getting that elimination, taking MN3 out of the fight. Now Smurf, after waking up, finishes off Belos Ria as well. Pops right back up top. And it's a nice little takeaway here for the side of the Dynasty.
Expensive though, 3 ultimates for 1 there. Belos Ria, the only one that actually used an ult on the side of Fusion, so they still retain. Notably the Blade. Okay, the Empress Sight's not as valuable, but it will at least, give you full information on where Prophet is, so that limits Prophet's mobility in this next fight. And they'll be able to get a lot of payload movement off the back of that one, and probably push Prophet really far away as well.
They're looking for him. Got him zoned into that courtyard just off the left side, and now he's getting tagged up. Looks like the recall does get popped. Prophet still just skirmishing, nearly has that pulse bomb. He's doing a hell of a lot of damage, but will fall moments before he can get the ult online. Now the contention comes in for the high ground. Belos Ria and Zest both poking and prodding up top. Creative going down. MN3 with a great headshot gets rid of the enemy Ana. And that really opens up this point B approach now for the side of the Fusion. See how far they can take it. For now, the cart going to be contested in the underpass, but it starts moving yet again.
I mean, this is going to have to come down to the final fight on B because he's still waiting for Creative. Good stick from Prophet though.
Massive little dive in from him. Blade now going to be pulled, but Zest is instantly taken low. Grabs the mini pack. The blade has to be sheathed. Doesn't find too much value there with Aim God just now respawning and Fixa getting picked. These are great staggers for the side of the Seoul Dynasty after they already won the fight.
And that's double support ultimates popped and overlaid for the side of Fusion as well. I mean, there's no real issue with overlaying ultimates, but Zest being forced out instantly, and this is what Seoul are doing so well in this series so far, minus the control center map, is they've managed to put a lot of pressure onto Zest so that he doesn't have as many opportunities to actually pop off. He's constantly low. The entire team of Seoul Dynasty are constantly looking at him. They know he's the carry player on this team. They know that he's the biggest threat. So if you shut Zest down, you shut down most of the threat coming out from the Philadelphia Fusion. And now they're out of ultimates, minus the primal that's coming up. But what? Smurf's got one as well. So it doesn't really matter for Belos Ria just yet. Time is still okay. Payload positioning is decent, but Seoul Dynasty are currently in control.
Yeah, they're going to have that nano visor up here in just a bit as Fitz just 15% away. Zapping away is Smurf looking for a target. Fitz, though, as I mentioned, him is going to end up falling. They will make that a 1-for-1, but now everybody grouped up. He gets him into the corner. He's trying to juggle him around, but the sleep dart is crucial. Absolutely massive there from the side of Aim God, but now Creative gets up front with the rest of the squad. Anti-Nate goes out, manages to catch on to 3. Aim God ending up falling, but Fixa comes up with 2 kills, takes down Prophet as well as Vindame.
Wow.
To Smurf, though, holding the door, just keeping them locked in. The primal now pop, but Belos Ria going to be taking a nap. Creative in his dying breath managed to find that sleep dart. Card being inched forward yet again with just a minute remaining. The Dynasty still have so many tools to try to shut this down. The pulse bomb about to come up, and if Prophet can get another stick, it's going to be massive.
I mean, they still have the visor playthrough as well. Smurf has been playing out of his mind, by the way. I mean, we talk about him limit testing, but really, he's at the absolute limit. He's redlining this vehicle, but Fusion can't do anything about it. Prophet again gets a stick on an aim card. He's landed so many of those today.
I don't think he's missed one yet. 3 HP, man, doesn't have the recall, does not care. Right around the corner is Vindame with the health packs. They go ahead, top him back up. Zest trying to contest that flank. Looks like he moves his way into the church there for a moment as Prophet chunks him out. They have a little bit of a skirmish, and 30 seconds now remain on the clock for the side of the Fusion. Yeah, 4 ults ready to go. We'll have that Nano Blade. They will have the rally rolling. They try to keep everybody else alive, but they have to get this capped. Then they have to finish the map.
The other ultimates barely matter here because Infrasight's okay. The double support ultimates are good, but really it's the Nano plus the Visor that they require to win. If that doesn't work for them, if Zest is shut down again, if he eats a single Bionade, that could be the push over. Zest has got to go large.
Well, they are on the cart. They start inching it forward. Prophet just eating that Venom Mine. Pops the recall, continuing to harass. There's the Dragon Blade.
Yep,
out, finds 1, finds 2. The supports are out of the fight, and that should be good enough. He's still going to be looking for more. Prophet skirmishing with MN3, but Zest comes in from behind with the Shurikens. Gets the right-click elimination for 3 kills for him in the fight. Smurf now, as the bubble will expire, ends up falling. They get a second lease on life here due to the Fusion. A minute and a half added to the time bank. The rally, the only ult left standing for them. Can they finish the map, and can they do it with time left on the clock? That is the question.
You see how quickly Zest just goes for Creative as well, because he knows that Creative is the biggest force that actually shuts him down. Belos Ria also shuts down the Visor as well, so Fusion, they spread in terms of knowing where their priority targets were. Fitz can't do anything with Visor because Belos Ria's in his face with a bubble. Zest is free to play the entire map once Creative is down, and then when, Zest is called to duty, he answers that call perfectly. Smurf now slept. We'll see what kind of distance we can get.
Okay, well, Prophet is mortal. He can miss sticks. It would seem a little bit of a panic one there from him as M3 swapped over to the cast, and he goes rolling forward with the Bionade. Connects at his feet. He and him got instantly taken out of the fight, and this needs to be a reset right here, right now for the side of the Fusion. They've only got 40 seconds to spare.
Yeah, ultimate's being burnt there, you know, both the Rally and the Primal to make sure that they have control. Control is so important here because you cannot allow Fusion to actually snowball, so overspending ultimates is definitely worth it for the Seoul Dynasty to make sure that they have defensive pressure. Now, Prophet, even on the back line, is going to have to give up that positioning, but a Nano coming on through. This one, I think, should probably go into Smurf. He's been playing so well off the back of these Nanos that Smurf on this Nano can probably win the map right here.
Prophet's
Unless
dead.
Prophet
Through
dies.
the big opener. Yeah. Double anti out onto the supports that will expire. Nano boost used by Creative on him just to make sure that he can stay alive in the fight. Yeah, they just want to keep him alive, and they do so. They chew up the rest of the members here of the Fusion. The push back there onto Zest. They get the finisher, and it's just Belosria. He's got the Primal. He's going to try to buy some time here as much as he possibly can. Fixa swapping over to the Lucio now. Belosria just focus fired. Nobody around. Fixa will tag in onto the cart here at the very last second to try to extend this, but as they work their way through to this final stretch of the map, the cart will be left barren. Fusion cannot keep it going. They cannot finish the map, and they cannot tie up the series. It is now a 2-0 lead for the Seoul Dynasty.
And I think, you know, so far, especially on this map, but even on the previous map, Smurf has been the leading charge man for the Seoul Dynasty. I think he's the best player in the lobby so far in terms of the impact that he's brought to the table. Obviously, when we look at plays like this and, you know, Zesp going off on the Nano blade, it only really happened the one time, though. He definitely had a bit more of a struggled game because of the amount of targeting coming through from the Seoul Dynasty to get Zest down specifically. Prophet landing a ton of sticks onto Encore as well definitely helps. But, yeah, I mean, the fact that Smurf is kind of unkillable, he is in a situation where he plays critical HP so effectively, and Seoul Dynasty are finding it difficult to get around him. I mean, that's been a huge factor on this, as well as just the fact that I think for Seoul's macro gameplay, understanding where to prioritize positioning and how to play those ultimates and play that economy so that they're ahead in the economy has been just that much better than Fusion so far.
Yeah, well, need to dig deep now, do the Fusion in a position to try to reverse sweep if they want to get that third win. You know how competitive these guys have been in the past, and even in these first two maps, they certainly have their moments, but fortunately, it has not resulted in any map victories so far. We'll see if they can make it happen. We'll see if they can extend this series as we get ready to go into Midtown next for our hybrid map, or if the Seoul Dynasty will continue to just absolutely dominate and get a 3-0 sweep. We're going to continue in just a few minutes, so do not go anywhere.
Sniper, be careful.
Alrighty, welcome back, guys. We're going into what could be the last map of this series already. The Dynasty, the strong push at the start of Dorado, deny that final cap from coming through for the Fusion, so we do not get extra innings. We just see them move up 2-0. Now they're looking for the clean sweep. We'll see if they can get it as we turn our sights over to Midtown.
And potential for more substitutions for the side of, and here it comes in now, Carpe for MN3 for the side of Fusion. Fury potentially here as well because we're onto more of a flat kind of map. I think the Zarya gameplay could be a little bit more stable for the side of the Fusion. Going into that kind of Winston mirror, you did see the veterancy of Smurf just come through and kind of diff Bellisria. Bellisria is a rookie, Smurf's a two-time champion, one of the best Winston players we've had historically, so probably not a huge surprise there, but Seoul definitely had Fusion under their thumb that entire Dorado. That's got to change now heading into Midtown.
All right, well, a necessary reverse sweep here for the side of the Fusion if they want to keep the perfect record alive. Otherwise, the Dynasty going to be looking to overtake and move up into that first place spot here in the APAC region. Quite firmly with a 3-1 record to kick things off. We'll go into Midtown, which I believe this is the first time you and I have gotten to commentate this map.
Yeah, we didn't get this one last week. I think it maybe wasn't the pool or something, just wasn't the scheduled map. But heading in here, I think there's the opportunity for maybe Zest to play some more of the Genji. It's the interesting sacrifice in this trifecta of 3 DPSs, right? You have Reaper, Genji, Soldier, and one of them you cannot play. And in a meta where Zarya is so prevalent, Fury wants to play the Zarya. That's the reason he's been subbed in here. But between Carpe and Zest, they will have to give up one of those 3 power picks that does go well with the Zarya. And honestly, giving up any of those doesn't feel great, but what you do probably want to see is Zest continuing to play the Genji. Let me bring up a couple of stats for you. Zest, number 1 in final blows per 10 minutes, across the board out of 24 total players. Number 2 in eliminations of hero damage per 10 minutes out of a total of 24 players. So this is like all Genji players, basically. So this guy is heavily performing at the highest of the high levels as far as that hero goes. Probably won't expect the Sojourn here, don't get baited by that one, but yeah, Zest is, he knows where his bread is buttered here, so he's going to come out straight away on that Genji, and they will sacrifice the Reaper. It's a 4-man Baronet, but that just means 11% ult charge for Creative.
That it does. Really nice way to start that off, as he's just going to be hugging back here. More in towards point B. Not going to be holding platform outside of the train there. Everybody just staying over towards the
no more Soldier.
fire station.
Whatever. So there it is. In some ways, I think this is a decent pairing for Zarya because two good bubble targets here. You definitely want a Reaper with your Zarya if you can help it, so they'll give away the Soldier instead. Fitz will have long-range domination here with not a lot to challenge him.
For now, slow and steady, waiting for their opportunity. That's going to be the TP up here into the window. As Carpe looks to displace Fitz. It's a decent little bit of damage into him, and he's just going to wraith walk out of there. Play this safe. Make sure that he's staying decently connected here to the rest of his squad.
Look at Angel's ult.
Falling a little bit for just a moment. Yeah, he's actually almost has it online. 10% left to go for the Nano as Carpe's trying to kill off Mayhem. Can't quite make it happen yet, but as he comes out of the wraith walk, will get Fitz for his troubles. It's out of the fight. Fix it does get traded back as they start ticking up here on the point, but it's not that heavy of a commit yet from the side of the Fusion.
It's not a tick yet either.
Make sure that keep tabs.
Yeah, Soul's back here, so you need to see this Nano Boost come out from Aim God very quickly now. That's the one big advantage they have. Creative is still missing quite a lot of it, and it comes out on Zest, but they lose a player.
For a second I thought Fitz is just missing every shot to Carpe, but or rather onto Zest, but he was actually aiming for Carpe behind him. Then in, but the sleep, the anti, everybody assassinates Zest. A tick and a half here built up for the side of the Fusion, but it seems like they're going to have to reset and go again. The cleanup comes through. Dynasty play this slow and patiently. They get everybody grouped up. They find their picks, and they strike all at once.
And I think the silent carry of this team in many ways is Creative, and you know some of the stuff he does isn't entirely flashy, but when he gets those sleeps, his ability to land these critical sleeps time and time again is unbelievable. I mean, you go back to previous series that he's had, you look at that the Hangzhou series as well, the Angeles Valiant series, his ability to land these sleeps is unbelievable. So here he shuts down Zest, he's been the key member shutting down Zest, and Prophet has been the key member shutting down Aim God, and it's a double on both supports.
Oh, I mean, he just makes it look so easy. Man just dashes in. I mean, granted, yeah, their attention was driven over towards the point. He comes in off the flank, but the fact that he gets both as well, absolutely massive stuff here. There's Carpe now
Oh, this could be a
Stuck
stagger.
in a hallway. He's going to try to get out. Tries to go for the TP and can't quite make it happen. So that's just a further stagger here for the side of the Fusion, who are starting to really become in danger of being full health.
And that's not because Carthay overcommitted. He was there because, you know, he was getting in position to commit, but both the supports died, so he's in no man's land there. So he has to try and escape, but he dies anyway. It just goes from bad to worse for the Fusion. They have ultimates coming online, but how many more ultimates does Seoul have, including the sound barrier now, to counter the blade? So there needs to be something big here. Zest or somebody on this team of Fusion needs to kind of get a free frag with no ultimates used.
I mean, he's just going to get mowed down. Attack visor here from Vince. He is just completely unhindered up on the high ground. Manages to clean up, what, 3 kills there with the visor itself. Doesn't need too much else to go with it. There's nothing that the Fusion can do. They have this blade. They don't have the nano quite yet to go with it.
You know what?
There's a sound barrier here for Vindheim.
Yeah, he does have that, and that's going to be really critical, but at the same time as well, because Seoul are playing dive here, they probably want to pull the trigger early. They can force a fight very early away from the point, and that's not what Fusion want. They want to try and drag this one into point so they can use a grab, otherwise the grab is probably just going to be a solo on the Smurf, and he's got a primal, so there's no shot that he will die in a grab.
Now running out of time. 10 seconds remaining.
That's
Picks up.
just dead.
Dead. Prophet gets into the back line. And there's the stick. He gets Zest as well. The blade is not going to get pulled. The nano has to be used in desperation just to try to keep Carpe alive. They're on the point. They're keeping it contested, so the overtime will come in. Fury finds Prophet. Alleviates a little bit of pressure there as Smurf low. Manages to survive. Manages to get the kill onto Aim God as well. They have to play the point, but the boop comes in from Vindheim. They push him off, and it's only 46.3% accrued.
And it's creative Vindheim, by the way, 2v1 versus Carthay Death Blossom, and they beat the Carthay Death Blossom as 2 supports. That usually doesn't happen unless you land, I guess, all of your Ana utility, which I'm assuming Creative did, off screen, because he has been, the guy just hits sleep darts like no one's problem. Like, this guy has been so good in terms of landing those, you know, all the Ana utility. To be honest with you, Smurf, like I said, was going to cut off the rest of the team, forced to grab away from the point. He gets solo grabbed, but he's got a primal, so the solo grab does absolutely nothing. I mean, you're in a situation where once Aim God is dead, that's it. You got no more supports. Done. No more supports. The fact that Prophet is the player to come in, deletes Fixer, then gets a stick on the Zest, it's unreal. And there was only one play that I think may have saved Zest, and that is if Aim God does a extremely quick reaction nano onto Zest, where the 50% damage reduction saves him from the pulse bomb. That would have been it. But if that doesn't come through, and it didn't come through, but if that doesn't come through, game's over.
Well, it very well could be in just a few moments here. You can tell the Dynasty very fired up. Something tells me that these guys have been looking forward to this matchup, to playing through this rivalry, and to stomping the Fusion. Because right now, that's what's happening, at least here on Midtown. A bit closer on the last 2 maps, but not much to speak of here on Midtown. Leap up onto the high ground there. Fitz trying to see if anyone's playing forward. He'll just swap off the Widowmaker, go right back over to the Soldier.
And this is going to come down, in my opinion, to a nano fight. You know, Aim God won that quite handily last time, but they couldn't actually use that for anything. The sleep dart, again, talking about creative, that puts a lot of pressure onto the healers and onto Fury as well. They instantly lose position from that, and Smurf goes in.
Dive in deep, Zest down to a sliver of HP, narrowly manages to stay alive. Aim God again, surging, trying to get this nano boost up. He's already at 35%.
Health pack steal.
There's a hell of a lot of healing to do. His Prophet just dipping around the back, grabs this little mini pack. Ping, so that there's an Ana right around the corner, and Aim God going to end up going down, trying to keep himself alive, but he's already antied out. Prophet rejoins the fight, just gets Carpe from behind. Zest is gone, this fight is over, it would seem. Fury down low, ends up dying. That'll be the cleanup, that'll be the closeout. Not even close here on this map. The Seoul Dynasty, they showed up ready to absolutely feast, and they have. 3-0 for them after full holding the Fusion. They take it off the back of one fight.
Yeah, I mean, Seoul Dynasty, they're in their playoffs level performance already. We talked about the fact that, hey, we have Players Profit. How about regular season Profit? That might as well just be as good at the moment. Seoul, they bounced back from a really shaky start in their season, right? An opening loss, a very close series versus Valiant. And to be fair, Valiant's a decent team now. But this is where they put their foot down. This is where they make their mark, and they say, look, we're not a mediocre team in this region. Fusion, they've had a great start. but now we're going to test them, and test them they did. Fusion might have 3-0'd the Shanghai Dragons, but Seoul Dynasty will do the exact same now to the Fusion instead, and everybody had insane moments. I know Vindane probably started off a little slow in that opening map, but then he had the massive boop kills and a bunch of environmentals on Lijiang Tower, creative across the entire board. Fitz was solid, Prophet obviously was insane today, but the player that I think made an unreal difference no matter which opponent that he had was Smurf. Doesn't matter whether he's up against Balasria, doesn't matter whether he's up against Fury. He was the guy. He's the player of the match. He was. This is two-time champion Smurf level performance coming through today.
Oh, absolutely was. I mean, he will go ahead and be our player of the match, of course, because while everybody did have their individual moments, as you were saying, everybody really sharing in the pop-offs, really sharing in this 3-0. It was Smurf out the gate. I mean, plays the Zarya, plays the Winston, the Reinhardt. It all looks utterly incredible for him. And he just absolutely wreaked havoc on the side of the Philadelphia Fusion. If he was diving into the back line, pretty much every single time, the guy was getting away with a kill, or he's forcing ultimates.
And he doesn't die.
Beautiful play from him, especially Dorado. That was just a clinic that he was putting on.
He was invincible. On Dorado, he refused to die. We joked about limit testing, but I mean, did it really ever get tested? Because Fusion could never properly punish him. So Smurf he understands the limits too. He knows how to dance his bubbles. He knows how to work around his healer LOS and play low HP Winston. He played that too, as about as flawlessly as I've ever seen anybody play it. So Smurf really had an incredible day of performances, and off the back of, I think, an opening season where there was some criticism towards, like, well, what is Smurf's role here? What is he trying to play? He's a solo tank of the Seoul Dynasty, but he's playing like every single tank across the board. But we know that Winston is probably his best, and here he shows that, yeah, Winston is my best hero, and this is why.
Yeah, I'm curious if this was, maybe nerves a little bit, given that this is such a rivalry, especially one that you and I have kind of built up between these two squads. Maybe this is a little bit of nerves from the rookie players kind of coming out here on the side of the Fusion, because it didn't seem like that consistency, that cohesion that we have been seeing from them in their first few series was there. It was definitely a lot more disjointed. Zest, sure, he had his moments. The Genji performance, especially on Control Center, was utterly incredible from him. But widely, it didn't feel like the Fusion were playing as a cohesive unit. So maybe it's the nerves. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just an off day, because that can absolutely happen. But it is the Dynasty holding their heads high. A 3-0 to kick off the evening. A very fast one at that. We're just an hour into the broadcast. But damn, what a way to start things off. That's the first Spaghetti Bowl of the year out of the way. And Dynasty going to be feeling very good about that one.
Oh,
we're not done yet, though, guys. We're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about this series, and then we'll get geared up for Hangzhou versus Chengdu, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Alrighty, welcome back, guys. Time for Avril and I to go ahead and break down a bit of the action in that first series that we just witnessed, Dynasty getting to 3-0 over the Philly Fusion. And I have a question for you, Avril. I'm going to pose this very seriously. Is this loss? Because I think the Fusion fans will be looking for a bit of a scapegoat. There's been a lot of hype around them and their rookies. They kind of dropped the ball here. I think that they need somebody to blame. Can we adequately blame this loss on Super, on Matthew Super DeLisi? Because if the Shock knew that he wasn't going to be playing for them in this season, would they have released Smurf? Would the Dynasty have this monstrous main tank player that just got player of the match? Is this all Super's fault?
Man. You know what? I think Smurf, for a lot of Korean players, playing it, to answer this really seriously, I think for a lot of Korean players, playing on Seoul is kind of like, I don't know that that's the goal, but certainly we've heard multiple times from so many different Korean players that is like, I don't know, it's kind of an honor to play on Seoul. It is the Korean team, obviously, and also you get to be in Korea as well, which also helps. I think Smurf really enjoys that. But yeah, sure. Maybe Shock could have kept Smurf, and then this tragedy would have been prevented today. But then maybe Seoul could have had another decent main tank coming on through. Maybe they could have snagged Furious. I don't know. It's we're in the multiverse now of different things that could have happened, and different things that could have happened would have been Fusion remaining undefeated here, 3-0. But now every single team in the APAC division and Eastern Division here has lost a game. They've all won games. They've all lost games. Power rankings are going to be in flux here. Seoul Dynasty came out in such a huge way, and one thing, by the way, I just noticed during our little break here, Bad Pachamo's already released his Fusion video, Fusion sad video, so he's had that one lined up just within minutes of Fusion losing. Boom, that was just straight out on there. But yeah, again, can't sing enough praises for how well Seoul generally played this entire map. They knew what the win condition was coming out of Fusion. It was going to be Zest, and I mean, you've seen Zest pop off up against all the other opponents. Here, Seoul made it a point to shut down Zest, and that they did.
Yeah, really good target focusing there, and just great play overall from the side of the entire Seoul Dynasty. Fusion, I think, at the end of it, just shake this loss off. It's okay. You know, get that one out of the way. Nobody's undefeated now, and just focus back up for your upcoming matches. I don't know who their next opponent is off the top of my head, but I do know that we have another match coming up here in just a few minutes. It's going to be the Chengdu Hunters going up against the Hangzhou Spark. Both teams have dropped maps and have shown some weaknesses. We'll see who is going to be able to get the better of the other Chinese organization when we come back from the break, so don't go anywhere. And also, Super, I still love you. And welcome back, guys. We're about to go into our second series of the evening. We're the Hangzhou Spark getting ready to go up against the Chengdu Hunters. And frankly, Avril, I don't really know what to expect from this. Chengdu started things off. They looked really, really clean. Then they played their second series. Looked like a completely different team. Hangzhou Spark, for the most part, I think have been looking decently steady, but also do have that loss under their belt. So diving into this one, I don't know really what to anticipate. Feels like, though, we should probably get a bit of a longer one, but I don't know. What are your thoughts here?
Well, I think the Hangzhou Spark lost to a resurgent Shanghai. I mean, waking up the dragon, as it were. Fusion woke up the dragon, they poked the dragon, and Hangzhou were the ones that got burned. Then you look at the side of Chengdu as well. They played against Seoul, who looked amazing, and here they looked amazing. This is Seoul's second, this is their back-to-back 3-0, by the way. The 3-0 Chengdu, then the 3-0 the Fusion. So, in a way, you could chalk up the Chengdu loss just being Seoul having this incredible power at the moment, playing up to the potential that we felt like they should have. And now, in this sort of series, I think Hangzhou overall in the opening season has played stronger, but Chengdu have they still have good pieces on the roster. They've kept everybody, as far as the starting five that we're looking at here, all five played in last year's Chengdu Hunters, which overall ended up being probably, I would say, one of the top teams, maybe even like a top 3, top 2 team at various points. They have the 2021 MVP here, but we're also in a sort of situation where I think Hunters are still not quite clear who they want to lead the charge in terms of their tank position. Is it Gaga? Is it Daisy? Last time they ran mainly Daisy. It didn't work out for them. Kind of got gapped. Gaga is here, but off-tank's not really within his hero pool. That's the reason why Hunters even picked up Daisy and didn't keep a Pritter. And speaking of which, that leaves 2 DPSs on the squad, and we still have to kind of figure out Jinmu's hero pool a little bit, because I don't think it allows Leave to flex on his signature tracer like he did last year.
Yeah, there's been some really, flip-flopping when it comes down to the picks here from both Jinmu and Leave. Oftentimes, especially in that last series that they played versus the Dynasty, just really struggling to try to figure out, what they need to be piloting in a given moment to try to find success. You see a lot of swaps back and forth, a lot of hesitation coming out on the Ashe, then going to the Soldier 76, dying repeatedly and whatnot. We'll see if they can stabilize a little bit more here against the side of the Hangzhou Spark, but this is still another DPS lineup, much like Prophet and Fitz, that they need to respect, because Shy, we've seen what he can do, across last season into the start of this one. Man, still an incredible hit scan player, and Alfie has kind of taken everybody by surprise, as we have continued to say, with his own Genji performances amongst other picks. He's just absolutely incredible.
Well, he's the other rookie right next to Zest, right? They're kind of heads and tails of the same coin here, where this is the Genji coin, and both players are incredible. Maybe it's one of those loaded coins, a cheated coin. Both sides are actually heads, the kind that Two-Face has. But we're in a sort of situation here where, okay, Lee versus Shy, because Lee is now the hit scan player of the team, and that's maybe, not that he's not a good enough hit scan, but you can't flex his DPS hero pool, this overwhelming hero pool that he has in this type of meta, where it's actually better to one-trick certain heroes like Reaper or Genji or Soldier, right? Or in some cases, Ashe is going to try and one-trick the, Shy is going to try and one-trick the Ashe here. Sure, Leave could probably fight up against Shy, that'll be fine, but I don't know if Jinmu's going to be good enough up against Alpha Yi, who's been one of, if not, maybe even the best Genji so far. We saw Zest struggle today, but Alpha Yi, I don't know that he's going to get shut down the same way.
You've seen as well, Alfie, definitely the best Pharah I think that we have in the league right now. Not many people playing her, but when he decides to bring that out, I know. But Alfie, what he's been able to do for the most part with that Pharah has just been utterly disgusting, at least on the first outing. But a little bit rougher around the edges the last time out. But here we go, kicking things off on Oasis. We'll be heading into City Center. See who can start off with a nice little round win.
And I do think for Oasis, probably the main tank hero pool serves this map a little bit better, because you can also bring up the Rhine on University. That's something I might look to Gaga to see if he has it in his hero pool, but opening play is going to be the Bernard Doom, which is not really a popular pick anymore. And I did say we're not really going to see a lot of lead Tracer. He is going to start on the Tracer, and the Tracer plays super well into the Doom.
Already Bio out onto 3. The dive comes in. Alpha Yi gets on top of Jinmu, finds Monk as well. Leap will hound him down. Make that a 2 for 2 in the end. But out of support right now are the side of the Chengdu Hunters. But as I said, Irony also going to fall. Looking for the punch off the side of the map there, but can't quite get it. The leap is available for Gaga. Punches him into the corner now. Bernard in a bit of a rough spot. Gets the seismic slam down. He's getting that extra shielding through, but just can't quite finish off Nisha. Ends up dying to the Helix Rockets. Point unlocked. Yep. Heavy contest here from the side of the Chengdu Hunters. The Spark have to pull back, wait for their tank to come back in. It will be the first lockdown here for the Hunters.
And this is a pretty good matchup in general. I'm not just talking about the Leave, Tracer versus Bernard Doom anymore, but okay, Jinmu Soldier, what does that look like? That was a concern for me before as well, because this is not a hero that's typically in his hero pool, but he's playing up against Shy Reaper, and Shy Reaper might have limited output considering, you know, he doesn't have the bubbles to play through. So this is great for Chengdu because it can be Leave versus Alpha Yi as well, and Leave is so proven on that Tracer.
This is available, and as I say that, Irony disappears. Leaf got himself into the back lines, found the enemy Ana. Shy is well taken down. Bernard antied. Doesn't have that Meteor Strike to try to get out. Rich going to be cleaned up, and yet again, it's going to have to be a reset here as Chengdu quite handedly win the fight.
And Leave is currently, in terms of damage, gapping Alpha Yi significant. Almost double Alpha Yi's damage output. I mean, Leave is undeniable as one of the best Tracer players, if not the best out there. This is a very different look for Hangzhou that could just be an experiment here. Okay, you know, well, Prophet did play out of his mind today, but Leave was like, hang on, I'm the MVP of last season, not Prophet, so let's just see what happens. But we'll have to see how these nanos get played now, because we're finally getting to the position where ultimates will be a factor. That's not just the boss one.
Yeah. Alpha Yi gets the stick. That's Monk taken out of the fight. No nano now to be used, so Spark occupying the point. Flip this over into their favor. Leave staying elusive. Primal being popped here. Gaga going to be slept. Irony putting him on the floor as the attack visor looks for a target, but everyone scatters, pulls away from the point, denies vision over to Jinmu. TP forward here. Shy looking for a little bit of chip damage, but now is getting junked out. Has to get forced into the ring. Walking Alpha Yi will assert some dominance by bopping Leave on the nose.
Gaga receives a nano, but they've lost a player, right? There's still more ultimates on the way for Hangzhou Spark. They're not using anything. They're just kind of dying here. I mean, Irony doesn't pop the nano to anybody, and Gaga with just that one nano onto him, with players down, Chengdu kind of hold that one. And they haven't won the fight yet.
Trying to make this work. Flip is starting to come in, though. It seems like they should be able to retake this. Alpha Yi, he cannot solo contest the point, so the flip is just going to come through. And yeah, like you said, like they don't have to use anything really additionally. Gaga was already in deep, and they just managed to clean up the supports. The fight goes the way of the Chengdu Hunters, despite all of Hangzhou's best efforts. Now they're in danger of losing this round.
Coming back on towards Zarya now, it's just going to be a base Zarya, neutral play only, double bubbles, but nothing in terms of ultimates. 99% still waiting for support ultimates. Nisha pulls the trigger. Super Rich needs to respond.
He hasn't done it yet. He's waiting for his moment. Now he's going to drop the beat. Everybody getting the shielding here, aside from Alpha Yi. Still playing out on a flank, looking for a target. The Nano Boost going to be used. Goes out on the Shy, who nearly has this Death Blossom online. Leave falling low. 11 HP there. Pulse Bomb goes down, but the bubble eats the stick. Nicely timed there by Bernard. Keeps Irony alive yet again. Wrap around the corner though, Leave trying to break down this enemy Zarya, and he finally will have it. They only lose Jinmu on the side of the Chengdu Hunters, but Shy, he finally pulls the trigger and he manages to find 3, completely catching them off guard, and that should be good enough to get this flip. Monk will be cleaned up, and the fight continues, the round continues rather, as they get a team kill, and they get control of the point, but they're still only at 30%.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was, I think, Leave turning it around, or at least keeping Chengdu competitive with killing the Burner. Jinmu for Burner, I think that's a better trade for Chengdu, all things considered. Having Gaga up with Primal still really powerful. But then the Pink Reaper comes on through, the edgiest Pink Reaper you've ever seen, and Shy just gets that 3k lead, has no idea it's coming. Now, Hangzhou back in the game once again. They don't have a lot to play through. It's still an uphill battle from here just because of Chengdu's ult advantage.
Gaga falling a bit low there, the Nano Visor. About to be online, they throw it out. Jinmu now popping it. Turns the sights over, looks for some targets. Leave going to be taken down, but they manage to find Irony and Bernard in exchange. He looks Rockets, takes Shy down to a sliver of HP. He's trying to exit, trying to grab a health pack. Manages to get the mini, but even the lifesteal there from the Reaper going to be nowhere near good enough to keep him in the fight. Bernard swapping back to the Doomfist yet again because he needs to get the rollout over to the point quickly. He's nearly there. Alpha Yi will be the one to touch.
Leave his Pulse Bomb again.
Rotates off. Pulse Bomb, yeah, is available from Leave. Alpha Yi, 10% outpaced in that regard. Pulse Bomb not going to find the stick. This is a big moment now for Alpha Yi to try to gain control of the fight yet again. If he can just get the stick through, if he can take out somebody like Monk or Nisha, it's absolutely valuable. Irony now going to go down. Bernard going to be taking a nap. Gaga finding that initial kill. Falls low, jumps up here onto the high ground, still getting harassed as Alpha Yi skirts around the bottom of the point. The stick goes in, Jinmu taken down. Gaga now eliminated. Super Rich still pulls the trigger on the sound barrier. I don't know if he needs to do this as Monk is just out in traffic. Ends up going for the reset as it's 84% here for the side of the Spark.
And well, Spark were maybe thinking they had more percentage than they did there with that sound barrier, but kind of getting desperate in terms of making sure they win that one with no losses whatsoever. No one goes down. They have to have full fire available. They want to go in early here. I mean, they have a Doomfist. They have to kind of stop Chengdu from getting any sort of good positioning on that point. Jinmu even coming out on a Sombra. I mean, it's a minor counter towards a Doom, but probably a little bit too late.
Hacks the pack here, open by the jump pad. Shy falling low, goes into Wraith. He's waiting for some healing to fly his way. Jinmu around the back again, just looking to harass as we go into double overtime. The Sleep was there on the leave. They get on top of him. The kill comes through from the side of the Spark. Sound barrier dropped by Nisha, trying to keep everybody alive. Shy rotating to the side of the Death Blossom is available. He's still so very low, but he still pulls the trigger, and he gets both of the supports for it. As soon as the ult expires, it's a last shot onto Gaga, straight to the face, and the Hangzhou Spark will manage to get the round win on City Center.
And the fight before this one was very pivotal as well, because that was when Chengdu had slightly better ult advantage compared to Hangzhou Spark. Lee doesn't connect his Pulse Bomb, Alpha Yi does, but more importantly than that, Irony and Super Rich were only 10-ish%, if not even less than that, away from ultimate. So Hangzhou just needed to buy a bit more time, make sure their players are alive, keep it competitive with the Chengdu Hunters. They don't even need to be really winning yet. As long as they're not losing, they win in the long game simply because they're the double support ultimates, and Chengdu did not. And that's even including Monk sleeping Burner after receiving the nano, but he still gets to use that at the end of the day. Super still cleans up with the sound barrier, and Shy, 2 Death Blossoms, massive value, multi-frags both times.
Fairly classic pick here as LB moves over to the Pharah on University. We're talking about it, picking it up, looking like the best Pharah in the league so far. See how Jinmu fares against this. Get some nice deflects and try to break him out of the sky, but no, doesn't need to. Leaf will just go ahead and do the job for him. Helix Rockets not going to connect to Super Rich, so the Res will stump in, come in, but now Shy is taken out. Alpha Yi dangerously low. Waiting for some of that pocket healing to come through. Leaf trying to escape around the back. Throws down the healing here. Is Irony going to be sent off the side of the map by Gaga's punch, and he is still somehow not being taken down. Shy will finally finish him. Leave, I mean, good lord, man, just lived forever there.
I mean, who's baiting for who here? Who's actually the tank? Because Leave is the one going deep. He's nearly in the enemy spawn, but Gaga, off the back of everyone looking at Leave, gets 2 frags in the middle of that fight, and Leave still kills Burner, despite being so far behind in enemy lines.
Gaga trying to get enough verticality there to get a punch across. Can't do it. The barrage opens up, and Gaga will fall. Even with that damage reduction coming in, it's just not going to be enough. Can't guard all that, all those rockets. The cleanup comes through, and it's a bit of a faster flip here now for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. 31% on the board for Chengdu Hunters as they gain control.
And there's not a lot of great things they can do up against that barrage, right? You know, it comes down to either Jinmu deflecting it if he can get an Alpha in space, which is hard to do, or Monk has to hit that sleep dart. Not a big fan of the Doomfist pick on this one, because I think a Winston would give them a lot more clear direction in terms of playing an actual dive. Jinmu Tracer, not famous for the Tracer. Get Shy though.
Okay. Shy dead, wrap around the corner, then find Irony as well. For a bit more as Benar is stranded out in the middle of the point, and just as they gain control, or just as they tie up the scoreline, I should say, they end up losing the point. Chengdu just taking it very cleanly there off the back of that nano visor. Couple kills in return though, as Leave and Gaga do go down. Looking for a bit more, Shy gets Jinmu, and they might just be able to fast flip this back into their control.
And it could be more sags as well. Nisha does get out alive, so no further deaths, I think. Yeah, Alpha Yi's not going to make that connection. A couple of players just being caught out there. You know, I don't know if they were too far forward, but certainly forward enough that Shy finds a frag to open things up with. You know, Jinmu at the end of the day is not going to last long by himself with both Leave and Gaga down. And so, 2 quick flip backs. Leave with the opening frag, just does it. Back to back, what's this?
I think Gaga got a punch on the 2, and they managed to scoop up the kill. Super Rich out of the fight. Irony will find 1. Gaga sleeping there on the floor, but won't last too much longer after that. So another quick flip back into control here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. And I mean, as the pendulum swings, it would seem here.
And it swings again.
Determine who is going to be controlling the map. Jinmu dead. Alpha finding the pick.
Nano visor
has that barrage online yet again. Shy charging forward with a nano boost. Everybody just kind of scattering, breaking line of sight, making sure that they do not get picked off, that they do not have any additional staggers. Gaga diving forward here onto the point as the sound barrier will get dropped by Nisha. There's that out to get on top of Super Rich. The Pharmacy duo broken down out of the sky. Lead pulls back, just hugging around this sign, keeps himself protected. The cleanup is there, and Chengdu Hunters will retain control.
How many times has Leave just solo beamed down Alpha E, who's pocketed, by the way? Every single fight you see in the kill feed, Leave, headshot, Alpha E. This should not be happening. Alpha E should be dying this often. Maybe University's not as good for fire as he thought, but we're in a situation now where it's definitely last fight territory. Ultimates are still available. That nano, that visor for Shy that's been there for a reasonable amount now. Touch made by Alpha E.
They get the
They
touch.
go for Leave first.
Yeah, they do, but they've already lost 2. Irony and Shy taking down Jinmu. Up some heroics here as Nisha. Direct hit rocket gets the tag, and he gets the finish there. Does Alpha Yi. As elimination backs Flunk up into the corner, and Alpha Yi is just tearing it up. I mean, he heard you talking smack on the far here on this point. Says, well, I'll just go ahead and absolutely annihilate the Chengdu Hunters real quick.
Well, he runs at Leave with a barrage. He's like, I've been dying to Leave every single fight. He beams me from across the map. I'm just going to solo barrage this guy because screw that. I'm not dying to him again. And so he makes the right call. All these ultimates at Hangzhou have banked up forever, just get used, and they haven't been able to use ultimates so far because the fights have been going so quickly, it just doesn't happen. And get a bit of a preview there of how Leave does it. He just half HP's Alpha off that.
Meteor strikes up, now the attack vibes are coming through. Bernard trying to stay alive, pops the bubbles onto himself, but now Irony is out of the fight. Super Rich with a Valk, needs to try to get a res through here pretty quickly, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do so. Alpha Eat now dead, Super Rich just going out to his death. Nothing to do, as we will be taken to a third and final round of Oasis. Garden will settle it all, but I mean, it's still so very close between these two teams, Avril. This is what I was talking about as we were getting ready to kick this off. I don't know what's going to happen in this series.
Well, it feels like Chengdu are able to individually out-mechanics Hangzhou at various places because you see the Leave opening frags, no ultimates involved. Gaga opening frags, no ultimates involved. He's just going in, punching people, shooting them with that shotgun fist. Leave as well. We saw a little bit of that tracking. You know, I wanted to drop the beautiful tracking line, but we'll wait for it a little bit longer. Get a bit of a preview in terms of how Gaga is doing this. I mean, look at it. Just walks up to Shy. Just 3 shots him in the face with the left flick. Like, how is this happening, you know? Drops onto Irony as well. Jinmu's there for the alley-oop, so even if the meteor strike didn't get the kill, Jinmu would have had the kill. Brilliant stuff by Chengdu. No ultimates involved. Except the meteor strike.
I'd say maybe a little bit better of a point here for the Flora, especially so if Alpha can continue to perform at a similar level. Might just be enough to get them to win. As he comes back through with this, Shy's over onto the Reaper, trying to break down the Winston a bit. TP's up onto the high ground, but they've already exited. Point for now, very much held by the side of the Hangzhou Spark as it gets ready to unlock. Test will come through, but there's a direct hit. Alpha Yi cleans up Jinmu, really nicely done. Looking for the supports now, but has overstepped. Leave comes to the rescue of Monk and Nisha. Find that elimination, but Gaga in the meantime has been lost. As Shy will find 2 more. Nisha dead. Gets Super Rich in his dying breath, but Spark will get control first.
And Jim is going to go to, I was going to say the unpocketed Echo, but he'll take the pocket out of Nisha. And Alpha, he responds, he's like, you're not going to get a better matchup over me. If you want to play in the skies, you've got to do this mano a mano. It's going to be Echo versus Echo. And Alpha's Echo has been unbelievably good. Jinmu's going to have to do a lot here.
And that he is. Now he's finding a little bit more poke damage. Sticky bombs going in, not going to find too much of a connection there. Gaga for now taking a nap somewhere off screen. The beam comes through, and Alpha Yi taken out of the skies. Pushing over to the sides, looks like Super Rich looking for a res, but immediately starts taking some damage, and Jinmu has begun to pop off. These 2 kills going his way. The beam nearly finding the Mercy as well as the sticky bombs just rip Bernard down to no HP. Just finally gets that last headshot in. That'll be the breakdown here on Spark's comp. And the flip will come through. 47% for Spark as Chengdu gain control.
That was a great fight from Jimmy. I mean, you look at the ult charge difference, 56 to the 24 of Alpha Yi. So more than double. I mean, Alpha Yi also died to Jinmu, then Jinmu kept popping off. So brilliant stuff. And it really sets the stage because Alpha Yi has looked so fantastic so far this season. And Jinmu is not known for his flexible hero pools, but so far in the 2022 season, he's played so many more different heroes than what we've known him for, and he's actually getting some really good distance off them too.
All right, well, Death Blossom now available here for Shy. Falling right around the center of the point. Moves up, starts looking for some damage here onto Gaga. Takes him a bit low. Walk is available, and he's going to have to pop it right now. Health remaining there as he will barely manage to stay alive, but Leave now has the nano visor. He's just pumping out damage. 3 kills for him, looking for a little bit more. Won't be able to get Bernard, but will get Shy. And there is the team kill, and there is Chengdu gaining the lead.
Little cheeky 4k there for Leave. You knew he wanted Burnout as well to complete the 5k. But we're in a situation now where ultimates are looking mighty fine for the Chengdu Hunters, slightly less so for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Jinmu has a duplicate. Alpha Yi still working on his. Hasn't had a great time on this Echo so far on this Gardens. Grab has to be the weapon, but again, in this type of meta matchup, you can't get good grabs. Usually doesn't happen.
Should be rather difficult. Oh my goodness, okay. I think Shy literally had 1 HP there for just a moment. The beam. Unable to pierce through Bernard's bubble, so keep him alive. Anti now out onto the enemy Zarya here.
Oh, what? That's a huge kill!
To wait that out. Yeah, it absolutely is. Alfie stranded, goes off the side of the map. And now we have to reset and go again for the side of the Spark. They have these ults, they nearly have the duplicate as well to go along with the grab, to go with the Death Blossom, but they just can't get into position to try to make this happen. Yeah, somebody's going to have to touch it. Looks like it's going to be Shy. Can at least Wraith walk out onto the point here, should he need to. Start making their way in. Bernard over on the steps. Shy falling low. Wraith already going to be used. We go into overtime now. The grab going to be pulled. Lead instantly shuts down Shy. No Death Blossom to be had. Jinmu going to be taken out of the duplicate. He's right back into the skies. The pocket healing is there from Nisha to try to keep him alive. Alfie as well. Not going to be finding too much value. The beam's coming through, but Jinmu losing track of his targets ends up falling down. Irony going to be taking his nap, but now he's the only support left. And as I say it, Monk will scoop the kill. The attack visor comes back in for lead, and that will be the finisher. And that will close out this first map. Oasis goes to the Chengdu Hunters 2-1.
Leave, highest damage dealer across both teams there, multiple tag visor, even earns another one. It feels like he gets a tag visor every second fight, Ilios. Humongous stuff. How does he just beam Super Rich down? Leave has almost single-handedly shut down Alpha Yi and Super Rich on these flags. I mean, Alpha Rich wants to play the Pharah, he wants to play the Echo. First, Alpha Yi loses the gem on the Echo matchup in the 2v2/1v1, and then Leave just kills Super Rich, puts Alpha Yi into the drink, and that completely shuts down the Hangzhou Spark. Shy, you want a Death Blossom? No. Leave shuts him down as well. This is the MVP coming back in and basically planting his flag down.
Yeah, absolutely. Strong performance there from Leave. A hell of a lot to try to work through here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. They can't make it happen on Oasis. We'll see if they can have better luck in the second map. That's going to be coming up in just a few minutes. Like I said, I think that this series could very much end up being a bit of a slobber knocker, very back and forth between these two teams. We will find out if that happens with Watch Point Gibraltar coming up next for Escort, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back. Very back and forth there on our first map of Oasis. Constantly just shifting control of the point, especially there on University. But it's the Chengdu Hunters who walk away victorious. They take it 2-1. Now we get ready to go into Watch Point Gibraltar and see if Hangzhou Spark can clean it up, see if they can tie this up 1-1.
And I think it got less close as we moved along because City Center was very close back and forth, right? By the way, Guangzhou coming in for Burner. But then we start moving along, and Gardens in particular was very Chengdu favored. I mean, even University, Leave just started to shut down Alpha Yi. And it kind of reminds me of the Fusion storyline a little bit, right? Where you have this one super dominant player, Zest in the case of Fusion, Alpha Yi in the case of Spark, and when that guy on your team is repeatedly shut down by someone on the other team, it feels like the overall power level of your team has just begun to drop. And beyond that as well, I think both the Doomfists are slightly off meta picks, but at the same time, Gaga's Doomfist was unchallenged because there's no like hard counters on the other team, no one's attempting Sombra, definitely no Traces, whereas you see straight away when Burner goes for that Doomfist, Leaf started on Traces, so Burner was always going to have a pretty rough time, and that's despite Hangzhou actually taking up City Center as their only map win on that Oasis. But fresh opportunity now as we move over towards the Watch Point Gibraltar, hoping now that Guangzhou can deliver the performance because he'll be out on a Winston here, and I don't think he's won a map yet this season, but he's looking for his first.
Yeah, I was just about to mention, we haven't seen Guangzhou being able to, really pick anything up so far, even though, he has had moments where he individually still looks like that primal blading Winston god that we know he can be. A little bit rougher out in that last series that they did play. Granted, though, we know now, in hindsight, their opponent's quite strong. But we'll see how he fares. It looks like for now, Gaga maybe feeling the Doomfist. He started looking rather clean. Like you said, there wasn't really anybody to shut him down, to counter him. But I think as time went on, it looked a little bit rocky at the beginning of University. But by the end, started looking a hell of a lot cleaner. Yeah, will be the swap to the Winston at the last second, though.
He's just diving to the backline, getting solo kills unimpeded. So I do expect him to play the Winston. I think Winston is too good to not play here. No, don't get baited by the hog. It's just an opening hook. He was just looking for it.
Yeah, this is the opening hook. It's the opening hook.
There's no Orisa now, so you can't do the whole hook combo.
It's been a while.
You're still gonna make the attempt happen. Lee versus Shy though, okay. This is dynamite because both players kind of famous for their Widowmakers, but probably more so Shy because Lee has mostly been a projectile flex player, so he hasn't had a lot of opportunities to bring up the Widowmaker, and I would say so far this season. His Widowmaker has looked okay, but he's always said, he gets a bit nervous playing Widows in officials, but he pounds on this hero in scrims. But he needs to just bring that into officials now.
Shy going to have his work cut out for him because, he's playing up against Leave, incredible player there in the Widow matchup, and then he's also got Jinwoo, who's going to be looking to get right up in his face and try to take him down. So, see the dink there from Leave. Very nicely tracking Guangzhou over to the side. Can't find any further punish, though, as right now it's just going to be the two scientists skirmishing over the high ground.
Early phases here, we're in the ult building phase. Okay, that is going to be a pick, but this will just also be the Chengdu Hunters kind of backing out for a little bit, respecting it. So, yeah, it just means a slow down payload progression will minimize and ground is regained for the side of Hangzhou Spark.
Shy tagging in the back. How far does he want to push to the staircase? Yeah, okay. Now he's been spotted, so has to back off. This is the pop shot. He and Leave not going to find any connections, though. See, both supports, Irony and Super Rich, playing over here towards server room. Nano goes out. Sleep will be there. Shutting that down. It's Jinwoo, also very dangerously low. Will get picked off by Alpha Yi in the end. Who's outpacing quite nicely at the moment to try to get this Dragon Blade up. Now he's got this big Primal Rage Winston to go ahead and just feed the charge. Right-clicking to victory. Jumps up on the high ground. Monk now under fire. Zap's coming in from above. As support duo will manage to stay alive. Have to use the Bionade just to sustain, though.
You can see the big problem here is that Hangzhou are not even forced to use any ultimates. They're winning these fights off the back of Shy, getting frags. Leave is struggling in that regard. Hasn't actually found a final blow yet on this Widowmaker. Damage is also not at all comparable to Shy. Shy is heavily outpacing him in both final blows and just general damage. And here's his ultimate combo coming through.
Yep, there's the Nano Blade. Finds ones, pushing around the back flank. Leave looking forward, seeing if he can kill anybody before he does end up inevitably dying. He does not. Gaga looking to exit back to safety, pops the bubble, hides within it, and the heals can start flying his way here in just a second. He's got the leap as well, just in case he were to get chunked out. So it seems like he'll be just fine, but it's down to a minute now as the Spark very well could end up full holding this. There's still 3 ultimates for them to work with.
It's looking that way. I mean, there's just so much in the bank here for the Hangzhou Spark, just because, again, they've had all these phenomenal individual picks. Okay, that's one that actually goes the way of Jinmu and the Chengdu Hunters. Can they work that, though? They still don't quite have the Nano Blade because Monk is behind.
Shots flying, Shy taken down. Gaga actually finding that kill, now joins in with the rest of the team over here in server room. The pullback starts to come in now from the members of this Hangzhou Spark, trying to run away from this Dragon Blade. The Primal from Gushue will push him away, but both supports are now eliminated. Irony and Super Rich out of the fight as Leave, I believe, finds his first final blow. Get a little bit of a juggle there onto Monk, but he keeps himself alive, throws down that ante. Yep, takes Gushue quite low. Alpha Yi rejoins the fight, but as he arrives, he is instantly set back into the respawn room. Bit of a split spawn here away from the team as Leave now really starting to get going. Finds Shy as the hangar doors open.
First time that Leave has actually killed Shy so far in this particular map of the Widow Duel. A great counter primal from Gushue to stop the Blade of Jinmu doing anything. Again, that's just because there was no nano. Jinmu has to go for his own dry blade, gets shut down really quickly, doesn't receive a lot of help, and Gushue shuts him, just gets him off the map. So regardless of that, though, there were far too many more ultimates coming on live for Chengdu at just the right time that they weren't going to win that. Weren't going to lose that 8 fight at all. So Gaga, okay, he goes deep in primals, which is probably force and will give them some free push, but ultimately is not going to be a good ultimate.
Jinmu taken out of the fray. Alpha Yi dashing through, finds that first elimination. That will finally give Spark a bit of presence here on the cart, which is already moved up significantly here on this hangar stretch. Making up for lost time is the side of the Chengdu Hunters, but now going to be held at bay as Gushue is going to be taking a little bit of a nap right outside the main doors. Ante goes down, but they don't have the burst damage to try to kill him. Will manage to survive. Alpha Yi falling low now. Let's get that nice little healing boost going through. Dashes in for one, looks for the other. Now going to be anteed out, but still, they will find the kill onto Monk. The cleanup comes in. Alpha Yi somehow stays alive.
I mean, it's just a great dive coming on through. Alpha Yi was critical, but then receives a nano boost, right, which puts him right up to full. Gushue supports there as well. Super Rich comes through with a little bit of extra damage. They get 4 frags there. This is now a super difficult part of the map for Leave to play because they have no space control whatsoever. You can't really snipe here. Shy has full sight lines over the whole map, and Leave can't see anything because his team needs to make that space for him. Jinmu gets instantly sniped. This is what I'm talking about, because Shy sees everything, and Shy's unimpeded.
Yeah, now the call can come in. Leaves down in the bottom left. Shy starts watching. Alpha Yi just playing around, trying to just spot Leave whenever he possibly can. Make sure that Shy constantly has that advantage. Now he's going to have the infra sight that he can pop at any given moment. Makes it just that much more difficult for Leave. Dash in, Alpha Yi can be anteed. Might have been baited in a little bit here. And he will end up dying. Gushue, though, finds Leave at the same time, so a trade out. And as we do see 2 DPS falling on opposite sides. Expiring, Gaga playing up top. The ante goes in. Just pops the bubble to try to keep everybody occupied here. The cart's starting to inch forward. It's rounding this last corner, moving up towards B. Gushue dropping down, has the primal. Everybody in the side room now. He's going to go leaping in. He doesn't even need to pop it. Even through the rally, they get the ante onto Monk. They get the cleanup kill. Cart inching forward steadily here even more, but they're still waiting on Monk to respawn. It's just 8 seconds left in the time bank. Alpha Yi in the meantime, he's going to pull the blade. Finds one, helps find Nisha, gets a bit of damage in on the Leave as well. Shy will just be profiting, picking up these final blows. Gaga juggled around. The Primal going to be popped in desperation to try to keep things going, to try to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Leaps away. Shy lining one up. Can't get the second tap to finish off Monk, but they also can't touch the card any longer. So just in front of point B is where it lays. Hangzhou Spark have a win condition.
And this is coming down to the fact that Chengdu had not a lot of time to start with because it took them a long time to get A-capped. It was a very slow push coming on through. They had to basically wait for all their ultimates right. And then for Jinmu to actually find an opening frag, for Leave to finally get a couple of kills, you get them to be good initial snowball from the Chengdu Hunters. But as soon as they got reset, they never got their feet back onto B successfully again because that Widow versus Widow duel goes heavily the way of the defensive Widow if they shut out the attackers completely. There's no area control, no positions held by Chengdu Hunters at all, which means Leave has 0 value. He eventually swaps to the Tracer because they have to touch and play for the final fight, but Hangzhou have all the ultimates because Hangzhou have spent many fights in a row winning off the back of picks and not ultimates, which means their ultimate economy is way better than the Chengdu Hunters in that sort of position. probably the player doing most of that heavy lifting, well, at least half the heavy lifting is Shy with this Widowmaker, getting so many opening frags, and just frags in general, stopping the Chengdu Hunters from doing anything.
Well, we saw Leave struggling at the very beginning to try to get some shots through. When you're playing the aggressing Widowmaker and you have to go against the defensive sightlines, can be rather difficult to find impact. We'll see if Shy can have a little bit of a stronger performance here off the rip as the doors get ready to open. Alpha E looking like they're just going to be TPing across the opposite side. As Shy just drops down lower left, looking for a target. Pop shot, knows where the Genji's at, hasn't seen the Widow yet. He's wary that Leaf might peek this corner.
It'll be both players' teams kind of advising the Widowmakers of where the Widowmaker positioning is. So Gaga would have already have seen where Shy is, and the rest of Hangzhou would have seen Leave by now. Just kind of dueling on this payload. And Chengdu doing their best to slow it down so they can have some better control on A and give Leave more time to make shots happen.
It really is, you know, a good example of the new ping system in the game as well. You don't have to really rely. Ooh, okay, gorgeous shot from Leaf. So you don't really have to, you know, rely on the individual call-outs, where it can take a really long time to figure out where that Widowmaker's at. Pinging a hell of a lot faster. It allows you to react. But as I was trying to make that point for Shy, Leaf just pops him in the head.
No, he makes very good use of that ping system indeed. He knew exactly where Shy was and went for the shot. That really ruins the tempo of Hangzhou, who actually don't even have the payload up the hill yet. It's still just in the underpass currently, chilling out. We're still waiting for ultimates. Monk is slightly ahead of Irony, so no one's hard committing. It still is mostly Widow duel at this point.
Yeah. Jinmu just contesting forward, very much outpacing Alpha Yi at the moment towards the blade. 60% built up for him.
Right,
only 36 for Alpha Yi. And now they'll start inching this forward up the ramp a little bit more. High ground still heavily contested though. Gaga just sitting up here for free, nearly has the primal to match Gushue.
And you can see that actually Chengdu don't even want to pull the trigger early just because they want to buy more time, right? The slower this is, the better it is for Chengdu, because Hangzhou are wasting their own time as far as overall time of the match goes. And they're actually going to dry and arrow Jinmu for this.
Yeah, it's going to be a dry out onto Alpha Yi as well. They'll both just kill the opposing Anas. Dash in, last blade swipe there from Jinmu will find Shy. Seems like it might just be the only kill that he gets with the actual Dragon Blade, but now Super Rich in a bit of an awkward spot. He's going to be trapped in the corner next to Mega. Gushue is not there, no one can peel, and Gaga will get the kill.
I'm going to point out one extra small minor detail here, but the fact that Gaga has to pop the Primal is not ideal. And the reason he has to pop that is because Chengdu actually had no healers. Both teams went for the backlines, but Super Rich was still alive for Hangzhou. No supports were alive for the side of Chengdu, so Gaga can't afford to die. That extra Primal advantage for Gushue, who we know can Primal Blade, can be the difference maker, especially when Primal is a key tool for the defense to delay time so that your defenders can reinforce. So that could make a huge difference now as we approach, you know, not quite final fight territory, but we're nearly under a minute now, and it's going to get really dire.
Yeah. 4 ultimates built up though. Shy going to be using the Infra Sight. Alpha E dashing in right on top of Monk. Now the blade's going to be pulled. He's still antied. That will expire. Falls low, pulls up to the high ground to keep himself alive. Looking for the swipe. And Shy, again, just playing off the back of these setups, comes up with the snipes. The card can start rolling.
Gaga.
Might be enough time, but no. Okay, I was going to say there might be enough time for a recontest when Gaga gets found out in the back lines.
Yeah, I mean, pretty big target in a bit of a hiding spot. And, yeah, you're not blending in. This isn't prop hunt Gaga. You're definitely not blending in with any of the background there. But I respect the effort, because had he not been found out, maybe he goes for the touch. Alpha Yi and Shy getting the frags done there, have the ultimates. Here's the snowball now from the rest of the Hangzhou Spark. Nisha down early is pretty good as well, because that's not going to be Chengdu able to use that rally for anything just yet, and further kills even.
They're looking for a little bit more. Bubble comes down. Gaga will get picked off. Gushue with a nice pursuit forward, gets that elimination. Doesn't want to overstay and feed any more ult charge over to Jinmu, so leaps back, but you can see the pink box of victory right there in front of the cart. And they're going to have to try to contest this rather soon. Gushue just occupying the doorway for a bit there. Oh, maybe he was just going to try to full body block. He goes right back up. Anti goes out, connects onto Gaga, which is a couple meters away. Cart finally going to be halted. Shots coming in. Irony, trying to keep everybody topped up. Spams through, holds on to the nano. They say, okay, we've gotten the cart the majority of the distance. Now we can play this patiently. Irony going to be dove on. Ends up dying. Doesn't pop it, it'll just reset. They say, you know, we've got 2 minutes. Let's just wait and go again.
that can't be the right call to make, because you have a situation where Chengdu are caught in spawn. They are the ones that have to overcommit into you, and the infra site is all that Chengdu needed for Hangzhou Spark to say, okay, we give up the space entirely and you can just have it. Aini could have even popped the nano onto anybody here. Alpha E, Gooshway, just to keep control. At minimum, it forces Chengdu to commit further ultimates, and even if Hangzhou then lose that fight, Chengdu have committed, they probably overcommit. So on a macro scale, no reason for Hangzhou to just give up all that space, and now they lose it for no reason, and they still have to kind of fight back for it, except this time it'll cost them ultimates to actually fight for the ground that they once had.
There's the nano out, the blade gonna be pulled. Jinmu slept, but he gets instantly woken up, and that is catastrophe for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Shy will manage to strike him down. I mean, a nice little grapple away into the shot, but that's the only upside here for the side of the Spark on that fight. Quick kills coming in now, down to a minute remaining. A plethora of ultimates to work with here for the side of the Spark, so surely they should be able to tie us up at 1-1.
Well, that's the good news, and it will come out now in what is potentially going to be the last fight, because it's 1 minute remaining. Not the cleanest from the Spark. I was going to say, had they just camped when I thought they would, it would have been, the storyline would have been they played better on B defense and offense as far as space goes. Nanoblade coming up through the critical big sleep though, holy!
Oh my god, Monk gets that, and somehow he does not get woken up. They get the assassination, and that's the ult being dumped now. The rally nearly online for the side of Super Rich, but Gooshway falling low, down to half HP, still antied out. Gaga playing the cart, making sure that it cannot inch forward. Rally now rolling here from Super Rich, just trying to get that extra healing and extra HP out to his teammates. Shy finds one, but Gaga gets the punish. The Widows both out of the fray. It's all on this Tracer from Alpha E as he's freshly swapped, as well as Jinmu on the Genji. Leave going to be moving back over to the Sojourn. His very standard overtime pickup. Trying to get back to the fight. The Briggs now going down, but that's the supports out for the fight here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. The cart is rolling back. No one's touched it yet, and it might just end here. No, they will finally get the connection. Gooshway, make sure that they play it. Starting to inch forward. Super Rich swapping over to Lucio now. Gooshway taking a nap, falls low, goes forward, has the bubble down to try to keep himself protected. Leave going to be eliminated. Gooshway gets that kill. He's nearly got another primal as well, 30% that he might just be able to build up here if this OT fight keeps on going. Here he joined back over the fight. The Nanos here on the Jinmu. The Blade just a few % away from being online. Nisha, however, will fall, and Gaga's going to be taking a nap. The Blade gets pulled. Jinmu gets focus fired. Shy melts him down. Monk is gone, and that will be it. Gaga cannot leap back down onto the cart, so the Hangzhou Spark will successfully push it. They had to give it everything that they had. They narrowly managed to scrape by with the win, and that ties us up at 1-1.
And that will also be Gooshway's first map victory so far in the 2022 season, and it did not come easy. In fact, Hangzhou did not make this map easy for them at all. They could have had this in the bag. I think we zoom back in that moment that I was talking about, where they gave up all this fight for just an infra site from Leave. Had they, I think played that one a little bit more confidently, using their ultimates, fighting for the space that they had, forcing Chengdu to overcommit, the map could have already been over. In fact, when it went the other way, I actually expected Chengdu to win it, but Leave coming back on a Sojourn, instantly dying, there's no reason for that. Just go with the Tracer. The Tracer has way more survivability. It's one of Leave's best heroes. He can actually win with that one, and Chengdu might have held, but, it goes the way of Hangzhou after a little bit of a whiff, but in some ways I'm glad Hangzhou did get that one, because it felt like they deserved to win Watchpoint Gibraltar. They just made mistakes, but then they corrected it, recovered, and got the map win anyway.
Well, I think that if my count is correct, that now brings Leave Sojourn to a 1-2 score line. Because we do just see it only in the OT. The first time out,
it's an OT-only hero, apparently.
Yeah, and only for Leave, nobody else. But, well, didn't get to do too much there, instantly got killed. But that is our second map now done and dusted. 1-1 the score line. Figured that this was going to happen. This is going to be a bit of a longer series here, and I am all for it. Hangzhou Spark with the win on Gibraltar set themselves up for success. We'll see who can move up to match point after our next map when we come back from the break. Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're now going into our third map in the series. It's not the final, because we are tied up 1-1. But one of these teams is going to be moving up to match point as we get ready to go into Eichenwalde. We'll see who can get the win there and set themselves up for success. Hangzhou Spark looking overall strong on watch point. Gibraltar did a hell of a job draining that clock down early on the side of the Chengdu Hunters, but as they swap sides, clearly, defense very much the preferred position for both of these teams because they narrowly denied Hangzhou Spark being able to get that victory with slim margins, but they get it in the end.
I would probably argue that Hangzhou were much better than Chengdu on Gibraltar for the most part, except for that very small bit at the end there where I think they really hard through, and I don't want to say that often for most teams because I want to give teams a benefit of the doubt and be like, well, maybe they did this for a reason or that, but no, I just can't see a reason for Spark to ever over-respect Leaves Infrasight. Like, come on, really? In Infrasight, you're going to give up all space for that? But Spark recovered. At the end of the day, won't harp on because they still won the map. They got it. Gooseray, congratulations. First map win. But as we head to Eichenwalde, Bernard comes into play the Zarya again. Although that being said, we also have seen Bernard go Diva here. I probably wouldn't recommend the Diva anymore, but I think the Zarya is super strong across the board. Even the high ground, low ground play, you can just take castle indoors so much better with the Zarya, and you don't actually need to go for a dive on the high ground, which is very effective. So I'd like to see a lot of that coming up through. The fact that Gaga remains, though, says to me that we are either getting a Ryan or a Winston. I don't know. Is Gaga going to play Zarya? That would seem like not one of his key heroes. He did bring it out last time on that third map when they lost versus Seoul, but it wasn't particularly inspiring.
Yeah, well, looks like he might be showing us the Zarya here.
Okay, time to prove himself. And you know what? The Jinmu Mei returns on this map. I still think the Reaper is infinitely better here. Seriously, the Reaper is infinitely better here. And that's not even just me talking smack. I can confirm that statement with multiple coaches that would agree. The Reaper has just so much more upfront damage / survivability. You can actually move while invulnerable, whereas the Mei is just stuck there in the cryo freeze. Ultimate's more consistent as well in terms of actually just getting frags on Death Blossom versus waiting for people to get frozen on a Blizzard. Yeah, I mean, if you got to pick between one hero, there's nothing that the Mei does better than the Reaper.
2, 1.
Except being annoying.
Well, let's go ahead. Open the gate. Speaking of being annoying, Alpha Yi going back to his mosquito-style gameplay. Up into the air here.
The Panda just swatting it away with the
blood
sand.
out of
with a bamboo stick.
Stop. Well, Jinmu charging forward. Wall goes up. Can't get the freeze, obviously, anymore, but still pushes them quite far back away from the archway. Forces out another bubble. Goes down to 48 HP. Has to go ahead and hightail it out of here. Some healing going to start flying his way as Nisha offers up those packs. Alpha in the meantime, he's got himself back sight high ground. Really nice position for him. Super Rich is there, but that means an irony. He's all by himself. It will be a trade out though. Bothana's now going down. Shy finds another one. The Helix Rockets connect and Leave is out of the fight. Gaga now in a bit of a rough spot. Burns one of his bubbles. Sends that over to a teammate. Point now going to be occupied here by the side of the Hangzhou Spark, and Gaga is dead. That should just be the take here. As the cap gets ready to come in for the side of the Spark, time bank again is going to be massive.
Yep, and this is what Spark want to do with the sort of Echo plus Soldier combination here, which is not super standard, but still it's working really well for this team. It actually does work better than you'd expect because Echo is strangely really good in this meta, but Alpha takes off an off angle. If you're Chengdu, you don't know what it looked because Alpha is behind you. The rest of the Sparks are in front of you. They kind of divide and conquer. Leave doesn't have clear sight lines. He's trying to deal with way too much at the same time. And then suddenly you start dropping members, your supports go down, Monk can't do too much, and it's all over for the point. Shy now has a visor. That's the first ultimate up so far from both teams. It's a lot of damage.
Leave dropping down, dropping low as well. Will manage to stay alive and in the fight. Now just functioning on the low ground here with the rest of the team. Tac visor going to be popped by Shy. Just dry, does not have an Ana boost. Wall is going to come up. Going to block them off as the Chengdu Hunters are wrapping around over towards Hangzhou spawn. Cart in the meantime, got to start inching forward. They need to try to break back out of this position to recontest, but irony up here, the halt will get taken down, and now the cart can be grabbed by Chengdu. They're not going to hold it. Just wait and see, but that's a good positive step as Bernard falls and the res gets used to bring irony back.
Yeah, just kind of getting aggressive there, right? Make sure that Shy doesn't get maximum value there. Gaga, by the way, on 100 energy. leave dying while having the Bob, which is going to be a little bit rough for this next fight. It's probably going to force Chengdu to maybe commit backwards, unless Jimmy just blizzards the point.
Okay, Alfie goes for the tube, has the bubbles, and Monk just can't even run away.
They need to blizzard.
Ends up falling. The grab about to be online. He's hunting for it. He throws it. I think he gets too much for it, and Alfie instead is now locked indoors. The wall up behind him, can't get the hell out of there. Ends up dying. Answering grab from Gaga. Set up for a couple kills here. As the res will bring Alfie back into the fight. And it's again, they try to pop the res, but then the tank dies. They lose Bernard, and now they have to wait for the Zarya to reset and rejoin.
And you'll also notice as well, Bernard didn't have grab that fight. He was maybe a couple % off. Irony as well, didn't quite have his ultimate for the nano, so very minor margins there. If Chengdu didn't aggress when they did to try and get that fight underway, I think Hangzhou would have countered with their own ultimates. The counter grab would have been pretty huge as well. Waiting a long time though, however, for Jinmu to get that blizzard off. As soon as Leave goes down and you're in the 4v5 and you know that the other team is going to start running at you, especially with that Zarya and then a duplicated Zarya, no better time to get a blizzard on the floor to try and swing things back around. Still does it eventually. They win the fight in a slightly slower way than I expected, but now we're back into action. And actually Jinmu is coming back on a Sombra, which I'm not too pleased about, because this time there's no doom for Burner. You're not countering Burner, you're just kind of not doing a lot.
Looking for that headshot, can't quite hit it. Nano Visor now available as Leaf falls down low. Healing instantly coming through to keep him alive, pushes back over the ledge. There's some damage there on the Alpha Yi. Nano's now going to be used. It's actually not for the Visor, it is for the Echo. Helps get 2 kills quickly, now a third. As Gaga pops the bubbles, but the beam is here. Push over the side. Looks like he may be allowed to survive, but no. Shy will be able to pursue deep enough and get that elimination, and that's not too much to commit there for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, who now have bridge control and nearly get this cap onto B.
Bob is still available, so I expect that Leave will come out with that and they can still defend, but I actually really like the Dried Nano onto Alpha E there because he's actually in position to fight. Shy is not.
Bob instantly burned down, very quickly dealt with here from the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Alpha E picked off, Nisha finding that elimination, but from beyond the grave, the sticky bombs finally detonate, and Nisha is also out. That's the rally, no longer here. That might not matter. Good lob in there from Monk, gets that anti-nade all the way into the back, clips Shy. Gets the elimination. Bridge control again wrested away from the Hangzhou Spark. Seems like Chengdu should be able to hold here unless they overstep.
I think
they are looking for the elimination.
Yeah, they've got a multiple players that can't quite get out. You double supports down would be brutal. Get a super rich. Oh, just barely trying to get away.
Oh my god, they're actually turning it around though. Irony gets the anti-nade down onto Nisha. The supports are not there. Leave is out of the fight. Jinmu taking a nap. Irony doing so much here alongside Alpha E with the dupe. They will get the team kill. And that's such a major turnaround. It looked like that was the end for Hangzhou Spark. They were going to have to reset again, but somehow they managed to turn that.
Well, the support stayed alive, right? I think the thing was Burner linked up with both Irony and Super Rich. The three of them together between Bubbles, high HP on the Zarya, and then all the healing. No one went down, but it should have been a big collapse. Chengdu had made the right call. They were supposed to go for the collapse. They just didn't get the kills. And Super Rich took a million years to die. Like, he survived for so long, despite getting all the attention.
Yeah. Chasing them all the way back over towards the spawn lane. Couldn't quite make it happen. Harassment coming through now. Jinmu, pulse bomb is online. Decided not to throw it yet, waiting for a bit of a better target here perhaps, or maybe for a big bang combo. Gaga does have that grab online. He can snatch a couple people, it'll be a massive ultimate exchange for them. Nano Visor though is available unless they decide to use it onto Alpha E try yet again, just to try to get that blade up faster.
They have to be very cognizant of the bubble timings here. One of the hard things about playing Tracer Zarya is it feels like there's always going to be a pulse available. And there it gets involved.
Throws it out, doesn't find the eliminations, but it definitely gets the assist. Gaga will clean up Bernard and Alpha E off the back of the grab. Good little big bang there. It'll slow the roll of the Hangzhou Spark. 1 minute and 20 remaining.
Good, I think, distraction play by Jinmu there. Just kind of force Burnout to chase him a little bit, or at least bait Burnout to chasing him. Then Gaga from behind gets the grab, and like I said, initiates the the sort of big bang combo coming on through. I was gonna say black hole combo, but it's, you know, grab it on Surge maybe does a little bit of that. It's more of a big bang, I'll give you that. So 4 ultimates now online for the Hangzhou Spark. They could definitely still do this, but the payload positioning is just not very good.
It's in a bit of a rough spot. They'll throw down the ante though onto Gaga. Nano comes out in response. Monk just trying to keep him alive. 100 energy here for Bernard. Just to pull back around the corner there for just a moment. Attack visor now comes in. Beat's going to be dropped by Nisha. Now matched by Super Rich. Everybody's just charging forward into the castle. Alfie finds the opening kill as Gaga will fall. Shy under some fire. Drops down. Still has a bit of healing coming through there from his E. Keeps himself alive. The cleanup comes in. Cart now getting ready to round the final corner, and the blade is up.
And in the high ground there is nothing to support it, which is the only issue, but there's nothing really coming through from the Chengdu Hunters either. Monk is going to have to drop down a big boy sleep. Nisha coming through on a Bath. I mean, it is last fight. A Bath's utility is pretty good. Drop the lamp.
Yeah, gonna try to keep everybody alive, but he still dashes to the flank, gets Monk. Alpha E cleans up 3. It's an effective team kill here, and there it is. Will be finished off as Jinmu dies on the cart, and the finish will come in for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Definitely had to fight for it, but getting to the end of Eichenwalde, always a good sign. I'm thinking back to the catastrophe that was Eichenwalde for Chengdu Hunters playing up against Seoul Dynasty just last week.
Right. Yeah, and I think, you know, Chengdu are still trying to figure things out on this particular map, which is kind of crazy because last year, and this is coming directly from the Chengdu camp, they themselves have said this, but they believe that Eichenwalde last year was their very best map. And now it seems like, you know, a definite struggle for them. Like, this is, I would no longer say this is anywhere close to being their best map. They struggled to hold there. Alpha Yi with the Wind Blade, nothing to really counter it anymore. Nisha goes towards the back, drops a Mortality Field, but the team play between Shy and Alpha Yi. Shy beams down the lamp, and Alpha Yi gets the entire back line, and it feels like, at the end of the day, I appreciate the try from Nisha, but it made no difference because Shy was just on point in terms of knowing what his exact job was going to be to make sure that Alpha Yi was going to get full success. And even beyond that as well, I think A was just flawless coming through from Hangzhou Spark there. Team play for the off angle for Alpha E plus Shy coming in the front, leaving Leave with not a lot to do, was fantastic. They gave him a lot of time to work through.
Wow. Now pressure on the side of the Chengdu Hunters to have a strong attack yet again.
It's not overtime yet, Lee.
Need to get all the way to the finish, and yeah, okay. He's just playing with our hearts and saying, you know, oh, I know you guys want to see somebody finally pick this for real. Not done it. We'll go to the Tracer, though, and I think that, especially for Avril here, you'd be very happy about that.
I think that's a good pick for Leave. I think this is one of their better compositions, right? Jinmu's proven that he can be reasonable on the Soldier, but now Shy can actually fight him on the Soldier. Previously, Jinmu played Soldier, Shy was on the Reaper, right? This time it'll be different.
Gaga trying to contest here on the high ground, drops down as Alfie just here behind. Gonna get the sticky bombs on Tanisha, always a bit of an elusive target, but nice sleep goes through from Irony. But we'll find Gaga. Get the main tank player, the sticky bombs finding some nice value. As Monk and Nisha were both clustered together. Chunks them low, forces them back for the moment. There's the res will put Shy back into the fight.
Yeah, it was, I think, the only kill that they really got, and it actually came from Jinmu, so props to him for being able to do that, especially up against Shy. And we're in a situation now where, okay, first minute's gone, haven't really charged too much. Monk actually has slightly more charge than Irony because Chengdu have taken more damage, so maybe they can work a nano eventually, but, you know, time will be the issue there. It's taking them a while to get any ults.
Gaga again diving in, still rather low. I think Alfie identifying this, jumps over, finds Monk. Gaga's still at half HP, and the beam can come in at any moment now from Alpha E if he can just get clear line of sight. Gaga does find Irony, so both Anna's going to be out of the fight yet again. Now Shy falling, Leave getting on top of him. Gets those headshots woven through, gets the elimination. It's going to be a nice advantage here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters as they look for the cap. Bernard falling lower and lower, but now Gaga going to be out of the fight. Alpha E, he's got the duplicate, and he can buy a hell of a lot of time with that if he needs to. Bernard somehow does not die. It's feeling like that situation on Hangzhou's attack all over again where everybody's low. They should have won this fight, the Chengdu Hunters, but somehow it slips out of their fingers. Sleep on the Jinmu well into the back lines. Leave narrowly survives, has to grab the mini pack, and only a single tick so far accrued here on point A for the Chengdu Hunters.
That fell apart for Chengdu. They had the advantage. It looked like they were going to win. If they had killed Bernard, I think they would have capped it here. Perfect pocketing coming through from the Hangzhou Spark, keeping Bernard alive, Super Rich pumping all the heals into him. And then beyond that as well, Jinmu goes for a huge flank around the side, gets caught by Irony Sleep Dart, it's all over. So look at how many ultimates are available. Here we go, Nanovice, this has to work out.
Grab comes in, Bernard will die after throwing the grab in. Shy chunked out as well, pulls back. We don't have a nano to use for his visor quite yet. Jinmu falling low. Alpha Yi trying to stay alive. Goes for the dupe on the Ana yet again. Whiffs the sleep dart, but still trying to keep everybody sustained. Will end up getting broken out of this dupe in the end. Jinmu just playing inside of his healing field. Will be able to clean up the kill, and that should lead to the cap now as Gaga just juggles around Shy. So that's the last kills to fly in. Bernard thinking about going for the Doomfist there for just a moment. Will swap back to the Zarya, and Alpha Yi is now going to match the Tracer.
I mean, what they need there was a tank. Alpha Yi maybe didn't see Gaga, probably didn't have LOS, but you lose Bernard because, okay, he grabs, he dives in, Nisha counters the sound barrier. Alpha Yi goes Ana, you have 3 supports and not enough damage because one of your DPS is now in a support. He's just not going to do enough there, so not a good duplicate at all.
Nisha.
But they are going to at least clean up. They stop the snowball from the Chengdu Hunters, which is pivotal for maintaining control in B.
They're looking for these extra staggers here. Monk heavily under fire. Nisha just now respawning. Seems like he will be able to stay alive. If they had gotten that pick, would have been a massive little chunk of time taken away, but still good forward push, I think, overall from the side of the Hangzhou Spark. They buy some time, delay the cart from moving through the portcullis. Now we'll start inching up the streets.
Well, how do you challenge Shy? Because you're going to have to eventually. Free push for now is really good. Bernard's not there. You need to kind of stop this free push because I think that will be the main goal of Chengdu if they choose not to attempt the high ground yet. They just want to put the payload into a better position. Now it seems like they want to fight through the actual castle itself. And Winston Cobb not the best for that. I think if you are Bernard, you can definitely think about challenging that a little bit more front-facing.
Pulse bomb out from Leave, not going to find a target, but Monk does find Irony. Look for a little bit more of the pursuit down into the castle now. Alpha Yi and Shy both managing to collapse in to get Jinmu, but shouldn't leave. Still answering back with some kills of their own. Gaga going down here, though, would be catastrophic, and he does. Alpha Yi is dying breath, throws the pulse bomb, but doesn't get the stick. Ends up dying. The cart again now going to be pushed by the Tracer and the Lucio. So still gaining some space here are the Chengdu Hunters.
Yeah, and they actually kind of, I think, overall get the win on that fight with an asterisk attached to it and the fact that they still lost most players. This will be slightly short-lived, though. Okay, maybe if Jinmu can win this fight, though.
Yeah, it's looking like it rounds the corner. Shy was just stuck there with Gaga all up in his face. They get the kills. Bernard kills himself off with a right click, it would seem. Now they'll start getting across the bridge. Still decent opportunities to buy some time and get this hold across from the side of the Hangzhou Spark. As Chengdu only have this beat up right now. Primal not too far off, though.
Beat's good, though, because Beat entirely will be able to mostly counter this Nano Visor. Even the Grav Assault could get a 2-in-1 there. You would love it if 3 ultimates were popped by the Hangzhou Spark if you could counter it with 1. They actually give up most of the space here, so it looks like they want to set up Jinmu properly on the high ground. Gaga can commit now that he's got Primal. Here he goes.
He's going to dive in. There's the Nano Visor, and Jinmu taking down the Beat. Nowhere to be seen. Wasn't in a position to try to receive that one. He's just going to go hot on the pursuit. Will get Gaga in the end. Beat still held as the reset comes in, but now they're going to need to use the Beat to try to survive the grab.
Well, actually, that's even optional. As long as if it's a solo grab and a Gaga, you don't even have to beat it because he's got the Primal, right? So it's only if anybody else gets beaten there. So in this sort of situation, if you're wondering why Chengdu didn't commit anything and Jinmu kind of fed anyway, well, their goal was to get ultimates out, so they got the Nano Visor out. They couldn't get more out than that because Burner actually didn't have the grab. Now this is a winning situation for the Chengdu Hunters, but first, they need space to play through. And then they can get aggressive.
Leave on the prowl. Trying to get information here from his squad. He'll move over, start inching the cart forward. Alpha Yi there to match him. Both fall low. Bernard hugging around the corner. Angie out. They will finally push in, get rid of the enemy Zarya. Primal Rage in the meantime from Gaga, just causing chaos up on the ramparts. Low HP here for Alpha Yi as he tries to survive, tries to keep it contested, but they cannot. They will get the cap here on point B. A little bit of a finishing move. Clean stuff from Leaf. That's a nice little highlight play, but the castle doors will get broken open, but they only have 1 minute and 20 seconds to try to finish the map.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's one of those plays, right, where like kind of makes no difference because Irony was going to die anyway, but it's just stylish about it. Give them
it just looks cool.
For that one. He doesn't know that Alpha Yi is on the other side. Speaking of the Alpha Yi versus Leave duel, it ends up being that Chengdu win both fronts of the fight because even though Leave's in a 1v1, you saw that Monk was still popping in heals, long range. Pulse bomb to Jinmu connects, which is nice.
Yep, gets that kill time bought. Monk falling low. Couple shots connecting here on the Alpha Yi will force him to recall. Meantime, Gaga around the back. Obviously, no Primal ends up getting picked, and that's a massive stagger here for the Spark. And they're finding even more. They clean up Monk. And, I mean, Alpha is just playing right outside the doors.
This is the type of fight where I think you do need Primal again, because you need that longevity, you need that staying power on the point. You can't have a situation where Gaga goes in and gets melted, right? You need the Nano Vice to also pop off, but ideally, Gaga finds the space for you. You still have to fight up against Shy and Irony's Nano Vices, so Jinmu must kill Shy, ideally, or maybe Irony before the Nano can come on through. Should be difficult though, because Super Rich has his beat, so if Super Rich times this properly, Hangzhou just win this map, off the beat alone.
See if you can do it. Alfie as well, nearly with another Pulse Bomb. Leaf still so significantly far away, only at 33%. Alfie continuing to harass, now just needs a little bit more, and the Pulse is going to be up. That alone, if he can get that into the back lines, pick off somebody like Monk, it could be huge, and there it is! He gets the stick! That's going to draw out the Nano Boost. The Attack Visor now going to be popping the sound barriers there from Super Rich. Perfectly timed to keep it contained, and Shy says, yeah, this is how you get it done. Pops his own Visor, 3 quick kills instantly come flowing in. Gaga cannot get back to the cart and would have died if he had. Hangzhou Spark will close out Eichenwalde, holding nicely inside the castle, and that gives them now match point as they move up 2-1.
Yeah, that was well played by the Hangzhou Spark. I think from an economic standpoint, they had the better ultimates anyway. They are not the ones forced to use it either. They can happily wait for Chengdu to strike first and react to the play, which is exactly what they did. You have a situation where another brilliant stick coming through from Alpha Yi on towards Monk forces the Nano probably a little bit even earlier than what Monk wanted, but he has to use it because he's dying. And if you're wondering why Leave isn't getting the same pulse bomb value, I think it really does come down to the Winston versus Zarya matchup. Very hard to get pulse bombs off when you're playing up against Zarya that always has a bubble. When you have 2 bubbles available, it's difficult to find an opening where the bubble's not going to be there. And every single bubble is just going to cancel your pulse bomb instantly, whereas that doesn't happen for Chengdu because they're playing a Winston instead.
Well, incredible there from the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Still close, but no cigar for the side of Chengdu Hunters. Can't make it to the end, can't take us to extra innings. So now they have to fight back, cannot drop anything else, otherwise Hangzhou Spark will be able to claim the series for themselves. Coming up next, we're going to have New Queen Street as we jump into push. We'll see if that could be the staging grounds for Chengdu Hunters to try to bring this series back under their control if they can take us to a 5th and final map. That's going to be coming up in just a few minutes. We will return, so don't go anywhere. All right, we are back and just about to go into what could be the final map of this series. 2-1 the lead right now over in the hands of the Hangzhou Spark. Chengdu Hunters need to get a win as we get ready to go on to New Queen Street if they want to extend us into a 5th and final map for a chance to win this series. Otherwise, Spark looking like they may be asserting their dominance and maintaining a spot in the upper echelons of the APAC region.
Yeah, I think Spark it was competitive, but Spark definitely had the edge on both A and C there. B was pretty 50-50 on Eichenwalde for both teams, but definitely A, the Spark one and done helped them a lot, gave them so much more extra time, and better win conditions on C as well, because what you're seeing is both teams kind of prioritizing where they believe their win conditions are. For the Spark, it's obviously Alpha Yi and Genji. We have that played in the final fight. In the hands of Alpha Yi, yeah, he's going to carve up Chengdu Hunters like you've never seen before. But then Chengdu Hunters, in the same regard, in that final fights, forced early, Alpha Yi made the play, forced Monk's hand, the Vice didn't get value because Super Rich had the beat available, and from an economical standpoint, Spark had Hunters beat on that level. But if Hunters had maybe one extra minute to reset further, come back with more ultimates because they either played A or B faster, that's a different story. And you can go back to the A as well. But again, they failed to kill Burner. That was probably the fight they should have capped, but it took them too long, and that extra time ends up affecting the rest of their map where they run out of time for C.
Well, here we go. All comes down to this for Chengdu. See if they can push forward. Get that map 5 dream. Because I believe right now they're still the only team that we've had to successfully pull off an overtime win on a push map. Is that correct?
They did, didn't they? I think was it because of the cap situation where the push bot stalls on the checkpoint, right? And then they then got it like what 1 centimeter, like 1 inch over the push line. So it's still a very specific scenario in the OT, but I'll give it to them. I'm not going to take that one away from them. Deserved for sure, but for the most part, like 90%, 95% of the time, probably won't see teams being able to do that consistently at all. So being able to snowball effectively here and assert yourself into a position where you have control and you have the better distance, which sounds obvious, but then maintaining that so the other team doesn't have a chance to push in the OT is kind of the win condition, right? So pay a lot of attention when we get around to the 4-3 minute mark, because at that point, the losing team starts to struggle a lot.
All right, well, making their way forward, Soldiers leading the charge. Shy versus Leave out on these picks yet again. Alpha Yi with the Reaper. Jinmu on the Genji. Let's see how they fare. We have this Zarya matchup yet again with Gaga staying in, so looks like no dicey today.
I think the dicey performance left a lot to be desired for Chengdu Hunters, right? The fact that they even got Gaga in for that third map versus Sol says a lot, so Gaga staying in the entire way now. Jinmu gets the opening first blood and Shy traded.
Yep, Spirit Rich with a little right-click action, manages to find that kill. Bernard beaming down Nisha as well, but takes a much-deserved nap after finding the kill on the support. Alfie, narrowly thought maybe he was going to be able to survive there. It does get picked off, as it's a very bloody affair back and forth at the moment, with the bot not really receiving too much attention. 100 energy here for Bernard, trying to stay alive in the corner. You can see the heals coming down. They're trying to body block for him, but instead he and Zubarich end up dying. And the bot is going to be taken control of here by the Chengdu Hunters.
Good return and recovery from Chengdu, right? They basically didn't even allow the Hangzhou Spark to, get any push there. So this is the kind of fight, by the way, that kind of feeds into first fight win statistics. So we did see that publicly on Twitter the other day. I mean, Hangzhou only got 0.37 out of a single neutral fight win, right? So it comes down to a spree of fight wins rather than just a singular fight win. You need to get about 2 to 3 in a row here if you're Chengdu.
And they're also just basically not playing on the bot at all. I think the .37 that they got was pretty much accidental proximity to the robot. Alpha Yi, though, gets nanoed up, runs straight into Monk, finds that kill. Picking up 1. His irony will go down, so trade on the Anos, but still a trade up overall 2-1 for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, and now they'll find a third as Leave. His legs can't move fast enough to get him away from that.
And he's on the patch where legs is incredible here, because on the next patch, the speed on that sprint is going to be reduced for sure. In any case, we're looking towards a very back and forth game so far. Only 20 meters push for Chengdu, nothing to write home about just yet. Burner on the front lines, grab available. He could find a pretty decent grab here if a lot of Chengdu members come out of that jungle. There it is.
Quite low, grab gonna be used, locks up Jinmu, pops the deflect to try to stay alive, but Nisha does fall. Looks like he will just get beamed down in the end. Shy hitting him with those Helix rockets. Finds the elimination. That's 3 kills now for nothing on the side of the Hangzhou Spark. They can keep the bot pushing, and that's going to give them the lead.
And that's a huge value grab as well. Again, quite rare in the 5v5 kind of metas, right? You're usually looking at solo grabs, but a 3-man grab when Chengdu are actually grouped up trying to come through a choke, and the only thing to stop it is a deflict, which Jinmu has to have perfect timing for. It doesn't end up happening. Ultimate's coming online now for the side of Chengdu. Notably, the blade should be important. Grab to set things up first.
Okay,
And a late
2-man
beat.
grab. Super Rich way too late with the beat, yeah. Nisha, and already long since gotten the kill there. That's going to be a nice little cherry on top here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters who say, okay, we pop one ult, we get the eliminations, and they waste their sound barrier. Cleanup comes in, that's an extended team kill. The bot again shifting back across, and they can retake the lead here.
This is like the highest value win in terms of an ult exchange you can get, right? You play a grab, the counter does nothing for you, and you get a clean fight when nobody on your team dies. And that's another thing about Push as well. You have to win these fights several in a row where people on your team are alive because of reinforcement distance far too long. Ultimate's online now for the Hangzhou Spark, but guess what? Niche can counter it, and there's so much to play through. Blade for Jinmu now.
Blade, but he's going to get zoned back. Still quite a bit of damage that he has to respect. Shy calling low. He will at least be able to zone out this attack visor. So neither ult finding too much, but Jinmu will die at the end as the forward cap comes in here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. So even though they disengage, the bot's still taking his break, and he's not going to start pushing for Hangzhou quite yet.
Importantly though, Jinmu actually got the respawn with the forward respawn while the checkpoint was there. So that's actually huge for Jinmu then regrouping with the rest of Chengdu, because now they can nanovisor together and Leaf just goes through.
Yep, he's still dropping down, looks for the kill on the Irony, will find it. Shy gets Monk at the same time. Leaf comes up with Bernard, but there's the Death Blossom from Alpha Yi, and that manages to trade it up. Nisha's the only one left alive for the moment. Bot still pushing forward now for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. They still do have those long run backs though as we get closer to the Chengdu spawn room. So how much distance they can get, it's a bit up in the air, but they might just be able to take it to the checkpoint.
And this is, I don't even know about that because Chengdu have actually arrived, and you can see on this overhead now there's so many members of Hangzhou coming back. So despite losing and spending ultimates, worthwhile for Leave and the Chengdu Hunters because there is no way that Hangzhou can get maximum distance just because of how the reinforcement in this game mode works. So we're back to neutral territory, 3 minutes now. No one's really had a huge lead. I don't consider the 57 to be insurmountable just yet. So anyone's game still at 3 minutes.
Yeah. Absolutely is still recoverable here for Hangzhou. Chengdu though starting to shift the bot back towards the opposite side of the map, and Jinmu finds an opening kill. Shy going to be taken down. Irony at half HP. Alpha Yi drops down, slept instantly, has to wraith away as he gets woken up. We'll find a pick off here onto the Genji though. This one
Grab coming.
little bright spot here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, but see TP forward. Alpha Yi again just trying to get up to the grills. Doesn't find too much damage for it though, and has to disengage yet again.
And interesting will be where Bernard decides to apply this. Again, likely will be a solo into Gaga. Both Zaryas, in fact, will probably solo each other, right? Leave on a big flank. We'll take the high ground, I have to assume. Can't get caught by grab. There it is. I thought maybe that was a grab.
I thought it was. I thought it was it as well.
Because it would have been a good one.
Yeah.
If you kill Leave in that grab, that's really high value. So he probably should have gone for it.
Does not. I don't think maybe the rest of the team wasn't in position to capitalize on top of that if he had gotten the catch anyway. So just decides to wait. Now sees it though. There's Nisha taken out of the fight. Sound barrier going to come in now from Super Rich just to really push them forward here and try to counteract this attack visor.
Two slates.
Works the treat, but Leave drops down out of the train, gets the Helix rockets in onto Irony. Finds the kill, anti out onto Super Rich, but he will stay alive and he'll start healing himself and Shy back up. Bot pushing once more here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. They're going to get the checkpoint. They're going to tie it up.
I don't know if you call that a Ilios. This is the first time in all my years of Overwatch that I've ever seen this on the HUD. But both Bernard and Irony were sleeping at the same time, which means Monk landed a sleep dart and Jinmu deflected a sleep, and both of them hit at the same time on 2 different people. That's wild to me.
I did not catch that.
No, that's crazy. But what else is crazy is we're about to hit 1 minute, and it's 57-18 for both teams, which means it's the checkpoint scenario. We're back. We talked this up last time. A team won an O team. It was this exact same scenario. So
it could just draw. We'll have to wait and see. Jinmu instantly melted. Tries to pull the blade. Gets assassinated by Shy. Shy himself, though, under fire. Lee will cut him down. The attack visor finding no value. The bot, again, continuing to push forward. So that draw scenario, suddenly not that realistic. They get the poop away here onto Alpha Yi. And yep, the bot will gain some distance. Alpha Yi in a good spot. Pulls the Death Blossom despite being low on health. Then it's just to find Gaga, but it's traded out just as quickly as Bernard will fall to leave.
And now you just have to make sure Chengdu don't stagger themselves up. They have to make sure everybody gets out alive as they can because we're about to head into OT. And there's a lot of pushing distance left to go.
There's a huge amount of pushing distance left to go here with 20 seconds remaining. And Leave shoves them away from the bot, keeps them at bay. Attack visor, though, is gone. The bot again shifting forward here by the Chengdu Hunters. 10 seconds remaining. It seems like Hangzhou Spark, if they want to get the win, they're going to have to make it happen now in overtime. Time switch dwindling down. No ults for either side. The Nano nearly there for irony. He pushes out the window, takes a huge chunk of damage, pulls back, stays safe. Bot continuing to advance. It's nearly at the midway point.
I was going to say, this could actually be a map 5 coming on through, very likely, unless Chengdu make mistakes. That's number one of a mistake. They can maybe still wait, but the payload is moving up, and it is in a position to contest. Or will
too close to the side. Super Rich move forward. I think he's sent him off the side of the map. Hard to say, though, but now Jinmu right up here trying to contest against Bernard. Takes him down about half HP, but doesn't have the Wraith Walk. Ends up falling. Sound barrier now is available, and yeah, they absolutely are. They only need to go a couple extra meters. The bot now rolling up. Hangzhou Spark might be able to make it happen right here, right now. The sound barrier comes in. The grab is out from Gaga. They need some kills, though. Super Rich the first one to fall. The Nano rolling onto Bernard. He nearly has a grab of his own. He can just pull them away from the bot, but instead manages to just grab two. Monk dives into it to try to keep things contested. And as Jinmu falls, that will be it. They get it in overtime.
Wow.
Hangzhou Spark making the run back happen, and that closes the series 3-1 in their favor.
I mean, I have to question, though. Chengdu just constantly staggering themselves. They just needed to regroup as 5, take a fight again as 5, not be disadvantaged, and you know, survive against a grab, and it seems like it was very doable for Chengdu because, again, this push gets more difficult for Hangzhou the further they go in OT because their respawns take really long, the run back distance is insane, Chengdu's get better. To be fair, it wasn't the most insane distance, like we didn't really breach 60 meters, and I think when the game is still within a 60 meter margin, it can be very, I don't know what the right word is, comebackable. I just made up a word right there, but you know what I'm talking about.
Recoverable.
Yeah. It's recoverable, right? And so Hangzhou Spark did recover, but it also requires that Hunters make mistakes such as staggering themselves constantly back and forth. Someone keeps on dying. They're never together as 5 in a situation where all they got to do is make sure they're 5 again. Don't throw more bodies in the payload. You can take the final fight at the checkpoint, and if you win that one, you're okay.
Well, that's going to be a very good feel-good moment here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark as they get the victory. And we'll go ahead and take a look at our player of the match. This one, I think, a little bit more up in the air. Both DPS players for the side of the Spark looked absolutely stellar throughout. But we are going to be giving this over to Shy. Some really wonderful Death Blossoms here to start things off. And then when he goes over to Soldier 76, the Widowmaker, just absolutely incredible figures that he was putting up.
Yeah, and you know, a stat line that I didn't actually bring up on Eichenwalde was that he had 17,000 total damage done, which is 7,000 more damage than both Jinmu and Leave, and 3,000 more damage than Alpha Yi. Despite Alpha Yi being way more flashy in Eichenwalde with all his blades and all his sick frags, I wouldn't even say invisible impact. I think it's more invisible from the viewer eye than from the team perspective. Chengdu can definitely feel the amount of damage that Shai was doing, and over the course of you know, the series today, you can just look at the stats here. 31 final blows, 29,000 damage, 20
those
helix,
are helix rocket kills.
Yeah, and that's just wild stats from Shai. And he wasn't playing Soldier the whole time, because some people might think, well, is 20,000 a lot, 29,000 a lot? Consider that he was also on Widow, also on the Reaper, and pounding on all those picks as well.
Yeah, I mean, he continues to just still look like one of the best hit scan DPS that we have, you know, in the league, not just here in the APAC region. I mean, he made such a name for himself last year. We're kind of talking about this, I think, you know, during their second series, where Hangzhou Spark was not really able to achieve too much last year. They made it to a tournament, but then didn't really go too far. They had players, they had moments where it looked like they could be one of the best teams out here. Never really made it, but this year seems to be a bit of a difference, especially, you know, with how Fusion looked earlier. There's definitely this gap, there's definitely this spot up near the top 3 that the Hangzhou Spark can absolutely stay slotted in.
Absolutely. You know, and I'll dive into some more heavy analysis in a little bit when we come back, but I mean, I'm just impressed overall with Hangzhou Spark so far this season, because they've had some, they nearly beat the Shanghai Dragons. They come out, beat the Chengdu Hunters. I expected them to beat the Chengdu Hunters today because I think Chengdu is still looking for their form. They're still not even sure what their starting lineup is. It seems like Gaga is now in the starting lineup. But with Hangzhou, they know exactly who their five are. They know exactly where their strengths are. They're playing their own style. I appreciate that they even bring it that far because they're willing to play to their strengths, and that's one of Alpha U's strengths. And you know what? If there are certain heroes that you are exceptionally good at, like Ash's, like Shy's Ash or whatever, sometimes you got to do that, and that can give you wins, and they've been winning because of it.
Absolutely have. Well, I'm excited to hear what the more in-depth analysis is going to be, and we're going to find out together. You and I chat in just a few minutes. We'll see what Avril's got for us when we come back from the break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be breaking down the action a little bit more in just a few.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Alrighty, we are back. It's time to break down some of the action that we saw there. Thought it was going to be maybe a 5-map series. Didn't quite get there, though, Avril, but we still got the 3-1. Things started off pretty wildly close between these two teams. We think about, University, especially on Oasis. Things were neck and neck as the pendulum swung, was just back and forth, flipping the point over and over again. But it feels like as time went on, Hangzhou Spark just continued to improve, continued to play more cohesively, and things kind of slipped through the cracks for the side of the Chengdu Hunters.
And ultimately, it wasn't like a perfect game for the Hangzhou Spark by any means, especially that Gibraltar, I'll still die on the hill that there were far cleaner things they could have done. They still ended up winning the map, which is huge because that was a bit of a monkey there to get off their back, pun intended, because Gushui hadn't won a game yet, right? So they needed to get Gushui his first map win, proud of him for that. But moving on forwards, I think Eichenwalde was the real telling map. Like if you want one map that really gives you the perspective of where Hangzhou was just that much better than Chengdu, that map to me made all the difference because pretty much across the board, they gapped Chengdu statistically, but also pacing, decision making, their macro on A and C in particular. B was a little bit more 50-50, but A and C were not close in my opinion in terms of how much Hangzhou were playing better. And Alpha in particular, just finding these win conditions, outplaying everything. The Shy Alpha duo never ceases to impress me, and in fact, I get more impressed as time goes on because when I look back at the old Hangzhou Spark, and they're a team that have had, I think, a reputation for, I wouldn't say being a choking team, but certainly being a team that never lives up to their potential, with a team that's always kind of stacked. Now, and maybe credit Chang'un for this, which is maybe a crazy thing for me to say. I think some fans would kind of wince at that thought, but credit Chengdu because this is working right now. They found their starting 5. It is actually with Bernard. Bernard's playing out of his mind compared to last year. The Reaper Zarya comps work. Alpha Yi's been a huge diamond in the rough and more than a worthy companion for Shy in the DPS line, whereas I felt like Soman Soon Architect couldn't do that for Shy last year. So many things are working well for Hangzhou Spark, and they're no longer a team that are kind of just like, oh, maybe they're just playing against easy teams, they're doing well. I think they're legit. I think Hangzhou Spark are easy in my top 3 in APAC and slightly climbing even further up. Might even be climbing above, teams like Fusion very soon.
Yeah, I mean, if they can continue to have this upward growth and upward trajectory, I think they absolutely can maybe wrest away, that second place spot or so. Getting up to Seoul Dynasty with the way that they're looking right now, I think that's going to be difficult for just about anybody else in the APAC region. But it also is the Seoul Dynasty, so they absolutely could drop the ball down the line and end up not making it into a tournament. They could end up, just fully throwing some matches. But for now, they look good. Hangzhou look absolutely excellent, and Fusion just, I think, need to retool, reset as they get ready for their next match tomorrow. They've got the Chengdu Hunters, who are having a bit of a rougher start, so I think Fusion will find a good moment there to, get back on the horse, get another win under their belt, put that third one up for themselves. But we'll see what happens. We're not done yet, though, so I should stop talking about things that are coming up tomorrow and those matches and whatnot. That's still a ways away. There's one last series to be played out this evening. That's going to be the Guangzhou Charge going up against the Shanghai Dragons. Guangzhou definitely going to have their work cut out for them, but we'll see if they can find some stability. We can see if they, are really allowed to enable, the likes of Choice A1 and whatnot, have that heavy impact Genji coming through to carry them to victory. We're going to find out, but myself and Avril will be mere spectators alongside you guys in the chat. That is going to be handled by Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day for the commentary. So we'll hand it off to them after this quick little break. Don't go anywhere.
Good morning, everybody. And, well, good evening to wherever you are in the world. Hi, we're Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day. We're the Double L's. If you guys haven't caught us in North America, this is our first time in APAC, and man, it's already been a wild ride. That last match we just saw was getting kind of close at the end at New Queen Street, but we'll close our day with, I don't know if it'll be that quick and easy, but we will see. Shanghai Dragons versus the Guangzhou Charge.
Yeah, we've seen some elated teams and some dejected ones, but we've also seen some teams with yo-yo starts in our first week here of APAC, and that's exactly what Shanghai Dragons had in their opening match of the season, coming in as inaugural reigning champions from our original build of Overwatch. Overwatch 2 treated them to a quick 0-3 against the Philadelphia Fusion, but bouncing back as we know Shanghai Dragons to do. Now they have to continue building upon those wins to get into the Countdown Cup, because as weird as it seems, Shanghai Dragons aren't guaranteed to get in there, Lemon.
It's a bit of a slower start for them, huh? Like, just being 1-1 in a 5th place spot. Take a look at their roster, starting with Fleta and Lip. Now, Lip's an interesting story, and I know a ton about him. I remember casting him back in Contenders in the day, and he has, you know, big shoes to fill, having a similar maybe hero pool to Fleta a little bit with the Reaper and stuff, so he's playing with Fleta this time. Usually it's kind of Lip or Who Are You in the last few matches, but Shanghai had that slower start. You know, you had the Game 5, they lost 3-0 to Philly, and not on top of the league as most predicted.
Yeah, and Shanghai, of course, they do run their 2-tank split of Void and Fate, and it's pretty much down the middle. Fate will play the main tanks, and Void the off-tanks. Depends on which philosophy Shanghai Dragons wish to follow out of the Winston Dive versus the Zarya Bubbling Reaper. On the other side, though, we have the Guangzhou Charge, and this is a team that had a pretty solid 2020, Lemon, but 2021 left a lot to be desired. There was well where Guangzhou Charge were going to be walking away in a hard last place if it wasn't for the LA Valiant heroically coming in and losing every match in 2021. And now the Guangzhou Charge, they've built up once more, hoping for the same success of 2020 to once again rear its head. And someone I want to focus in on here is Develop. This is a player who's going to be getting a lot of respect from the Shanghai Dragons, because Moon and the rest of Shanghai know that for a while Develop was their secret weapon. This was a hit scan that Moon considered good enough to scout and pick up and kind of hold in reserve, even with both Lip and Fleta on the team as adept hit scan players.
I don't like the way you said good enough. If a teacher or my parents ever said good enough, I would be disappointed by that. But also Guangzhou Charge's tank situation, a little bit unique of, Shanghai, you know, they more rely on their Winston dive with Fate, while his Charge have incorporated more Zarya and even some Diva with Krong and Rio sharing more of that playtime, and Rio pairing well with Choice at One's Genji. And Develop, like you mentioned, kind of fills a lot of the gaps and has flexed a lot to different heroes, as we will kick off this series on Ilios, specifically on Ruins, where I'm wondering if Lip especially is going to want to play Widow.
Yeah, we do know that Ruins especially, Deepay, we talked to him before, and he considered this a bit of a trap for a Widowmaker player, because historically this map has been very favoured towards Widows, but also it actually has a couple of sightlines where you can really occlude a Widow from the entire fight and try and outpace an opposing team that is waiting for those early picks with your own affirmative engagements. Here, though, Krong is someone I'm really excited about being able to show off their off-tank prowess. I really think that in 2020, when Guangzhou were at their best, Krong and his off-tank on the Sigma in particular was a huge part of that, and I do believe that Krong has what it takes to go toe-to-toe with Void on the Zarya.
Yeah, Krong just playing a ton of Zarya, and not naturally just automatic Reaper like you would see in North America. It's either with Choice of One's Genji or his Echo, and Develop, like I said, is flexed anything from Widow to Sombra to Ashe. You can see Fleta's already in Guangzhou's backline. Develop hoping to get some peel, and so he does from Krong, and that's a first pick for the Charge of 5-on-4, is now Develop's getting headshots.
And that's the hit scan that Moon believed in and that Guangzhou have as well here, Lemon. At the moment, Void avoiding the headshots, but it's going to be Guangzhou Charge coming in with their first pick. And now, Shanghai Dragons have to try and figure out where they want to go from here. It's going to be a little bit of a disengagement, get all 5 back, and then try and find their way to Develop again, or potentially overrun someone like Krong instead, who's got less peeling power behind him with the lesser DPS of the Widow and the Genji.
Develop going back to the spot that he popped off at the start, finishes off Fleta, now 20% in, accruing. Develop just can't be stopped. And even Lijiang is going to get the swift backhand of the law. 3K for Develop, and close to Infrasight. And not only that, Charge get to keep the point. So this Infrasight may be big if he gets it in time.
I'm kind of getting Fisher vibes from Season 1. You dropped me, you traded me away. Do you regret it? I'll make you regret it one way or another. Shanghai Dragons torn apart by their former rookie. And now their rival here on the Guangzhou Charge, still in control, 50% here, Lemon. And they are getting very close on the side of Guangzhou Charge to that Nano Blade, but Lip's already dead. So Shanghai are back to square one for a while, and this is even more time, even more charge.
I can expect the Shanghai Dragons to have a really hard time closing the gap between themselves and Develop. I mean, Lip has to either find a way to TP without and going unnoticed, because there's that loud sound line that happens. And then Fleta, is he going to invest a dash? How can he get close without using Deflect? You want to keep that as long as you can, as Develop has been able to waste a lot of Shanghai Dragons' time just continuously picking. Now seeing someone drop right below him, he ain't too sus about that. Now Fleta has appeared, climbs up. Both teams receiving bubbles. Develop will disengage. You're giving up space to the Dragons as they hope to step up. The grab is thrown from Krong, and it automatically creates this 5-on-4 where Charge are continuously in the lead.
And now Shanghai have to work against the Nano Blade. Choice here one can use it at any time, but actually the Nano not even expended thus far from far away. It was just to beat out cooldowns, Lemon, and now it's in the back pocket for Krong if it's needed. Faraway can use this at any time, and Void can't even touch. 100-0 against a team that many considered far weaker. This is a disastrous opening for the Shanghai Dragons.
I just feel bad for anyone's pick'ems in APAC. It feels just like the most obvious matches are so difficult to call. I mean, even Shanghai Dragons going to Game 5, what was it, versus the Spark? I'd have to remember. And then also getting 3-0'd by Philly. Yeah, so they went into Game 5 against Spark, which they did win, but no one expected a team like the Spark to take Shanghai Dragons to this level, nor did any of us expect 100-0 from the Charge right off the bat. I mean, Develop is just lasering kids today.
Another interesting Dragons alumni who is present on the Charge is also one of their coaches, Youngjin. Everyone knows Youngjin from their time as one of the Doomfist specialists in 2019 Shanghai Dragons, who far outstripped the reputation they gained as an 0-40 team in the year prior.
Oh, the Choice A1 Echo, usually not paired with a Mercy, so investing a lot of eggs in that basket. And of course, you're going to give those bubbles over when you can. Develop got dangerously low. Choice A1 picked off by Lip. I love this coast side approach from Dragons, and it's really safe now that there's really not someone that can boop you off of it like a Lucio can. The point is unlocked. Both teams still contesting it. You see Krong leaving, using bubbles to keep himself alive, as now the Guangzhou Charge are left without a tank, and so they will get flanked by Fleta.
Oh, that's an MVP moment there. There's a reason that Fleta's MVP skin was on the Echo. The duality of good and evil, yeah, that's not needed anymore. It's just all cruelty at the moment from the ex-MVP. And now this is a little bit of a better showing from the Shanghai Dragons, getting their first percentage of the entire match thus far, Lemon. And you can see that Choice A1 and Develop, they are far behind when it comes to the ult charge. They are getting very thoroughly suppressed when it comes to these sightlines.
I like that Lijiang is doing a good job of bouncing between Lip and Fleta, and it takes a good Mercy player to make those decisions of who has what cooldowns available. You're going to want a blue beam, you know, the dynamites that come in from Lip, or the sticky bombs from Fleta, and Fleta has already diffed Choice A1. The bubbles come out from Krong to allow Develop to rotate out of that dangerous position. Lip has to be dislodged. Guangzhou Charge realize this. They have support ultimates, but just keep starting off these fights down a person, and they don't want to take that risk.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Lemon. Lijiang very good when it comes to rotating the blue beam, but at the moment, Fleta's just handing out blue pills, and they are being gobbled down by the Guangzhou Charge. It's so hard to even get any real progress onto this point at the moment. Continuously trying to contest this high ground is so dangerous, and now, almost with 5 ultimates, are the Shanghai Dragons. This could easily be 100-0 if they're rationed out correctly, and they continue to control the pace against Guangzhou, who are continuously harried and harassed.
Oh, Faraway has been picked, and Fleta was a bit quiet in that round 1, not having as good of a time on the Genji. I think just going after Develop and how many bubbles Krong gave to him was difficult, but man, is he shining bright on the Echo. Copies Azaria, gets grabbed by Krong just to occupy him a little bit more, but Fleta has been living, building up to a grab of his own, and honestly doesn't even need it. Went from 100 to 0 from the charge to now a Uno reverse card being dealt by the Dragons, a few more percentage away. Overtime starts. The Charge are fighting back, and Develop has gotten to two-piece after using his bomb near the objective. Now it's not going to contest, and the Dragons about to close the door on this round.
Krong's moved in on the Doomfish, trying to chase down Lijiang here, and yes, it is going to translate into a kill. And look at that, Void is slept as well, but I think it might be a little bit too little and too late here, Lemon. Krong is low on health, but they do now have an Ana at their back. That is going to be a flip towards the end. Shanghai Dragons might kick themselves a little bit for losing out on this one, but at least it means they can have a well-considered 4-player return to attack, as overtime will once again be soon to be triggered.
That was an insane stall from Krong. About 10 seconds, but also due to Farway's nano that he gave to him. Remember that damage mitigation is big for Doomfist, and all he had to do was stand at the choke, but reinforcements were able to come from Charge, but not really have the splash or the impact they were hoping for, as now Void has found himself in the well. Dragons hoping to finish this off quickly. They got to deal with this Doomfist. Lip gets the chase down, Fleta by his side, and now it's about flipping the point. Really, who is left from the Charge? Not much. You got 3 approaching the point.
Choice there one stops over to the Genji for the additional speed and potentially the snowball potential of kill after kill, giving those dash resets. Wrapping around the back has been spotted by Fleta, and that means that this approach is going to be far from stealthy. Lemon. Anti down to 40 HP, running low on options are the Guangzhou Charge.
Good movement from Choice One just to preserve his life, especially during that bio grenade as Fleta gets punched off the map. The recall wasn't available. Now the Dragons, they've dealt with Krong though. Numbers looking equal. Izayaki, nano to Void, who's charged up and ready to go, has a grab, can throw it at the choke, and Charge are just going towards the point, but they're getting stuffed. They're not able to. Lip's Bob is the ultimate bodyguard, and finally Dragons force a round 3.
Bit of a late renaissance there from a Guangzhou Charge. Don't quote me on this, but I think there was a point in that map where Void actually killed himself with one of his mortars, and I think that Shanghai Dragons had got more eliminations on Shanghai Dragons than Guangzhou Charge had done. However, the overtime stall was admirable, and we saw that Krong does have the Doomfist in the kit, and it's by no means inept, but Izayaki is very quick when it comes to those sleep darts, and you can't really do much to avoid them when power blocking as a Doomfist. Your mobility becomes heavily limited, and you basically become a freebie for the Ana during that cooldown being channeled. Now we head over to a double D.Va. Now, there have been questions about the validity of D.Va in both regions, from both Avril and from the color casters we have over in NA, like myself occasionally. And it really feels like D.Va doesn't quite have as much utility as for Winston or the Zarya in these cases, but knowing the prevalence of Ashe over an APAC, it could be a little bit more valuable to try and eat things like those dynamites and maybe get mid-air interceptions on Echoes.
This is not the first time that Krong has brought out the D.Va now that the fight is going down. He's brought this on Lighthouse specifically against the Valiant, which, by the way, they lost. Sorry, kids, for disappointing you. And also on Dorado, but we actually haven't seen this from Void at all this season so far. It's an interesting look. Dragons will come out ahead in this fight. And I'm liking to see already that Fleta and Choice One are looking a lot more even in this Echo matchup than how the previous round went.
One of the interesting things about the D.Va as well here, especially against the Ashe, is that she can't be intercepted as thoroughly by the coach gun. She can continue channeling those boosters after being knocked back, which means that the Ashes have to be a lot more judicious as to when they use that cooldown. Otherwise, the D.Va will just continue flying at them for the remainder of that booster.
Lip on top of the point. Pretty safe position away from all the action, which has been more in the middle of the map. Now Izayaki has a nano. I don't know who you want to give this to. At least in North America, you usually give it to the Echo player, but that decision may vary depending on who is in a position to get the most value. Fleta is the recipient, dives down, bombs, Choice in one, Unique is down 2, 5 versus 3 for the Dragons. A massive bio from far away, was hoping to get more trades for the Charge, but it's a clear fight win for the Dragons.
Ooh, okay, Fleta tests Develop there, and Develop says, do not test me again, son. Lijiang gives him a second lease on life, and now Fleta can once again be a bit of a menace in the early poke phase. And one of the things we've got to consider with this Ashe and Echo complement is that first fight really is everything. Unique is calling for a pause, and this allows me to elaborate a little bit on this point about the overall composition, Lemon. First fight is even more even more important than usual when we're looking at things like the Ashe and the Echo, because both of these characters excel heavily in an extended poke phase with the Mercy, when you can force the enemy to consume resources in order to even reach a position where they can adequately contest a point or contest your backline. You're having to use things like your Bardic Grenade to survive as an Ana, or be forced into positions where you really aren't comfortable with the sight lines that you have to use to try and heal up your D.Va, and that might be one of the reasons why we're going to see potentially 100-0 here from Shanghai.
Ooh, bold call at 62%. The ult's going their way. Another fight win. I'm thinking, yeah. Just seeing Void also lap Krong about 25% on self-destructs. Izayaki, 30% plus on Faraway's Nano Boost generation. That alone, like you kind of already pointed out, tells me that Void and Izayaki are just a lot more involved in the fights in the middle of the map. We will be unpausing shortly, getting back into the map to see if Leg Day's bold prediction of the 100-0 could be happening. And it's Fleta. And I think because of that just consistent pressure that Void has, how he's able to generate so much ult charge for both Izayaki and himself means a lot of the targets from the charge are below 50% health, meaning Fleta looks a lot better on the kill feed.
And Void playing this defensive position as well means that when someone actually makes an aggressive dive onto, for say, Izayaki, Krong can come in behind with the boosters and boot them in deeper, so that they might be out of the zone of influence of their Ana after that and can't receive additional healing. Fleta goes low and Krong is going to get a tap upon the point, but now the Bob is going to start to mess with the plans of Guangzhou.
Oh, Fleta's going as far away as he can, but you can't escape the choice he won. He's also got nanoed, but dealing with Lips Bob has been an issue for the charge. They have to invest the ultimates. It's 99-0. They were hoping to conserve it and cycle it through, because even if they win here, it's a lot of work left ahead of the charge. You got a self-destruct duplicate from Choice One, sent in the middle of the map, zones off Izayaki. Void contests. The Dragons think it's winnable. The self-destruct is used from Void as Izayaki gives the nano to somebody from the Dragons. Either way, now Fleta is duplicating. Dragons are also equally investing so much more and have stolen away the point, forcing Charge to feel all the weight on their shoulders to fight this, as Faraway's been discovered. If he gets killed by Fleta here, the resources of the charge might be squashed, and Fleta delivers kill after kill, but Choice One is still a problem on the point.
Yeah, both those DPS stayed alive and continue to frag out here. This might even turn into staggers from the side of Shanghai Dragons, but you've got to remember that all of these players are so dangerous to even consider being up against. Lip has taken out Develop, but Lijiang the pocket is missing. And now, Shanghai Dragons, they are going to just back off for a moment, knowing that they still have the pressure here to gain some land and make sure that Guangzhou Charge can't get a great poking phase, because they're so afraid of the sightlines that Lip has been able to generate.
There's also some good ults coming up. I wonder, Lip is the closest one to Bob, and his Bobs have been so impactful, and it forces Faraway to make a decision of, do you want to sleep the Bob? And once that one is out, Shanghai Dragons can engage a lot more aggressively. Izayaki is down. Dragons in trouble. Does Lijiang even have the space to resurrect? The answer is no, he's dead too. Dragons have no supports, and Guangzhou Charge are starting to close the gap in the score.
Oh, excellent healing there from Izayaki, though. Keeps Void alive and makes sure there won't be any stagger there. On the other side, Krong got into the Baby D.Va form and could not pistol themselves a mech back, so it was a quick reset. And now there is an opening for Shanghai Dragons to get contest on this point, and Bob's going to be the one who is responsible for it. But he's not touching the point, Lemon. There isn't going to be additional pressure there.
You sleep the Bob, but there's no eager engage from the charge in response to this cooldown being used, as Fleta slaps Unique out of the air. Faraway's the only one left to heal from the charge, as Develops Bob is now on the point, but rather to just stop Dragons from rotating there. We enter last fight, 99-92 and growing for the charge. Fleta forces the flip. Krong has been nanoed. Guangzhou start investing ultimates as they storm the point, but the point has already been flipped. The Dragons are in the driver's seat. They've lost Izayaki, who died with nano, as Void has to buy time with the self-destruct. And ult after ult You look at the point, you're left with a 4-on-2 for the Charge, who are doing the ultimate 0 to 100 comeback, and Develop just can't be stopped like he was on Widow on Ruins, as he continues to do on Ashe on this map. But the Dragons, they never give up, and they can't. It's the final round of Ilios, but the Charge have only netted themselves kills, and Dragons are left behind and away from the objective. And Choice A1 will end this all, and the Charge will be taking map 1.
And Charge here, they put so much faith into Farway and Krong to be able to keep that point contested, which was super important, Lemon, because it allowed Choice A1 and Develop the freedom to roll into the backlines and in the midst of these most important fights, pick up kills that really would have surprised the Shanghai Dragons. The assassinations were so powerful, and they managed to take advantage of some of these early fights pickoffs, which were so stifling when Shanghai Dragons were using those against them on their own defensive half of the Lighthouse. Guangzhou Charge have come out here with a very impressive showing from their DPS, showing exactly why last year Shanghai Dragons believed that Develop was the pickup to make.
And I have to say, I agree. I mean, we could make a whole montage on the stuff that he did on Ruins, and I thought that last Lighthouse could have gone either way, especially with the 99-0. Dragons only had to win one fight, and every ult fight that they went up against the Charge, every trade that happened went the favor of the Charge, who made the 0 to 100 comeback to maybe mess up and boom a lot of people's preds and pick'ems. But we're going to turn to a quick break, and when we return, we'll head to Dorado.
Meteor strike.
it wouldn't be APAC without some shenanigans happening. The Guangzhou Charge have taken a map off the Dragons. Throw your 3-0 Preds in the toilet.
Yeah, my 3-0 Pred is officially boomed as well, but I'm pretty happy to see the Guangzhou Charge having a little bit of success here. I think that Unique was actually one of the better pickups in the off-season as well. Unique was a very successful main support on Element Mystic during their 2019 Contenders run in Seoul, South Korea, and was one of a few people on that team who didn't really get a lot of love and a lot of respect for what was achieved, and I think finally Unique has been identified as a high-tier main support who's been able to actually flex around a lot of the main support hero pool during this season as well. We've seen the Brigitte, the Lucio, and now the Mercy as well, because coming into this one then we thought, okay, Choice A1's not really getting the damage boost that much, but it seems like up against Shanghai Dragons, Guangzhou thought we need to be able to blue beam versus blue beam.
Yeah, there was kind of a mix of whether you wanted to have the Mercy or not for your Echo players. And yeah, speaking of Unique, also 2 new players joining the Charge are Develop and Molly, who we've already mentioned are former Shanghai Dragons players. So I wonder if that's like an extra motivation to want to be playing extra good. At least I know in NA there's a ton of smack talk. Now, I haven't been seeing that in APAC yet, but I also wouldn't be able to read it if it were to be occurring. So I'm thinking that's extra motivation to just say, hey, man, I glowed up.
I mean, there's a point where you just want to silently impart that you shouldn't have dropped me, right?
Yeah.
Like, even if you don't say it, you want to make Moon feel it. And I think that Develop is definitely throwing that energy out into the match right now, Lemon. Speaking of which, we've had a couple of other swap-arounds, of course. Both of our off-tank players have been sent to the bench for a little while so that the Winston gamers can come out to play. And of course, Winston's always been remarkably popular on Dorado. His ability to move between high grounds is super important on this map, as well as Primal Rage being incredibly valuable in terms of its ability to knock people off of high grounds and into the waiting clutches of teams. The rollout here for Choice A1 on the Symmetra should put Develop up onto one of the opposing roofs to the high ground where the defense would usually sit. But look, it's actually being camped at the moment by both Flatter and Fate. Will this be expected?
Have to see. It's also one of Fletta's first showings on the Tracer, at least just for this season. And Fletta's just creeping. He obviously vented for this spot. Now you just, you wish you had a pulse bomb, because man, their backs are just looking so open. What? Oh, now you finally see Develop in clip range, and then you pause. Oh, yeah, we vote this guy out. Emergency meeting.
Yeah, that's an emergency meeting kind of pause right there. I just saw this guy kill Develop in broad daylight. No dramas.
You might be wondering how I got into this situation.
This pause, even though it was called well before Flutter had managed to get that kill, might allow for a little bit of time here for Guangzhou to be like, okay, how do we deal with Flutter here? Count the blinks. How many does he have left? Is it a 2 blink or a 3 blink? We think that he's still got recall. And it's only a short one here. I think Guangzhou are experiencing a couple of technical issues. They also called a pause over on Ilios earlier. And we should be able to get back into game in just a second. Probably someone unplugging and replugging in their headset or something. Audio issues do happen now and then, Lemon. And Faye actually came in to try and rescue Fletter here, but had his dive knocked back.
Yeah, so Fletter's just gonna drop. He already used recall. It's already a get in, get out situation. Guangzhou Charge, though, I mean, they're still getting free card push, so Develop missing for a few seconds hasn't made that much of an impact. It's more now Develop being a lot more sus of who's behind him at all times. Fate getting already low, maybe force Dragons to just maybe head over to Market side as Develop takes a more aggro position further forward, hoping to get more shots into Fate, who shows his face. But I'm thinking now that this card has started crossing that underpass, Dragons are going to want to hold the Market side. But they don't, Charge always have to be wary of where Fate is, because he can always dive someone like Farway, and Develop, he still hits headshots.
Bloody hell, Develop is just built different. He's nasty. And now Fate has been slept one to the head, a full bully compliment given over. That is not a humane putting down of the gorilla. Fate is down. Fletter, dare you test Develop? A little bit easier here to try and make a disengagement. A couple blinks away. The payload is shifting, and it's going to be Fleta with Nano who recontests.
The Nano Tracer. Oh, and the whiff on the wall. It's okay. And the blink into the wall. Sometimes you get a little hyped up when the Nano Juice comes in. The Charge also invests the Blade. Not satisfied with the amount of kills they've gotten so far. And what a clear fight win from the Charge, who made this quite swift and easy for themselves.
Alright, Lemon, I might be counting my dragons before they hatch from their scaled eggs right now. But you got to remember that every single map loss that Shanghai get is actually incredibly worrying. At this point, we kind of expect of Shanghai, right, that they're going to be in contention to get into Kickoff Clash, but their only win has been 3-2, which is only +1 in terms of maps, and they've lost 0-3 before. So if they continue to drop maps against teams, or potentially even drop series here, their entire tournament is very much fraught with danger.
This would be big for the Charge, who have a really tough schedule ahead of them, and even just making a close series against the Dragons will be good for them, as Fate has already started the dive. He can play aggro, he has the Primal Rage. You see Rio kind of mirroring that position, also having the Primal Rage as Fate dives in towards the Widow of Develop, not able to claim that kill even with Fleta's assistance, while Lip tries to hold anyway the high ground. Rio hasn't been wanting to use the Primal yet, wanting to make sure that the Charge's supports are okay, and they are not okay. Fate is in the backline, he has Primal, I'm panicking, Lip has visored a wall so far, and Charge, they get to reset.
Unique might go overboard here by popping that rally, but it does keep Far Away alive for a touch longer. I like that Rio didn't bother to invest the Primal here, because it means that at the beginning of the next fight, Lemon, the presumptive high ground position of the Shanghai Dragons is going to be in serious danger. Choice A1 is, I think, having a little bit of a duel with Lijiang on the high ground, but this is all about Rio being able to knock people off. No way, Rio gets an opening pick on a Tracer. No way! It's falling apart for the Dragons!
Oh man, when you got a Brigida, I know that shield is 2 by 2 feet, but you gotta stand behind it when you can, and Develop, he finds those angles, even after the Goomba stomp from Rio on the Fleta, which must have been either be able to identify the amount of blinks left, or Fleta just blinked in the wrong position at the wrong time. Now that right click from the soldier is already gonna force Develop to the low ground, as Dragons hope to make up for some space.
Alright, full force dive here from the Shanghai Dragons, where Fleta and Fate want Develop dead, they want his family dead, they want his favourite colour dead, but at the moment Choice A1 is trying his best to turn it around, can't quite generate the blade off the back of the Nano, and Fate now has so much HP, but no friends to help him out! Everyone's dying, Lemon!
Just both teams are counter diving right now, and the Dragons did a good job of stalling out the card, preventing progress, but Guangzhou Charge are the only ones who really got kills at the start of this. But the Dragons are still investing ults, they're only down 1, the Nano goes to Fate, but he's sleeping. Don't touch him, or you're gonna make that on a very angry Develop, gets stomped on by Fate, and the Dragons were up against the wall, but the late ultimate investment has turned their odds around, and they have been able to hold.
Oh, another pause called from a Guangzhou Charge. Something seriously wrong over at Guangzhou Charge headquarters. And I have a bone to pick with Rio right there. I wasn't entirely sure of how many people were actually active on the card at the time, but I feel like Rio probably could have forced the kind of, the objective being uncontested with the Primal Rage. It was only a couple dregs from Guangzhou Charge who were still alive for a good portion of that fight, including 2 supports of low mobility and a Winston who'd recently expended a leap. So there's a world there where Rio could have possibly knocked that sleeping Winston and woken him up, admittedly, away from the car and secured the capture, instead of allowing for Guangzhou Charge to generate a good amount of space for their respawns to come in and start doing some serious damage.
Develop just has to keep delivering on those Widow picks to keep justifying playing a Widow into a Soldier who's just going to have an easier time having more consistent output of damage, and the Tactical Visor being a more impactful ultimate in terms of fights versus an Infra site where that information gathering not so important when you have people with mics and ears. But it's very surprising that the Guangzhou Charge threw Rio's Primal Rage into the Dragons' supports wasn't enough to net them even a few more meters due to how proficient the counter dive was of Shanghai, and primarily Fate also sticking near the cart, which contested it enough that Guangzhou weren't able to cap off of that.
Also, we can see just like a reflection of the professionalism of the Shanghai Dragons support line in Izayaki and Lijiang. These guys are very much world champions, and that's reflected in how they dealt with that Dragon Blade from Choice A1. It was super well dealt with. I think they hit an anti and a whip shot, and voila, the Dragon Blade that didn't have an nano behind it was done and dusted. But when it comes to highlights, it's all Develop, baby. This is the guy, and I think that Develop was kind of a steal for Guangzhou Charge. Such a talented hit scan to be able to pick up in a market that was admittedly quite stacked over this offseason. Like, we had people like Happy who were looking for new teams. We saw, even though Pelican's not hit scan, like Rookie of the Year tier Pelican looking for a new team as well. It was a wild marketplace for teams to try and find the complements to what they were keeping. In this case, it was Choice A1 from Guangzhou Charge they were keeping, who admittedly last year was kind of the only bright spot on the team. Admittedly, it was a pretty dark year for their tank line and for a lot of their overall players as well, and I think that was a great compliment that they managed to pick up for Choice A1. Developer's been very impressive thus far, especially in this series against his former team. However, 1 minute and 15 seconds remain here, Lemon, and we are low on tools for the Guangzhou Charge, so this could be where Shanghai turn it around with a well-placed stick from Fletter. We've seen plenty today from the Prophets, from the Tracers.
I think you'd be a Tracer Prophet. Thinking of it that way, and break the stick onto the Widow, and there was even another Charge member close to there, so they quickly dipped out of that situation. So with that pick, I mean, the Dragons want to see if they can grab some more, get a little greedy with it, and Rio's kind of hanging around, maybe taking damage on purpose to get far away, a little bit closer to the Nano, which has been a big, an important win con for the Charge.
Surely there's no world where you nano develop, no matter how impressive he's been. I think Fletcher's actually hanging it on the left here. You can just about see the silhouette. And this means that moving forward for Develop here could be difficult. A Primal Rage just popped from Fate. That's interestingly early.
Oh, 18 seconds. Do what you can to get an early pick. Fate has gotten none, but at least the Dragons own the high ground, and Lip is going to try and use that for an angle advantage as Develop sees Izayaki, lands on a body shot, but not enough to deliver as Fleta with revenge. Dragons with 2 picks and support ultimates to spare. The Charge are left in the dust to the point where you're nanoing unique, and you don't need the sustain if you're the Charge, you need the kills, and they were so close to capping B in the previous fight and are left with nothing.
I don't know where Choice A1 was there, Lemon, but it really felt like Shanghai controlled the tempo of that fight so well, but it forced Farway to make a far suboptimal nano on Unique to try and defend themselves from a dive when they're in no position to really turn that fight around from there. All they were doing was playing to survive rather than playing to win. Maybe Nano wanted someone like Rio, would have been a little bit better, but then again you also run the risk of being knocked back or slapped on your engagement as a Winston and then wasting a good amount of that nano. Choice A1 also would have been another good choice to give over that nano boost too. We've seen it done before in what should have been a fight that ended the second point of Dorado, which allowed Choice A1 to build up a blade, but Farway simply could not find a line of sight onto Choice A1 as far as I could see to deliver that over. And now that means that Shanghai Dragons have a clear win condition to bring themselves back into this series after what was admittedly a very worrying first point of Dorado. There was a point when we saw that first point completed like, okay, Develop appears to be owning these kids. It's more spaghetti dragons for Shanghai Dragons right now. This series could start to spiral.
And at least we're seeing kind of the differences in tank lineups when it also comes to the success rates. I mean, both teams, when they had their off tanks out, kind of a bit of an edge to the Guangzhou Charge in terms of how they were able to protect Develop. Now, when it comes to the dive, Dragons have gotten quicker and better value on their counter dives. Now, when it comes to dive, I know it's hard to watch sometimes, but it's about trading backlines, going after those supports. Now, you will see the Dragons into the top right. Lijiang keeps that shield up, making sure Izayaki's forehead isn't glistening in the eyes of Develop. Now the Dragons have already started climbing up to the top right. That's where Fate is doing some scouting, especially to help Lip get an edge on Develop, who doesn't have his best of sightlines right now.
Yeah, those pings, super important to allow Lip to look for Develop, and you can see that he's continually peaked here by Fate, because Fate, especially with the new armor, with a 30% damage reduction on those shots, knows exactly how much they can take from Develop.
Oh, Rio, how much can you take from this? Oh, I don't know about that. That's not your team. That's not your team. That's not your honor.
That's not my brig.
Who is this? Who are you?
You're not my mum.
Well, the Dragons get a free kill on the Rio. Gave him a big old bear hug, or gorilla hug, I guess. As Dragons now want to take as much space as possible. Fate already laying down the barrier to prevent Develop, who is positioned on the other side of the barrier, getting any shots on Izayaki. More positions in a safer spot on the market side behind these little stands. And Lijiang is going to be on perma babysit duty, as Fate has been able to harass. Now he's used the Primal Rage. He's going back in. Develop wasn't expecting this, or if you hear the roar, if you had ears, you did. And the Charge are left really without members able to contest. Maybe Choice in One is there somewhere. He wants to use the blade. All right, good luck, buddy.
The spacing is tough, but it might be finishable. No, Lip with a headshot. How does he do it? Mad stuff here as Farway is going to fall down as well. But when Fate came in, Lemon, clear instructions were relayed in the break by the Shanghai Dragons. Find, develop. Step 2, kill, develop by any cost, at any means necessary. Make sure that develop doesn't get to play the game. And Fate has very much taken that to heart. The Nano Blade was antied perfectly as well by Izayaki. A world-class flex support, and Choice Air 1 is certainly feeling the pressure against Viasana, continually shut down in their most critical moments.
Oh, as soon as Fate drops from the high ground, Rio counter-engages. He's actually over in the mini-pack. He's going to go contest Lijiang, put some pressure on him. The sports start to back away, and even if they're not dead, just breaking any kind of LOS that Izayaki may have on Fate can prove to be an advantage or an edge to the defense, as Rio continues to own the high ground. And now Fate has started to dive those supports, laying a bubble in Izayaki's line of sight, but it's really not a lot of kills coming through. It could be up to these Widows. And what a smart position from far away, knowing Lip could be jumping up and getting a headshot, as Rio hasn't been doing much on these counter dives, but more just being annoying, which has some value if you squint hard enough.
The car's still moving though, Lemon, and that is going to be very concerning. There's only so many meters that can be given away by the Guangzhou Charge. A Nano given over, that's onto Lip. It's the Nano Widow, unconventional, but at least gives some survivability, and Choice Air 1 has to back away.
Yeah, the very few times you can justify nanoing the Widow is, you know, Pulse Bomb comes their way or a lot of hits, and Lip is getting rallied, but there ain't no saving him against a humongous gorilla in your face. The Charge now have started to get kills. It's been a lot of soft dives, meaning, well, that's going to be a headshot. And Fate still lives. Bionic Grenade. Okay, well, he's about to die. As the Charge, a lot of soft dives, a lot of harassing the Dragons, who have now lost 2 members and have to reset.
Oh, not the grapple into melee hop. That's so BM. But it works out in the end. Fate sent back to spawn and now has no Primal Rage. This means that Fate has to be a lot more judicious about their dives now. Lemon no longer has the get out of jail free card that the Primal Rage does provide. And you know you're going to be taking a huge amount of poke damage as you enter this second phase of Dorado. Choice A1 almost prepared for a Nano Blade here. Can Izayaki shut it down once more? Or will Choice A1 finally get his man against the reigning champion Flex Support?
Lip getting into position, knows Develop has been back here, at least has found his mind and is worried about committing. Choice in One brings out the blade, has already claimed Lijiang. But where is Izayaki? That was the next target. He's escaping into the back room, into the shadows. Choice in One's on the hunt. Where is his prey? Man, Izayaki is the best hide-and-seek player I've ever seen. And Lip, well, he's been discovered, and the Dragons are going to chill out for a second.
I hear Grandma Feetsy's around here somewhere. Padding away. Choice Air 1 has to allow for Izayaki to escape, and then would simply dash away from a Fate dive. Space gained for Fate, but it'll easily be reclaimed here by Develop. Wait. We got Fleta in the back, moving in onto Develop. This could be the critical flank, but Fleta might instead decide to try and pressure the cart, knowing that, hey, this could easily be forgotten about by the Guangzhou Charge in the midst of a wild ride.
Pretty wild ride, so wild I might fall asleep. No teams are really getting a ton of kills. You got a back half from Fleta. Charge almost asleep, letting that one go through. The box of victory in the sights of the Dragons, hoping to tie up this series. as Flood has been a threat, and he will continue to be. He's got a post bomb, wants to give this to Unique, he hits the payload. Unique is barely alive, he needs the attention of Farway, who's maybe more helping Rio through his primal rage. Unique has been left to live, as a bionic grenade from Izayaki is choicing one in Rio, but the damage has already been done from the charge. The Dragons are sent back at 30 seconds.
Choice A1 tearing through the backline there, as Fletter was admittedly trying to play the objective, but it did mean that the dives were less effective from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. They simply did not have the reliable damage the Tracer brings with those pulse pistols, and now with only 10 seconds remaining, there's plenty of ultimates to make this work, but almost a nanoblade from Choice A1, who popped off in the last game as well. Fate's so low, not forced to pop the primal, and that could be critical, but watch for the blade from Choice A1.
Oh god, okay, finally someone touched. They waited until the last second. The supports are cut down, and the charge! I can't believe this! A mediocre push at best, but to keep the former champions at bay is incredible. But you're not out of the woods yet. You gotta deal with Fate. Never underestimate what Fate can do, especially with Fleta by his side. The dash cuts through the Tracer, and Fate is left to stall. Izayaki will be back with Nano, but he's just barely in line of sight of Fate, and it unleashes, but it's too late! The charge take a second map and go to series point.
Oh, the nano boost for map 3 is at Lemon. Guangzhou Charge 2-0 up. And a little bit of a grin from Unique can develop there. It is already an upsetting scoreline for Shanghai Dragons fans, but it might get even worse. In order to get a dub out here, in order for Shanghai Dragons to get a positive overall match win rate in our 5th season of Overwatch League, they are going to need to reverse sweep. Otherwise, Lemon, they could go down 0-3 to their second team in 3 games as a reigning champion, and that would spell trouble for the Shanghai Dragons.
Yeah, can the Dragons continue to live up to these very high expectations that the fans have set on them in a new game, in a new 5v5 format? Because even the lowest of teams have started to rise and really surprise both the other teams in the league and even the fans. Excited to see how this series will end up. We're going to throw it to a break and allow the Dragons to recoup. Welcome back, everyone, for the match of Guangzhou Charge versus the Shanghai Dragons. And thank you all so much for your patience, by the way, during the longer break. As you can see, there was been 3-4 pauses for a reason. So hopefully the Charge are all settled, modems plugged in, and everything is good to go. Because I guess they don't want to end this series that swiftly, huh?
Oh, the modems must be plugged in and smiles must be on their faces. 2-0 against the Shanghai Dragons. Lemon, these guys are the reigning champs. They're sitting on thrones, crowns on their heads. Overwatch 1, they finished as undeniably the greatest team from 0-40 to champions of the world. And now, 0-2. Shanghai Dragons are currently going through some growing pains, Lemon. Overwatch 2 appears to not be the strongest transmission just yet, and I hate to bring up the past. Actually, I love to bring up the past.
Yeah, you do.
I'm lying again, but I just want to point out that when it comes to moving to new metas, Moon has been a slow coach before. If any of you remember, we are 0-7. I'm sure you remember what I'm thinking about, but maybe none of the players on Shanghai Dragons are too smart to play, so perhaps Overwatch 2 will be a bit of a quicker turnaround than we saw from the LA Valiant in 2019, and I'm sorry to reopen those old wounds.
That's okay. I do think this series has been close. I'm not trying to be some toxic positive person. We talked about a round three Ilios 99-99 final round where Guangzhou did this 0-100 comeback. Now that's already frustrating. To having kind of the Charge start off on Dorado with kind of a mediocre point B push, which they didn't even get to point B. So it felt like the win con was there for the Dragons, but what it really came down to was the point B defense. Where, there were some highs and some lows. Choice of one had some good blades on point B and a wasteful one on point A. That we'd have to sift through some Widow stats to really compare eye to eye what Lip and Develop did, because we're not sure. But Fleta, I've always been impressed with this Tracer. But it wasn't enough for the Dragons to net a win on Dorado as we go to Midtown to see will the Dragons get 3-0'd. And at least on the positive side of things, Guangzhou Charge have been chasing that 2020 Charge success that they had, and could be the year of the Charge, I don't know.
Well, Lemon, you said that Fleta often does enough to impress you, but hasn't done enough to stay off the bench for Midtown. Who are you? The Genji specialist has come in here. And this might be an implication that Shanghai Dragons are about to try and change up their tempo and get a lot faster. Just being able to dive in directly with the Winston instead of having the setup of a Tracer being able to blink into place. Trying to outpace the Guangzhou Charge here could be the key to success for Shanghai Dragons as we roll out on Midtown. It's an antithetical approach from the side of Guangzhou Charge. They've swapped in Krong to play the Zarya here, but it's not going to be accompanied by what you'd commonly see in NA with the Reaper, but instead Choice wants Echo.
And usually at least on Ilios, they might have paired that with a Mercy, but it's more important to negate the dive coming in from Fade by having Unique on the Brigitte instead. Now, it wouldn't be a Guangzhou game without at least our 5th or 6th pause going on at this point. Clearly paid by the hour. They're like, okay, we're about to 3-0 the Dragons. Let's try and pause and take as much time as possible. Clearly some ping issues on a serious note, but I'm loving Choice A1's Echo, and this has been something that even NA has done. If you're not feeling the Genji, or if you want to take more advantage of the vertical parts of the map, the Echo has been a fantastic hero we've seen on both regions.
So, while we have a little bit of a pause, we can take an extended talk about the win conditions here for Shanghai Dragons with their much faster comp. This is quite week 1 North America, and the thing that they definitely have on their side here, Lemon, is going to be speed from the Lucio. Because of the Brigitte on the side of Guangzhou Charge, there's no overall speed boost, and Farway has been positioned incredibly safely throughout this game, was not picked off by Lip very much during Dorado, has managed to avoid Fleta quite a bit as well. But it's much harder to avoid for much faster characters of Genji, Soldier, who can sprint into his off angles, and of course Winston, who can leap on top of you. So it might be in the interest here of the Shanghai Dragons to basically kamikaze dive onto Farway, get rid of the majority of that healing, and then try and hope that Izuyaki is still alive for an extended fight afterwards.
It'll be really dependent on that positioning, and you can already, well, if once you go to the pause screen in a second, you would see that a lot of teams, at least on the North America side, where we've casted a lot of recently, set up on the back left building of the defensive end, because there's a second level where a lot of soldiers like to hang out at, and it's a safe spot where you can recontest the point, and also have a great line of sight on the main road, either the underpass or the metro that attacking teams usually come from. And it also is a lower ceiling, which makes it difficult for Winston's to access. But rather, Farway has position on the back right instead. Now, that's still equally as good, especially how kind of easy it is for the attackers to flank in the back left alleyway and have very easy access to the defensive building. So we will be unpausing shortly. You can also see the positioning of what I'm talking about in the bottom right of your screen where Farway is. Usually you would see more people on the back right, kind of where Who Are You is, but you see that the attack has already started to take very important power positions from the defense, so I'm wondering how the Shanghai Dragons are going to pull through.
It seems like a couple of ping issues. I caught Krong saying a ping 300 legend. And, well, one of the things that's interesting about that position you pointed out from Farway, Lemon, is that while it is quite a bit safer and is harder to access for a Winston because of a low ceiling, which means jump angle is a little bit more dangerous to try and take because you have to go across a lot of low ground, it is easily blocked off by a single Winston bubble. And that means that if that is blocked off by Fate, Farway will either have to walk through that bubble and put themselves in a position where there is very little physical cover, or tell their team, like, you're on your own for about 10 seconds while I rotate around the other side past the mini, and then emerge at the back of the control point where they could be easily taking damage from Lip.
We have unpaused. Shanghai Dragons are already on the point, and Choice of One has been picked, trying to dive bomb the backline. I like the eagerness of the defense, but I'm starting to worry about the objective. I mean, the Dragons could get a second free tick here, and the Charge are more worried about winning the war rather than what's currently happening. I mean, Who Are You is so free, and Krong is trying to decide, am I trying to bubble my brigade or go to the point? He will do both. At least the Charge have prevented that third and final tick, but not much of a fight has happened.
Who Are You locking onto Krong so low? The double dash does plenty of damage to Unique, and that's going to be snowballed into a point cap here, Lemon. And now moving on to the second point, it's all stragglers for the Guangzhou Charge. Maybe the Brigator can extricate them from this madness. And for now, Shanghai are going to be more concerned with the stragglers in the back. I think it's Choice A1 who's running a little bit of guerrilla warfare over on the mean streets of Midtown.
Yeah, the cart owned by the Dragons right now as a more, Choice A1 is harassing, but he's counting his blinks and how many lives he has left, getting kind of chased down by Lijiang. And meanwhile, you're seeing the Dragons just get some cart push, but now that Charge know that they have someone in the back and they've split the Dragons' attention, they've been able to contest the cart, but Who Are You has been nanoed. Farway is in front of the cart, and Krong was trying to protect him as Charge were moving up to protect Choice A1, but have made a mistake. Sometimes you have to choose who your favorite child is, and Choice A1, you should have left him to die. He was just way out of line.
Let's have a quick talk about the overall trend of increasingly nanoing DPS in Overwatch 2 when they don't have their ultimate. And I think that it's been a trend that a lot of the better teams in terms of the overall understanding of the game, like Shanghai and San Francisco Shock, have really opted into, because they know that with only one tank on the opposing side, you can get a lot more value out of your vanilla ultimates from your DPS, and it also means that it's a lot harder to shut down a player who is nano during their kind of vanilla gameplay grind, and that's why we're often seeing these kind of tempo nanos to just win fights that are more critical.
Well, Fate is harassing this backline. Who Are You is already swiped left on Choice A1. The grab is thrown from Krong just to make Fate slow down a little bit, and good time to trade that with the primal he just used. Now with the tank advantage for the defense, even the rally overhealth left over, the Dragons who are on the attack have left the building, and they have left the high ground, and there's no chance you're still doing really anything without Fate backing you up.
And Develop, being on the Ash here, is finally getting to interface with the... Oh, that's a huge stick. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Both the supports are dead. Choice A1 is a cold-blooded murderer. No heals allowed.
That's the fight. I mean, a couple seconds later, that's all the Charge can do, and that's the most valuable pulse bomb we have seen. And if you could cycle that with the Nano and the Bob coming up, but it's about how are the Dragons going to respond, and mainly, which ult Lijiang wants to counter with the barrier.
Nano Visor, good to go, and there isn't really a defensive ult to deal with this, nor a grab to try and keep Who Are You in place. So this one might be a de facto wipe unless Farway can somehow get a heroic tier sleep and shut down Who Are You. But also there's the option to use the Visor instead.
Who Are You has the blade, has the nano. What else can you ask for? Even a deflect on the sleeve. Farway getting the bubbles, getting the love from Krong. Unfortunately dead, but at least his last goodbye present was nanoing Krong, was been able to hold down the Foy, but for really how long can you do that? The Charge are on the defense. They also have the high ground. The Dragons had some free push, and they're trying to contest the cart, but Lip is just paving the red carpet for this cart to finally push, and the defense are kind of forgetting about the cart. There's even some people alive, and Krong's not able to trade the back line, so Dragons will be capping B.
That was incredibly expensive to do though, Lemon. A sound barrier was expended there without any major stimuli forcing it out as well. Lijiang at least did provide safety for Lip to use their tactical visor during it, and Lip will actually escape with only a sliver of HP, very close, and gives Izzyaki a touch more ult charge themselves. But this does mean that Krong's going to have the first ultimate available of anyone here in this first fight for C, and it could be incredibly important to try and gain control of these forward high grounds for Guangzhou Charge by investing early in these point C battles.
See, Dragons have the high ground. They're able to lay down some suppressing fire. See if they can get any picks at all. But Guangzhou are fine. I mean, they can generate. It's both teams trying to generate ults. It's really Krong is ready to pull the trigger on the grab, as you mentioned, once the dive actually starts. I mean, the defense don't have to move. The weight is on the shoulders of the Dragons. Fate is already in the back line. Krong has been assassinated. The grab is thrown into the supports, or mainly Lip, to prevent him from following up with Fate. At least Fate is sleeping on the job. He's left alive with the Primal, and he will be woken up as Lip's nano that he received wasn't able to do much, you know, stuck in the grab and all, but he will have the visor. Dragons approaching the end of point C. The Charge have support ultimates, as Unique might have to use this ASAP to keep his team alive. As Farway gives the nano to Krong, he's not charged up at all. He has 10 energy. This is more of a sustain ult than anything.
Yeah, it just keeps Krong alive for now. Fate begins to burn, and it is going to be a quick disengagement here from the Shanghai Dragons. But that nano overall, Lemon, that was simply to keep Lip alive. They got stuck by Choice Tier 1 when they were stuck immobile in the Graviton Surge, and the 50% damage reduction meant that they weren't one-shot by that ultimate. Lip can't quite get the combo there. And so, Choice Tier 1 continues to draw breath, and Bob is almost ready to go out and potentially do something.
Yeah, Guangzhou Charge are taking kind of these off angles too on that bottom left side of your screen. Choice Tier 1 will double blink in, start to go after Lijiang and Izzyaki. Been able to kind of peel for each other, boop away. Choice Tier 1 not really fully committing, but so well Lip, who's got the nano, he's got the visor, he's got at least one kill. And the bubble even from Fate to protect him so he could be a little bit more aggressive, as now the Dragons want to go even more. They were unable to save Who Are You with the sound barrier, but they'll try and make do for now as the kills spawn the win. But as the Dragons start to lose more and more members, now they're out of DPS, they're going to be out of damage, and the Charge have respawn advantage.
Lijiang falls as well. Sure, Fate can hold the line, but how much does he even want to? Over 3 minutes Shanghai Dragons had coming into this third point, Lemon, but at this point of the Grand Central Terminal, the defensive spawns are so close and so powerful, you need a clean fight win, and what will provide that? It will be a Nano Blade. And admittedly, Izzyaka's generation of the nanos on this third point have been absolutely revelatory. Unbelievable generation. They have one for at least each fight, and Who Are You's going to be surely the recipient of that.
There's the dive too from Fate, at least the soft one. Who Are You is burning to death, and the Dragons can't afford to lose anyone as the barrier from Lijiang was wasted. Now this grab could be free as a blade is started from Who Are You, not able to claim Farway before he goes back to spawn, but the nano too unique to help the sustain in case Farway was gonna die. But now Krong has taken too much pressure while the supports of the Charge have been occupied. And Who Are You is going ham! The Dragons only have seconds remaining, but the job is done. Who Are You is just there to finish it, the 3K! Who Are You? I know very damn well the Dragons will cap.
Dragons get it done with a nano on Who Are You after the blade is done as well, interestingly. Forcing the disengagement from the Shanghai Dragons due to the blade, as they knew they didn't have a real defensive force to deal with that. They couldn't grab it. They managed to at least nano Unique to keep him alive during the onslaught of the blade. But that forced out a lot of the offensive counter-attack options that the Guangzhou Charge were going to be counting on, like allowing Krong to build up that energy and then giving him the nano to find people like Who Are You who can't reflect that beam and instantly evaporating them instead, forcing Guangzhou to play on the defensive against what was only the commitment of a blade by itself was incredibly important. And on top of that, Shanghai Dragons have capped here, Lemon, with a second on the clock, and that means that no matter how much time Guangzhou cap with, if they completely cap at all, there will be a second run-through guaranteed.
I just think that the capture, no matter how much time, just capturing this map is incredibly difficult. I could count on one hand how many teams in North America have been able to capture this very map. So this is a fantastic position for Shanghai Dragons to be, to hopefully get a flip around in this series. Because it's 2-0 for the Charge, and after that long 10-minute break, I'm sure the players had time to talk to their coaches, or maybe not, even just talk to each other about what needs to change. And really keep your mental in the game, because I'm sure the Dragons are in shambles, having all the expectations of the fans on their shoulders, but the Charge now whipping out with some Ashe and Genji.
What we've come to expect from Develop. Is Ashe any good, we asked Develop? She is if you hit shots, they said in return, and Develop's been doing a good job of that thus far. So look at this, Who Are You playing around the laundromat right now, and Fate's actually playing inside it. If people begin to move up through that stairwell, the cleave that's available to Fate is going to be massive and hard to keep up with for Farway and Unique. If they have to start expending repair packs, that's going to have some knock-on effects for other Shanghai dives.
Yeah, Fate has been kind of trying to play hidden through these windows. A lot of other teams play on the opposite staircase, just have an easy, no ceilings really to stop you from diving. I mean, Fate is just hip-hopping around, not really fully committing to any fight. Now he sees Krong and Develop in the main road, trying to also assess where Farway and Unique are. Those are the primary targets that Fate wants to dive. But a shield bash, a sleep, and now a coach gun from an Ashe is something that Fate has to worry about, and gets a little too close to the sun. Fate is gone, and Charge might want to start moving towards the point.
No hit from a Dynamite there. That's going to give a new lease of life to Who Are You, who can play quite safely up in here. A sleep onto Krong slows down the movement forward, but a first tick at this point will still be given over anyway. No more deflects, but potentially an escape, and Fate has returned to the fray, Lemon. So once again, Shanghai are at full power.
Oh, Fate is back with a vengeance. Can you prevent that last and final tick? They just bulldoze their way through the door as Krong starts to try and laser the backline, but forgot about his back. Fate almost claimed a kill onto Krong. He's not in a good position either. Fate deters his attention towards the supports, and now Unique is the only one to salvage this attack, and there's no shot you can, especially without Develop, and the Dragons has salvaged this point.
Great movement there from Fate. Having received the nano, decides, you know what, my team have got this. They have the bulk of 4 people on the point. I need to go and get rid of this free casting Ana, because Farway is a real problem. Choice A1 now has the blade. There is a narrow window here, Lemon, where Lijiang cannot answer this with the sound barrier. However, Lip can be a very powerful warding force against this by using the visor in a more defensive manner to keep Choice A1 at bay. If Choice A1 can't get easy pathing to that soldier, which is going to be very difficult for a Genji when he's inside that fire station.
Krong, at least with his bubbles, he gives them over, but he's not able to generate a ton of charge. But he'll throw the grab anyway, as Fate just kind of staring at the supports. Guangzhou are full of ults and waiting to pull the trigger. Lip is in the middle of the road with a visor, and Krong gives him another present. It's a graviton just like he did in the previous round, and even traps Fate into it, but the bubble from Fate kind of helped them stay very protected, as Charge will burst that bubble, will pierce through the Dragons. We're left with a number advantage for the Charge, as with a minute left, they'll finally be able to move to the point.
And that was a huge amount expended there by the Shanghai Dragons for a lost fight. Admittedly, their overall plan was solid to be able to try and force out early cooldowns using that visor, and Lit managing to trade with Choice A1 during the visor when he got grabbed, and when Choice A1 was using the blade should have been a huge win, but Who Are You simply couldn't get any purchase of his own blade because Krong was so scary to go up against as a full charge Zarya. Now moving into second point. It's not overly fast, only 3 minutes are on the clock. And Lip can settle in for a long hold on the high ground with Izayaki, which is going to need to be very, very difficultly removed by Choice A1 because they don't have a Winston to dive this on the side of the Guangzhou Charge.
Guangzhou Charge, as they advance towards the card, I mean, Dragons are starting to take these angles. You can already see Who Are You and Fate in that top right, and as the Charges move forward, you're going to have this pinch maneuver of the defense, who Dragons are still on the high ground, and finally, this ends up being effective. They slice their Choice A1, and Charge don't want to be stuck between a rock and the Dragons, in a hard place, essentially, so good disconnect, or good disengage, I should say, from the Charge.
Unique at the moment is unknown, but using that 3D peek with a shield to continually report back on the position of both Fate and Who Are You. I love this crossfire there from the Shanghai Dragons. They know that Guangzhou are super weak in terms of their ability to attack high ground because Krong simply doesn't have that mobility. The only follow-up that could come here from Fate is possibly from Unique.
Yeah, the only one who could really harass is Choice A1, and he's just getting diffed by, I mean, how can you blame him? Anano, Who Are You? I wouldn't want to meet this guy in a dark alley. Who Are You's Genji has been really impressive from the matches I have seen from the Dragons. It's still early on in the season, but at least Charge are starting to adapt. They're going and trying to dislodge the Dragons from that top right position. It's just Choice A1's going to need a little bit more help, and I don't know if that's going to necessitate Krong swapping off Zarya, but it's just tough for, like you said, Zarya to get up there.
Yeah, Zarya takes a long time to move over there. Maybe an attempt to... Oh, okay, we've got ourselves the blade in the back. Develop's dead.
You just can't remove Fate and Who Are You by committing 1 or 2 members. I mean, Krong probably has to be a little bit more heavily involved. I know he gives maybe 1 bubble over, as he's more trying to... Krong's attention is also going to Lip on the high ground, and they really have to commit to one of these packs of people.
And the thing is, if you force out Fate and Who Are You like you really need to, they can disengage for a second phase of defensive fights anyway when they go and just hang out with Izayaki. Choice A1 almost has a blade here. It needs to be huge, but look at this for speedy disengage from Shanghai. They want to go fight in mid.
Yeah, just the bob from Develops at the high ground, so you ain't gonna hug that one close range, and the Charge just have barely gotten any progress so far. They're really just not out of the woods yet. As soon as that bob from Develop's gone, guess who's back? It's Dragons, but guess who's back with the brand new Dragons? Choice of one with the blade gets immediately shut down, along with my Rav career, obviously, and the Charge ain't going anywhere fast either.
You know what, Lemon? I'd buy your mixtape.
Thanks, pal.
However, with Choice A1 losing out on that Nano Blade, not being able to purchase a victory here, I think this is curtains for Guangzhou Charge. Attacking these high grounds is going to be so difficult, and you can see the Shanghai Dragons have once again arrayed themselves on these verticalities. Yes, it will be a touch on the cart, but I think Midtown is going to be an unpleasant sunset for Guangzhou Charge's streak of map wins here, Lemon.
Well, Develop has already used Wraith and might have wanted to save that for when he's in trouble, just like that. He TPs up, gets headshot by Lip, and now the Dragons have the number advantage. They have the sound barrier advantage, and Charge are just waiting for their impending doom of just really unable to push through this underpass. And Dragons, after this now, will be able to start climbing back in the series.
The reality there, Lemon, is that Guangzhou Charge were kind of stuck in their ways and did not react to the stimuli presented. Develop swapped over to the Reaper at the end, but it really should have come sooner so that Develop could move alongside Choice A1 and at least have a 2v2 in the high ground against that Who Are You and Fate combo that were holding the alternative high ground opposite the main one, and force them out so that they could be ambushed later on by people like Krong, who take a lot longer to try and make those rotations happen. In this case, it was just a better meta understanding of Midtown from Shanghai Dragons that carried them to the end, and you can see exactly why Winston's become the most popular tank on this map, Lemon.
Absolutely, I just felt like you talk about those Krong rotations. I just didn't really see any. He kind of stood in the middle of the map. I think it was more of like,
I'm helping.
It was, hey, look at me, Lip, hey, look at me, I'm very shiny with my bubbles. But yeah, not too much helping the dislodgement of Fate and Who Are You in that position. So the Guangzhou Charge get held back on Midtown, but the series is still in their favor, 2-1. After this break, we'll see. Are we going to Game 5 or not? Guangzhou Charge, starting off our first 2 maps of Ilios and Dorado, just barely inching out wins against the Dragons, really making them sweat for it. But after an extended break, the Dragons have clearly just composed themselves and have truly shown their understanding of Overwatch 2.
Yeah, just some fundamental understanding of Overwatch as well. I mean, the high ground good is one of the major themes of Midtown, and what it has done is forced Guangzhou Charge into a position where they need to make swaps, and we haven't seen that thus far in this series. Guangzhou Charge have been pretty standardly able to just continue running whatever they've ran from the start of the map all the way to the finish. And being faced with the problems that were presented by Huayu and Fate on the high ground off angle, the changes simply weren't fast enough, or in some cases, not even present. And we need to see if Guangzhou can begin to adapt to stimuli in this series if Shanghai just keep presenting new looks to them.
Yeah, it's a bit of hesitation from Guangzhou, and I felt like even though we're committing grabs from the Charge onto Lip every time he visors, that's not getting a ton of value, because I want to say Lip is mostly surviving those because Krong is also not fully committed to killing that solo person. But we'll be going to our next map, Coliseum. Now, both teams have seen some success. Shanghai Dragons most recently winning this 92-71 against the Spark.
We do have Rio coming back in as well, so we can expect for Winston once more from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. And looking back at what Guangzhou Charge have played here previously, Lemon, I'm just hoping and praying we don't see the developed Sombra. The Sombra is in a very weird place at the moment, and I don't think she's a great DPS when compared to like what a Soldier can bring to the table, what Tracer brings to the table, what Genji brings to the table, especially when we know how good of an aimer Develop is. Feels like they're wasted on Sombra, and I am a happy boy to see Develop, at least for now, hovering the Soldier.
Yeah, and Develop, like, on the both times that Charge went to Coliseum, Develop has played Soldier or Sombra. So specifically the Sombra against the Valiant, which they lost Coliseum to the Valiant, so keep that in mind. And then, oh wait, they won this against Valiant, sorry. And they lost this to the Hunters playing Sombra. So obviously going back to the Soldier is where they were most successful at. And you got almost mirror compositions with the Genji versus Tracer. I'm liking more Fleda's angle on this. There's a lot more mobility that Tracer can provide. And that's important for a push map where things are just always hectic.
Oh.
Wow, never mind, I guess.
Develop don't like Fleda though. 150 damage combo with the People's Soldier's elbow. And of course the Helix Rocket as well. This is going to give some free push of Timothy Smythe the first, also known as TS1. 0.3 meters for a second, 3 centimeters of push, that'll do. And Develop once again is getting ready to cyberbully someone. Actually, never mind. Get bullied yourself, kid. Lijiang is the skating ninja.
Yeah, I think it was important for Charge just to win that initial fight off of just being able to recognize the flank that was happening from the Dragons in the middle of the map. Now, the first fight didn't even take place in the neutral road, but Charge have clearly done their scouting. They've done their homework, either scrimming against the Dragons or other teams of like, and just the quick awareness of Develop for the 2 shots in the right click into Fleda, not allowing him to really react. When it comes to this fight, though, Dragons were quick to re-engage off of Lijiang's pick, so 16 meters to now 8 and growing. You see the Dragons are ready for another dive.
Early poke here could have been troublesome, but now we have seen that Izayaki has arrived and is in a very safe sightline at the moment. It will be very difficult for anyone on Guangzhou to be able to make their way over to that Ana, so instead it's going to be about cutting off the Ana sightline using Rio's shield rather than dispensing of her personally.
The Dragons just playing kind of passive here, especially with the Charge having a split defense right now of some members on this right side, some on the left. Develop maybe just playing things passive in order to get the Nano Visor online, and sometimes you might even Nano before the Visor is ready, as the Dragons are generating their own ultimates. Lip receives the Nano before the Tac Visor is ready. Develop the same case, but it's Lip that shines brighter. The Tac Visor finally unleashes from Lip after that kill, and the sleep from far away, the drive-by, are you kidding me? That's impressive, but it ultimately ends up still being a Dragons fight win, as now the lead gets even bigger for them.
Unfortunately there, that was just a Winston deer. Fate had done enough damage in the previous fights to have access to the Primal Rage, and that meant that when Develop was given the Nano and was able to do the most damage, Fate decided that aiming was going to be a lot more difficult as you start flying through the air at the auspices of the Primal Fists being flying from the Gorilla. And now even more of this distance is being garnered by the Shanghai Dragons. And Guangzhou Charge, while they do have 4 ultimates to try and play with here, they have lost a huge amount of initiative.
This is where when these counter dives happen, your attention can be split, so it's really important to have good communication as the Dragons. This is going to be one of the toughest fights for them. Big high ground advantage for the Charge. They have lots of places they can disengage to. Respawn advantage for the Charge as well. They get to hold on to their ultimates and really wait for the Dragons to approach them. Rio has done these soft counter dives that really just obscured the view, or have obstructed the view of Izayaki, but other than that, not a lot of kills coming Rio's way, but this could be about ult generation. Speaking of which, Charge have a ton of it. The Primal has already started. He's been slept but woken up, and Rio's pretty scared, even though he has 500 HP, but it's enough for the Dragons to maybe want to do a counter dive of their own as they return to deal with Rio instead.
Alright, a good sleep there from far away. Up and coming flex support, didn't get a huge amount of playtime previously. Kind of split it with Monk over on the Chengdu Hunters. And oh, that's a terrible pick to begin with. Izayaki absolutely getting rid of a primary DPS in Develop. That's a lot of pushing power for the Guangzhou Charge, missing instantly.
I mean, Push is a momentum-based game, and every time you miss somebody, yeah, he's got the best non-branded sneakers there is when it comes to Develop, but you're still just losing pace as Rio tries to keep it up. He's gonna dive. Develop is back. He has the visor. He's over on the right side. He's getting primaled by Fate as he turns to deal with Lip, but Lip gives him the backhand of the law. Now you have to sell. I mean, every ultimate is coming out of the Dragons. It's really important for them to win this fight. The robot will return to the barricade, and if they can get through to the coast side, if they can take the high ground back from the Charge, that will put Dragons in a fantastic position to get a humongous lead and maybe even fully cap.
And look at what Guangzhou Charge have done here as well in terms of their ult investments. Both their DPS ultimates, both of their support ultimates. Their ability to decide that they win a fight by investing heavily has been completely negated, Lemon. If it's going to be fight wins for the side of Guangzhou Charge from here on out, they have to be negotiated through mechanical outplays and positional premiums. And Fleta here is looking for far away for that early stick, but Develop is just as juicy.
Fleta's just looking for any homie to stick this pulse bomb onto. Any homie but Fate. Or any homie but Rio. Of course you want to stick your own teammate, that'd be horrible. 59 meters though to 16, about 3 minutes left. Dragon's still in a good spot. I mean, they could honestly not even have to push coast side. So it's like, you know, you try to fully cap if you want to ego check the other team, but they have the lead. If the robot never moves ever again, the Dragons will win and force a game 5. Now the Charge have Rio slept. They don't have any ults. They want to play this passive to generate ults, but they also don't want to lose members during this positioning. And with Rio gone, Charge gotta hope they don't get staggered more. They get a trade on the Lip, which might deter the Dragons for a moment, but it's the Charge that have the weight on their shoulders to get a good push going.
Yeah, Charge needs to win multiple fights in a row on top of that, Lemon. Even if they do decide to manhandle their way through a battle using something like a nano boost, you got to think about the fight after that and then the fight after that as well. Fate simply keeps TS1 in place. The indecisive robot back and forth. It doesn't know where the allegiance leads. Here's a nano visor likely to come through.
Develop doesn't even want to. I'm sure off of that pick of Fate 5v4, they're feeling confident that there's really nothing protecting the Dragons. And now they're getting, well, yeah, that's a choice, but Dragons thinking they can turn it around. It's just not likely. 4v5 is a lot more possible in Overwatch 2, but Guangzhou Charge still have a lot of work to do to close the gap.
Oh, no nano visor now for Shanghai Dragons. Okay, that's just a certified limp moment. Fate moving on in, and yes, the barricade will continue to push on forward, but Shanghai have arrived on the scene right now. Unique tries to keep the bot here, but Lip just giving over so much damage, and Flair simply stealing the bot away, Lemon.
Just Charge. Needed to really keep this up, and it's looking, you know, the
They're
respawns.
winning, but where's the bot?
It's coming. It's slowly but surely it's coming, okay? Don't rush me. I don't like being rushed.
Timmy does not like that, and they have to give it up now because so many of Shanghai have returned, Lemon. That was excellent management from Fletter to just win out in the backline while most of his team died and make sure that that was not going to be a pushable scenario for the remnants of the Guangzhou Charge. And now it's back to square one for this team, even with the 4 ultimates that they have to play with.
Yeah, the barrier from Lijiang to counter Choice A1's Blade, or Develop might want to strike back as a plan B, but he gets pulsed. Go to plan C, 911, Charge, you have 18 seconds, and you got to pull this off 4v5, but at least you trade with Lip, you make the numbers equal. Choice A1 stands tall when Charge needed him to the most. If you could stagger Fate, that's even better, but overtime will start once the Charge remain on this spot and start the barricade, as it's up to the Charge to keep the Dragons trapped.
If Develop can play the back high ground here as well, he may be inaccessible while channeling that visor. Look, he's actually going to this close angle here, moving in with the nano. It's huge, Lemon.
The Nano Visor at least gets Lijiang Gong, who drops the sound there. I don't even know if it affected anyone from the Dragons. The Dragons were in a winning position. The Charge are only down by 5 meters, and if they do, they'll take the series from the Dragons. But Dragons have the closer respawns. They can keep this going. They just have to play their life. Izuyaki protected, Lip by his side, but the Charge, they bulldoze through. The bot will start going any second now once you get Fate out of the way, but he's holding the Primal Rage until the last second, and Rio doesn't have that luxury. It's up to Fate to bully Choice A1 off the cart, but he's bullying Rio back to spawn. It's up to the 2-on-1 against Choice A1 to clear this for the Dragons. Overtime will step away, but Charge get back in time. It's up to Lip to finish this for once and for all, but it's Fleta that gets the kills, and it's the Dragons that force the Game 5!
The Nano Visor from Develop was at the right time, but in the wrong place, Lemon. They were outflanked by Lip, who managed to take away multiple members of the Guangzhou Charge, and then, like you pointed out, the respawns for Dragons were so much closer. All they needed was time and patience, and faith, or rather Fate, had both in spades, holding on to that Primal Rage for the most important moment when they could simply bully away the most meaty member of Rio and stop him from touching the cart. Dragons have refused to take this lying down, and map 5 is on the horizon.
Get your brooms ready. We have one last break to go to before we go to our final map. It's Lijiang Tower, and we'll see you on the other side. It's game 5. I can't believe it. The brooms are coming out of the closet. Our braids are coming out of our ears. We just can't believe what we've witnessed. A 10-minute break has changed the Shanghai Dragons from 0 to 100.
Yeah, everyone gathered round Moon and wisdom was imparted. And it really does feel like Fate has been a huge difference maker here for the Shanghai Dragons, bringing in the Winston and being able to continuously outpace Guangzhou Charge and isolate some of their early pokes and attempts at dive. We also saw some counter dives as well onto Rio, who was feeling the onus when his team was behind on ultimates to start making some plays happen off the back of the Winston engagements, and that was often punished by Fate by putting down the bubble behind him and cutting him off from the heels from far away. As we head into map 5, Lemon, we have ourselves some changes once again. It is going to be, I think Guangzhou have changed their tank every single map thus far, if I remember correctly. I think it's been Krong, Fate, Krong, and who am I to say if that's the winning formula? It certainly worked out on Ilios as we head to our 5th and final map.
Yep, that'll be Lijiang Tower, a very flat map, so if you were to incorporate more Zarya, I think we've seen mostly Krong do that with a little bit of Diva, as we will find out how things will go. Mainly what round we're going to of Lijiang Tower, because all of the rounds I think on Lijiang Tower play differently. You can see some dive on Night Market or Gardens, to even we've seen some Reinhardt in APAC when it comes to Control Center, which this will be the round we will be heading to first. Fate versus Krong on the showdown for Game 5.
And Who Are You still remains in instead of Fleta here, which is an interesting choice, evidently leaning a little bit more into those Genjis. I think that there's been a realization here from Shanghai Dragons in the reverse sweep that Who Are You has been in for every single one of the maps they've won. Although, that's not to say that Who Are You is better than Fleta, but when Who Are You is in, the pace changes up to accommodate for these Genji dives with Fate alongside, and the Fate's Who Are You duo dives seem to be causing significant problems that Guangzhou are yet to really fix.
Yeah, Who Are You had a fantastic performance. Such a young player, and he always impresses me. I mean, even on Midtown, had the final blade, a multi-kill. I want to say it was a blade or couldn't even been without the ultimate. I don't remember. It's early in the morning, but he is their Genji specialist. I gotta say, he's the executioner when it comes to Genji. On Control Center, is very flat, not expecting any Winstons, so Fate will then decide to go to the Reinhardt instead.
The Fate Reinhardt with the Who Are You mate, this could spell a lot of trouble for Krong. Krong doesn't have any mobility here, remember. Can only rely on those bubbles to save themselves if they get walled off, so the counter rotations here are going to need to be very aware and incredibly proactive from the side of Guangzhou.
Almost a cool wall. Like, this close to being, like, super cool, though. If only you close that left corner and stop them from escaping. It is a wide enough hall for anyone to sneak by, so gotta really see how Who Are You is making these decisions. Seems to always want to trap Krong, and even if it doesn't fully trap him, you force these bubbles out, you make Krong panic, and without those cooldowns, that's an engagement tool for the Shanghai Dragons. Currently have the real estate of the point. Now the ice block has been used. Who Are You maybe becoming a target as Lip takes the attention. He takes to the front line. Fate will have to push up. The Shanghai Dragons are very low, and you can tell Izuyaki already has Ant Matrix, and they already throw it out. It's a bit to the left side, so Charger easily able to escape through the other side, the opposite side, to zone off from all the damage that could be coming in. Meanwhile, the Dragons have capped and have a pretty solid lead.
And you pointed out before this, Lemon, this is a very flat map, and it means that Lip can also make some inroads into the back using a TP to get some shots into Farway and then be able to easily disengage using that Wraith form. All of the members of Shanghai Dragons have means of saving themselves, but it's super annoying. There's so much to track on the side of Guangzhou Charge. They're going to be very hard-pressed to get any early picks.
Oh, Lip's in the backline, and so is Fate. The sound barrier from Lijiang keeps them involved. They lose Izuyaki, but as long as they get the trades, Dragons should be okay. But Krong was charged up and he got nano, so he's lasering everyone in sight. But who saw that coming? I sure didn't. Almost gave me a jump scare. Fate does scare me. So is this Maywall from Who Are You? Traps Krong, resets his energy, and Dragons are on a flawless run so far.
I don't know if Guangzhou will have really been scrimming much of this London Spitfire style of Ryan and Bap and May. They seem a little bit out of sorts against this, and it is going to be incredibly difficult to really extract some value because every single engagement you make with your Reaper can be easily answered with something like a Boop or an Immortality Field or a Wraith Form or an Ice Block. There are so many get out of jail free cards that the one and done engagement from the Reaper isn't really gaining much in the way of value.
Develop close to the Death Blossom, drops from above into server room, forced to Wraith back. Fate thinking about ending him with a Fire Strike. He escapes. Who Are You places the wall right behind two members of the Charge. The Blizzard in their face. Krong can only cleanse us for so long as Choice1 has to do the double Reaper move. The combo, the Death Blossom, and it's immediately ended. Develop couldn't even use his as the Charge are now scrambling to take this fight. They just have to finish off Fate, but it's hard to show their faces when you got an Ant Matrix and Lijiang on server side. The Charge are not out of the woods yet, and they barely have any ultimates to pull this through. If they can survive long enough for the Nano of Farway, they really have a chance, but the Dragons have taken back the point. It's 99%. The Charge present themselves again as the Nanos give it to Krong again. Really, he's just there to be intimidating. He finally steps up to the supports. Izayaki is dead. Develop drops from above like a helicopter, but doesn't really let loose with the Death Blossom yet. The single target damage from Limp is too much, and the Charge are really not coming out ahead so far.
Krong moves forward with the grab, multiple people caught within the mortars, just tear them asunder. Krong still has the energy, and Who Are You has no friends to help him. Eventually, the point will be flipped over, but crucially, Lemon, midway through that fight, Shanghai Dragons remained in control. They denied 30 to 40% of capture progress here from the Guangzhou Charge, and now you see Fate swap over onto the Zarya. This is not his comfortable hero, but you can't attack here with the Reinhardt because Develop can so easily get behind you. So it's a full swap up from Shanghai. This is what we needed to see on Midtown from the Guangzhou Charge.
At least, I don't know if it really synergizes well with Who Are You or Lippo. Who am I to say? You got a sounder from Lijiang. You got to take this moment to engage. The pulse bomb even whips from Who Are You. Dragons searching for a kill and getting far away out of the picture might be good enough. Develop gets slept out of its Death Blossom off screen as the Dragons barely have any damage. It has to be Who Are You who goes absolutely bonkers. He goes after Krong, who blows himself up. Thank you very much. Now the Dragons just have to ward away anybody from contesting. Now they've killed Unique. I don't think anyone else from the Charge are coming back. The echo from Choice1 touches one last time, and at 99%, the Dragons finishing off what they started with a round one win.
Somehow Lip managed to slip the net, Lemon. They were noted by Develop up on the high ground. Some shotgun blasts were sent their way, but of course, the Soldier 76 is going to be able to disengage with a sprint and then manage to wrap their way around and kill Farway at the beginning of that fight. Farway had no protection. The bubble was not given over. There was a miscommunication, a critical one, in the Guangzhou Charge where they left their Ana out to dry with a soldier marauding and raiding in the backlines. And thusly, only Unique was available for healing, and you cannot stand up against the DPS power of the Shanghai Dragons with only healing rhythms, I'm afraid to say. And so Shanghai will walk away with Control Center as we head over now to Gardens. Who Are You has returned to the favoured Genji, and it looks like Shanghai are back to their old tricks once more. Unique has gone to the Mercy here to try and give Choice1 some additional teeth to tear through the Dragons.
Yeah, if Choice1 can just dive the backline like he did on Ilios. Found a lot of value last time, even forcing Fleta to have to step up on the Echo, but Fleta ain't here. He ain't here to save the Dragons. Meanwhile, the Dragons looking like they're perfectly chilling without him, getting the points about to unlock, and they have middle map control. Charge are actually coming through the White Room side, hoping to use the choke and Krong to their advantage, as Choice1 hopes to go unnoticed, starts to take pressure from the Genji. Maybe wants to fly back towards his supports. Now the bombs have been great, but we're waiting for an execution from this Echo player, as really barely any kills have gone down, and Dragons have the point. Now Choice1 doesn't even want to force the rotate, but that's a 3-man bio from Farway. Dragons taking shelter either on the point or Dojo side, and Charge not really taking advantage of such a crucial moment.
Yeah, Krong is so far split from the rest of the team, but crunches are so difficult to deal with. You can see the shield there on the bridge from Fate was supposed to block off healing from Farway.
Well, that's a moment to engage when you get the Nano. Sure, why not? Get into the backline, and he got the Mercy pocket. Of course he's executing left and right. But Charge, are you gonna wait for an ultimate for every engage? Echo is such a good hero in the neutral, which means without an ultimate, that I'd like to see a little bit more eagerness out of him.
Yeah, Fate doesn't really feel the fear of the Echo right now, especially with that focusing beam. There hasn't been too much in the way of forcing out the shield early and then making Fate play well in the line of sight of their Ana after making some more risky dives. Lip ready for a Nano Visor here, especially after the flight is easy.
That's great. As soon as you see the Mercy in a site where she can't hide, the Visor cuts them both down. The Moth without the wings, and Choice One is gone too. It's a full reset for the Charge as the Dragons retake the lead.
You're exactly right, Lemon. Once again, it was the Shanghai Dragons just taking the initiative there, forcing the flight out of Choice One, and Unique popping that Valkyrie meant that there was no cooldown left to remove themselves from Lip's Nano Visor. Now, once again, Choice One leads the charge with the bubble, but really, the engagement power of Guangzhou Charge is super weak with this composition. They've just got to follow after Choice One and hope
the grab! The grab is thrown, countered by the Sound Bear, and Krogs even slipped. He can't even have fun with what he started. Meanwhile, Develop pushed White Room and thought they had an off angle. He just needed a charge to be a distraction for maybe a Visor to come out and maybe even a Nano now that Farway has it, but Charge completely flubbed their grab engage, and now Fate is trying to get more staggers at 75+% for the Dragons. This is deadly.
The reverse sweep looking more and more likely with each passing second here, Lemon. Develop still has a Visor to play with, and Fate won't be beamed on down here by the Echo. Not in a position to really punish that Winston for taking so much damage. But now they're given over again in Choice One.
Oh, it's trades 4-4. Good pulse from Who Are You. Dragons just have to finish this off, but Choice One has been in the back line. Now he returns for Lijay gone, and without Izayaki, do Dragons even have the resource to keep this going? Who Are You goes to the point, but the flip has already gone through. The Charge have bought themselves time, but the Dragons are already flipping the objective right back. Choice One has to go in, but he doesn't really want to engage. He has the Mercy Pocket. The focusing beam lands on Who Are You, a duplicate to also save Choice One's life. It's about buying time for the rest of the Charge to get back. They cannot lose this fight. Dragons are on round point, and Lip has a Visor. He's already killed 3, and if you stagger Farway, there's no shot. The Dragons at 99%. Overtime about to go away, and the reverse sweep has occurred. The Shanghai Dragons have turned it around.
You can get a lot done, Lemon, in 10 minutes if you're a world champion with a world-class coach. What a turnaround from the Shanghai Dragons. Though now, both of their wins thus far in this season have been in 5-map series, and so overall they still have a negative map balance. Shanghai Dragons will feel the triumph over the course of this long-fought battle. But in the war for the kickoff clash, there are still anxieties and worries for days for this throne-bound team.
I mean, 2 Game 5s for the Dragons out of what? Now this is their 3rd match they've been playing. I mean, you're making all the Shanghai Dragons fans sweat. For what reason? I mean, maybe you might pick the right team to win, but I don't think anyone expected this scoreline. APAC has been full of shenanigans. It felt like even on the first Ilios map, it was like 100-0, 100-0, and a few of the starting maps were just that incredibly close. We went to round 3 Ilios, 99-99 that final round, to a few meters difference on Coliseum. Midtown was the one that Guangzhou really started to feel shaky on, and finally the Shanghai Dragons really regained a lot of confidence after the Midtown hold.
Yeah, Midtown was, it was all about the high grounds, Lemon. And who's better at holding high grounds than the main tank? Let's have a look at our player of the match. He is going to be Fate for the Winston. And I think that this was the real differentiator between these teams. We saw huge plays from Develop, huge plays from Choice One. All the damage players really lived up to their names today, especially Lip with those nano visors. But it was Fate who continually managed to be a little bit more effective than Rio, playing the Winston engages a touch more smartly, holding those primal rages for a second or two longer until it was in the correct place, the correct time to deny the objective, deny positioning, and crucially, occasionally deny the enemy their main tank. Also, we saw Fate bring out the Zarya and the Reinhardt on Control Center, which aren't his most favored heroes, and both of them performed very admirably.
I mean, Fate was the whole reason they ended up winning Coliseum to, yeah, even just playing heroes that he's not maybe as known for, just really pulled ahead. And really when it came down to Midtown, he was a part of that hold, as you already mentioned. To the only spots I was iffy on was Dorado, which was incredibly close, within meters of each other on the point B failure to capture it. I think it was more about Fate setting up the pins and hoping that his team knocked them down. And once those dots connect a little bit more as the season progresses, I can expect Shanghai to just have quicker series than the long one that we had.
Yeah, it's a different game, Lemon, a different setup, and of course, Fate's been a professional player for such a long time. This is his 5th season in the Overwatch League and was playing in Contender Season 0 long before that. It's a lot to try and change up about your style when you're used to having someone like Void beside you. The dynamic of playing tank in Overwatch changes so much, and while there may be growing pains, we know that players like Fate have the talent to turn those into some real skills in Overwatch 2, as well as series wins like we saw just here.
Well, if you're a fan of the Guangzhou Charge, they will be playing again tomorrow against the Seoul Dynasty. That's going down at 4:30 a.m. Pacific, you know, time zone, blah, blah, blah. Go to overwatchleague.com on the schedule tab. And Shanghai Dragons will go up against the LA Valiant on Friday, so that'll be exciting. Of course, Friday always starts at 3 a.m. Pacific. You guys know where it goes down. Make sure you hit the follow, and also the notifications to know when we go live. And if you're ever in doubt, overwatchleague.com and the schedule tab will convert to your time zone, you know, because there's a long list of people watching. But thank you all so much for the support, and also big congratulations to Shanghai Dragons for a crazy reverse sweep and all the teams who competed today. So that's been Leg Day. I'm Lemon Kiwi. We'll see you tomorrow.
Your